Part 43. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 422. Ever since Ji Chang said that the female ghost's hair was going to be used to make Zhang Xiaoyan's new body, Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes, oh sorry, she has no eyes. In short, she arched her body as hair, wishing that the entire black strip would stick to the long black hair Ji Chang's held in his hand. Ji Chang's was also very satisfied with the female ghost's voluntarily dedicated hair. I have to say that although the scene layout and actions are plagiarized from real-life movies, the female ghost comrade as an NPC is very qualified. Her hair is like that of every qualified female ghost. It is black, long, and straight. It is the kind that can be sold in a barber shop for at least 2,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't wait anymore. Boss, how do you use these to make a new body for me? Can I attach it directly to it? Ever since she was turned into an NPC by the Lord God, and her beautiful long hair turned into 2 or 3 pitiful bald spots, Zhang Xiaoyan has become obsessed with her hair. This can be seen from her ability to possess her hair. And now, a head of long black hair fell in front of her eyes like pie in the sky. Zhang Xiaoyan is eager to try and can't wait to jump in now. However, Ji Chang's came directly and said, "Wait, what are you anxious about? Whose body only has hair? It must have some other components. Trap those ghosts first, otherwise you will die again before your new body recovers." What he said made sense, and Zhang Xiaoyan quickly calmed down. I roughly remember the locations where the ghosts are hiding. If I walk a few steps further, I'll find a fallen ghost hiding next to the bed. By he asked in confusion, the upside-down ghost? Is its head upside down? No. There was a hint of fear in Zhang Xiaoyan's tone, it's upside down. When we first entered that house, we looked everywhere but couldn't find it. We thought there was no ghost hidden in it, but it turned out that it was hidden behind the painting hanging next to the bed. The height of the painting only reaches the edge of the bed, so the bottom of the bed cannot be covered. At that time, a player dropped something on the ground, so he bent down to pick it up, and he happened to be eye to eye with the head. She continued, it's just like the urban legend in reality. After meeting the eyes of the head, it walked on its head and chased behind it. In the end, the player was forcefully bitten by it. Head. Zhang Xiaoyan actually tried her best to speak calmly, but the imaginations of the 3 students present couldn't stand it. Very nice. Almost immediately, a picture appeared in their minds. Something fell to the floor, and he bent down to pick it up. He reached under the bed and touched it but couldn't find it. He wanted to lower his head to take a look, but he saw a pale face. This is simply a classic urban ghost story. Among Chinese students, especially those living in dormitories, no one has heard a few ghost stories. They were secretly feeling some fear in their hearts when they heard Ji Chang snort again and said in a strange way, "Again, it's stealing our history and culture. Can't this main god make it up himself?" Zhang Xiaoyan. Bei Maya Han Ying. Is this the key point? The magician didn't seem to notice the expressions on their faces that said, "Your focus is too strange," he scolded them. "Are you done scolding? Don't forget to turn around and warn the 3rd student. You 3, don't imitate it, otherwise." The 3 of them silently added the words "break your legs" in their hearts, and for a moment they were not afraid at all. After all, after watching the magician humming a song with scissors and cutting the female ghost's hair, it seemed more terrifying than being chased by the ghost and having his legs broken. Compared with his patience with the first female ghost, Ji Chang's own opinion, he was less patient when it came to finding the second ghost. This ghost has been hiding behind the painting since it got the news that strangers had entered the village. His round head was on the ground, his eyes were sinister and determined to win. It's waiting. When those strangers fall into the trap, as soon as they find it, it will immediately go around the bed, bite their throats open, and let them stay here forever. Thinking of the taste of blood, it grinned at the corners of its mouth, as if it had already felt the pleasure of its fangs penetrating its flesh. There was the sound of the door being pushed open, followed by footsteps. 1, 2, 4 in total. One of them walked quickly and came straight in its direction. Its mouth opened wider, ready to meet the other person's frightened gaze. Tear dash. The sound of tape being pulled apart was heard. At first, the fallen ghost didn't react until it heard more and more tearing sounds, and a man's hand kept dangling underneath. The damn thing is, my hand has been dangling so many times, but my head just won't come down. If you don't make eye contact, you haven't been found. Even if the villain wants to jump out immediately and scare the group of people, he can only be patient. Wait. It doesn't matter, it told itself. These people have been hanging around for a long time, so it won't take long for them to bend down. Just wait patiently for a while. After a moment, Ji Chang's made no move. 2 moments later, Ji Chang's made no move. It wasn't until the tearing sound finally stopped that it heard the other party say, "Okay, let's go." It? No, you have been working on it for a long time and then you just left like this? No longer serious? Looking for it? No more effort? It couldn't stand it anymore, its head moved, and it made a noise. According to experience, those outsiders will come over immediately to check. However, those people still had no intention of coming back. It even heard a man say, the movement they made was quite loud. The Lord God has taken good care of them. This sentence cannot be judged as the player discovering the ghost. The ghost can only make more sounds. Maybe there was too much movement, and the painting covered in front of it fell down. The fallen ghost was delighted. In this way, he was almost completely exposed to those people. If they can't find this, they would be too blind. Facts have proved that Ji Chang's is not blind. I just heard him say huh. Then he stopped. Stopped. The villain's plan succeeded, and he calmed down and stayed there quietly, waiting for these strangers to find him. He had already thought about it, and when they found him, he suddenly jumped out, and then chased after them with a grin. No matter how these people escape, it will chase after them. The door of this house is difficult to open. According to its experience, these people have no brains to think when they are in a panic. The door couldn't be opened, and there was no way to escape. No matter how these people were chased all over the house, they couldn't escape from its grasp. Thinking like this, the fallen guy almost laughed out loud. It quickly shut up and listened quietly to what was happening outside. As expected, these strangers discovered the traces it deliberately exposed. One man said, "Look at its legs." The fallen ghost smiled silently, "That's right, look at my legs, I'm hiding here, come and find me." Then, there were footsteps. Someone was standing beside the bed. From the angle of the fallen ghost, you can also see the other party's exquisite leather shoes. This is rare, after all, every player who enters this game. Everyone is an experienced high-end player, and they all wear sneakers that are convenient for walking. Who would wear leather shoes in an infinite world? Aren't they looking for death? When he saw this pair of leather shoes, the fallen ghost vaguely felt that something was wrong. But as an NPC, it still has a high degree of confidence in front of players. These players will definitely think they have found it, and then lower their heads in surprise to find it. Hey hey hey. The ghost's silent laughter suddenly stopped. Something like a stick touched its leg. Then, there was a voice that was vaguely excited. He was saying, "How did you do these legs? They are so perfect." The fallen ghost. At this moment, it just feels a little confused. Until Ji Chang's continued, "I don't know if it will be useful if it is cut off." Then, he carefully selected, which path should I choose? If I want to cut my legs, a chainsaw would be better. After saying that, the unique buzzing sound of the chainsaw started to sound. The fallen guy. The fallen ghost. It didn't even react until a man in a cloak kicked off the bed and walked toward it with a chainsaw that made a loud churning sound. No, wait, where did the chainsaw come from? Seeing that the pervert was really coming towards its legs, even in ghost form, it couldn't stop the fallen ghost's hair from standing on end. Subconsciously, he bounced his head on the ground and ran away outside. As soon as I turned around, I discovered that the entire room was covered with tape. These tapes were wrapped around, and the height was just enough to stop the head of the fallen guy. The fallen ghost. At this moment, it finally understood why these strangers were tearing and pulling the tape. They never intended to find it in the first place, but instead planned to just trap it with duct tape. Then saw off its legs. Oh my God. The fallen ghost can hardly believe that there are such vicious people in the world. If Ji Changs knew what it was thinking, he would definitely say, then I was wronged. He didn't do anything at all at first. What's wrong with him? Although he, Ji Changs, is usually a bit of a jerk when it comes to things, but there were so many ghosts to look for today, how could he waste so much time on each of them? From the very beginning, Ji Changs planned to trap the fallen ghost and then do the next one. Who knows this? I'm afraid they won't find it. Tried every means to make a fuss, and even took down the painting, revealing a pair of long legs. Wasn't Ji Changs attracted by those legs at a glance? Not to mention, this bastard might be walking with his head instead of his legs and feet. His legs are straight and long. It looks pretty good. It came to your door by itself, so how could Ji Changs have the nerve to let it down? It was such a kind intention. The magician held in his hand a chainsaw that was conjured by magic and was making a buzzing sound. He said to the inverted ghost in front of him, who was standing upside down, "You are already a ghost. You shouldn't be afraid of pain, right? Was this body made for you by the Lord God? It's pretty good. You don't use your legs to walk anyway, so just lend me yours." Bar. The fallen ghost. It simply couldn't believe what the stranger was saying. He wanted to go up and bite the opponent, but he looked at the chainsaw in Ji Chang's hand. No matter how powerful it is at opening its mouth, it can't compare to a chainsaw. The most important thing in the supernatural dungeon is to rush in and kill the player while they are frightened. NPCs have long been familiar with this routine. It's just that they never dreamed that there would be players who not only weren't scared when they saw them, but also looked like they were seeing a treasure. Of course, if that's all it is, that's okay. But the problem is, Ji Changs not only has an expression on his face that says, "Hey, isn't this just pie in the sky? Whatever you want, you can get whatever you want." He even has a chainsaw in his hand. Don't hide. At worst, I'll make a new one and give it to you. You don't need your legs to walk, so it doesn't matter if you give me these legs. The ghost that has always been chasing players to give them their heads finally understands how terrifying this is. It was chased all over the house by Ji Changs. The sound of dong 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 is endless, but it has long since disappeared. The terrifying effect. To be honest, although the goblin uses its head to walk, it can run really fast. But he couldn't stand it. Ji Changs had already sealed the room with tape. It ran around but couldn't get out of the house. 3 students and Zhang Xiaoyan, who was still wearing hair, stood outside, looking numbly at the magician who was chasing the devil around the room with a chainsaw while smiling. Accompanied by the sound of his head falling to the ground, Ji Changs said a few words from time to time. "Don't run. Why don't you walk with your head every day? Road, the heavier the legs, the heavier the pressure the head will bear. This is also to reduce the burden on you. You run away again and I'm angry? Oh." Then came the miserable and frightened voice of the fallen ghost, "Don't come over. You come to me again? You're welcome. Ji Changs, scream, scream, even if you break your throat, You won't be able to get out of this door today. Zhang Xiao Yan. 3 students. Han Ying hesitated and said, do you think the magician is more like a villain than the fallen ghost? The rest were silent. Not to mention, if this were a TV series, the magician would definitely be a pervert-level boss in it. The perverted boss Ji Chang's finally successfully caught this rogue guy who could only run so fast. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. He successfully sawed off its legs. As a ghost and an NPC created by the Lord God, it naturally cannot feel pain. But even a ghost would have to struggle a few times if he was caught having his legs cut off. However, it was of no use at all. When everything settled in the end, the fallen ghost who had always been chasing the player felt numb and desolate. It miserably stood upside down with its upper body. The strong sense of terror and oppression it once had caused by walking backwards became very ridiculous and pitiful because only its upper body was left. Ji Chang's conjured 2 pieces of wood in front of it, which looked helpless. Don't look like I bullied you. I didn't do anything, right? You won't need it anyway. Even if I take it, it won't affect you. The look on your face makes me feel a little guilty. If I can't stand it any longer, I'll kill you so I don't have to worry about your conscience. The fallen ghost. It was so desperate that when it heard this, it was so angry that it almost turned over and vomited blood on the other person's face. Ji Chang's didn't care how speechless and angry its expression was, he was still talking to himself, looking at your expression, it's come alive again. I guess it's not angry anymore, right? That's right. You have to learn more from your colleagues. Look at the female ghost comrade in front of you. She gave me a lot of hair for free. How good is that? The fallen ghost. As if he was afraid that it would not be angered to death again, Ji Chang said, it's coming suddenly. Think about it, you only lost a pair of legs, but I lost so much time. The fallen ghost. It rolled its eyes, fell down suddenly, and fainted from anger. Watching helplessly as the magician sawed its legs without knocking it out, but instead knocked it down with his mouth. The 3 people raised their eyebrows and said. Ji Chang's was still clicking his tongue, I can't help but say that you are much weaker than your master. Back then, I said so many words to the Lord God every day, but I didn't see it getting so angry like you. He shook his head, you still need to practice more, you are young, you are too young. Zhang Xiao Yan. 3 children. I can't blame the Lord God for sending him away even though he couldn't kill the magician. If he had looked like this to the Lord God 20 years ago, it would have been normal for the Lord God to throw him out. Zhang Xiao Yan suddenly remembered something, I'm just telling you why the boss used to go to unknown places alone and didn't come back for a long time, and he didn't often talk to us. I bet he only dealt with the main god before. Although she follows the magician didn't communicate much with the players at first. Some players have said that they saw him talking into the air. After she came back, she discovered that the cold magician they thought before was so capable. Of course, he usually talks very little, but as soon as he enters the game, he looks like he's beaten to death. According to Zhou Yang, who is also talkative, Ji Chang's looks like he's familiar with the world when he bullies NPCs. Son. One look and you can tell that this kind of thing has been done a lot in the past. It seems that after coming back, the main god didn't pay much attention to the boss, and he had nowhere to vent his energy. That's why he talked more than before. Zhang Xiaoyan spontaneously corrected Ji Chang's behavior. She went back and looked at him with even more admiration. For her, a person who has been persecuted by the Lord God, anyone who can carry a big gun and fight against the Lord God is a good person. Then she got even stranger. As a member who follows the magician, Zhang Xiaoyan is of course very welcoming and happy that the magician can come back. But as a player who had been persecuted by the Lord God, she knew clearly what a cannibalistic place the infinite world was, but she couldn't understand why the magician had to come back. Back then, we were all persecuted by the Lord God, and we trembled in fear of death every day. It was everyone's nightmare. Comparatively, if it was Zhang Xiaoyan herself who had escaped this nightmare, she would definitely not come back again. Even if it is an answer. Yes. What about taking the remaining players out? When everyone followed the magician, they were not impressed by his charisma or anything, but simply because he was the strongest one. They gave all their trust because the magician gave them hope of getting out. No matter what others think, Zhang Xiaoyan is very clear that if it were her, she would never come back if she managed to escape. But the magician is back. She looked at the person standing in front of the fallen ghost, studying something unknown, and murmured to herself unconsciously. Why? Why do you want to come back? You have obviously escaped, why do you come back and continue to live such a life where you may die in the next second? Moreover, it has been 20 years since the magician left. According to the time in the game, a long time has passed, especially in reality. Why didn't he come back in the past, but after 20 years, he suddenly found himself back in the game? Beihe and the others heard what Zhang Xiaoyan said. He asked, didn't he come back for you? How can it be? Zhang Xiaoyan denied it without thinking, you are not players of that era, so you don't know that magicians don't have much affection for us. In fact, the fact that the other party could rescue her and take her with him after coming back was beyond Zhang Xiaoyan's imagination. And if he came back just for us, why did he come back after 20 years? She said firmly, something must have happened. During this period of time, something must have happened that forced the magician to come back to the game. Could it be that her girlfriend was brought into the game? Han Ying immediately corrected her, it's impossible. Does it look like the magician has a girlfriend? They have discussed this before and have experience. Zhang Xiaoyan looked at the man in front of him who was walking over with his legs on his shoulders, this is true. Although the magician is very strong, I have to say that with his personality, he looks like he has no girlfriend. What are you talking about? Are you so happy? Are you all so free? Han Ying. Ji Chang scolded them and then gave Han Ying a pair of legs, carry them carefully and be careful not to drop them. I saw them off with great difficulty. Han Ying Qian. With these long legs following Ji Chang's, he felt for a moment like a murderous maniac, the little brother behind him. A group of people went out. Maya looked back and said, where's the devil? Don't you kill it? If you kill it, it will come back to life. It's too troublesome. Let's just let it be like this. It's really worthy of being created by the Lord God. I'm so angry. Didn't I just take it? A pair of legs. He actually fainted from heartache. Ji Chang spoke righteously, am I like the kind of person who takes his legs for free and doesn't work? Although I took one pair of legs, I also gave him the other pair. Pay. Can I still pay for my legs? Children, look at me or you, they all know each other and didn't ask how the magician compensated. Behind them, the fallen ghost who had fallen on the ground woke up. It moved. It suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately looked back. I saw that where my lower body was originally a pair of legs, there was a pile of wooden posts. There was a piece of paper fluttering on it. The stick man's legs are also considered legs. If I take 2 of your legs, I'll give you a dozen or so, no need to thank me. The fallen ghost. It rolled its eyes and fainted again. Ji Chang's here didn't care what happened to the crook. Anyway, he felt that he had already returned all the legs that were due with interest, and even gave a dozen more. With Zhang Xiaoyan as a guide, the next journey of searching for ghosts is still quite smooth. So the ghosts hiding in the quilt directly into the quilt. Lock the ghost left in the closet inside. The ghost who was curled up in the vase was trapped in the vase. While Ji Chang's pushed the screaming and struggling ghost back into the vase, he stuffed bricks into it. At the same time, he turned to the 3 students who were protected from beginning to end and said, "The rules of this game are that in the first round, the player has to find the ghost. Once the ghost is found, it will kill the player. If it cannot be found, the player will be considered a failure. In the second round, the ghost will come to find the player. If it is found, it will kill the player. The method to crack it is very simple. We just need to find these ghosts and neither kill them nor let them kill us, and then trap them. After trapping them, they will naturally disappear in the second round. We can't be found." As he spoke, he threw a brick down and knocked the newly emerged ghost into a vase. He then took a piece of tape and began to tear the sealed vase while moving. Zoe said, "Look, I just said it, right? I don't use force every time I enter the game. I'm a serious player who uses my brain. The Lord God can prove it." 3 students. Zhang Xiaoyan, who admired Ji Chang's more and more, immediately joined Zhou Yang's team of flatterers, mindlessly snapping, "That's right. The boss is awesome." Ji Chang's patted her hair, which meant, "You are very wise. It's almost enough that one family came here to look for it, right? What else is there? Did something slip through the net?" Zhang Xiaoyan thought for a while, "I don't know much about the rest. We suffered numerous casualties at that time, and we were defeated at the end of the fight. Then the second round came and we couldn't tell the difference at all, find out where the remaining ghosts come from." "That's okay. Ji Chang's doesn't mind if there is no clue. You can just wait for the second round. Anyway, if you catch so many, the quota is enough. Now that we've almost caught him, let's do something important next." After hearing what he said, the 3 of them immediately became serious and listened carefully, wanting to see what important things they needed to do. I saw the magician take out his magic wand, and a table appeared in front of a few people in the open space. He clicked again, and a stack of familiar test papers was placed on the table. Bei Maya Han Ying. Not surprised at all. They didn't even need Ji Chang's order, they just sat down at the table and started to distribute the test papers. After getting 2, they started to work on the questions. Zhang Xiaoyan. Ever since she died and was resurrected, she doesn't quite understand the current fashion. What's the matter? Is it popular nowadays to look for the kind of younger brother who can write papers and is willing to take exams? Boss, what should I do? You. Ji Chang's looked at the hair in his hand. He looked again at the pair of legs that Han Ying put down. Do you mind if people say your brain is made of water? Zhang Xiaoyan. As a new sycophant, she thought for a few seconds and replied, I would definitely mind if others said it, but I definitely wouldn't mind if the boss said it. Very good, she praised herself confidently. Is he half as talented as Zhou Yang? Well. Ji Chang's, as long as you don't mind. He walked over to the vase just now. Pour. Pour, pour out a pile of water. The setting of this NPC is that it is a water ghost, so it hides in a vase. Just before Ji Chang's pressed it in, he made a lot of complaints. Since it is a water ghost, why not hide in a ditch or river? In the end, I came to the conclusion that the Lord God must be too stingy and not even willing to build a river ditch for these little brothers. After pouring the water, Ji Chang's ignored the water ghost in the vase that had just been filled with bricks. He weakly shouted, I'm dying of thirst. I'm going to die of thirst. Ji Chang's put the vase back smoothly. Then he took out the magic wand and waved it at the basin of water. The water flew up out of thin air and gradually assembled into what looked like a brain. Ji Chang's clicked again, and the female ghost's hair flew back, changed, and finally became an upper body. Both legs also flew away. Past. A body is just ready. Ji Chang's threw Zhang Xiaoyan directly and said, think about what you look like. Don't think of yourself as too beautiful. Otherwise, if you are not tolerant enough, I won't care if my body rejects you. Zhang Xiaoyan didn't have time to react, and her hair was thrown out in a beautiful arc in mid-air, and crashed into the body that she hadn't had time to take a closer look at. It was dark after entering. She still remembered what Ji Chang said, closed her eyes that she didn't know was there, and began to try to remember what she looked like. She had lost her face for so long that she almost forgot her exact appearance. She has a pair of beautiful eyes. Although her double eyelids are made, they are very well made, but there are some marks when she closes her eyes. Usually no one can tell that they are fake. She also has a nose that is not very straight but fits the face very well, and a relatively thin lips. She has a beautiful smile. Before entering the infinite world, Zhang Xiaoyan was very narcissistic. Her hair is very black and shiny, and she cherishes her hair very much. Even in this precarious garbage place, she will comb her hair seriously every morning after getting up. Zhang Xiaoyan tried hard to recall her past appearance. Only then did I realize that so much time had passed. The time that the Lord God was trapped in that body was really too long. From the time she was rescued by the magician to now, she didn't even recall how young and beautiful she used to be. Zhang Xiaoyan opened her eyes. She touched her hair and thought, I am Zhang Xiaoyan. I'm not a player, nor an NPC. Just Zhang Xiaoyan. The three students who were watching the transformation couldn't help but stare at her. Then Ji Chang's glared at him and came back. What are you looking at? You don't have any concentration at all. What? What's coming? You all have to look at it? How come there is not enough time for the exam? Hurry up and write. Being frightened, the three little friends lowered their heads and continued writing. Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't put it down and touched her new body. She was so excited that she said, Boss, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you come back? It's not easy to leave this ghost place. If it were me, I would definitely not come back again. Boss, are you really here for this? We just stop it? Before Zhang Xiaoyan's words became more sensational, Ji Chang's ruthlessly put an end to her speculation. You are all adults now. Why should I come back just for you? Zhang Xiaoyan thought about it. If she would definitely not do it. Then why, boss, did you come back? There must be a reason, right? The magician was wearing a cloak, and she couldn't see his expression. She could only see him turn around and face the three children who were writing their test papers seriously. 4. Debt collectors. Everyone is a debt collector. Zhang Xiaoyan. She couldn't understand it at all. But seeing that the other party didn't look like he wanted to say more, he didn't continue to ask. The three children who were writing test papers heard Ji Chang's words and quietly exchanged glances while the other party was not paying attention. Whispered, who is the debt collector he is talking about? He thought for a while and guessed seriously, it sounds like a junior. I've seen my deskmate's dad call him a debt collector. Han Ying, the magician has a child. Oh my god, he has such a character that he can still get married. It's normal, maybe. He's good looking, and a lot of people look at his face. I think it's more likely that he has a child. If it weren't for his own child, who would be willing to come here, a hell of a place. Maya pursed her lips and said nothing. Han Ying sighed, then his child is really happy. After hearing this, Maya snorted coldly, happiness doesn't care about our affairs. What do you envy? That's my father. Han Ying stopped talking. Even he was silent. Come down. There is a reason why the three of them are still in contact with each other from time to time in the infinite world. Isn't it? Who in the real world realizes that they can be good teammates in the infinite world, such as Maya's former neighbor's brother? She thought she was still happy to meet an acquaintance, but he was already thinking of doing whatever he could to transfer Maya's ability to himself. Although Maya killed her opponent in the end, the psychological shadow caused was not so easily erased. The reason why the three of them have a little trust in each other is that they also feel sympathy for each other. They are all children who have no father to care for and no mother to love them. They are all children who have come. In the reality after the infinite world, no one will notice that they are strange. People who provide them with warmth and comfort. When we meet together, it is inevitable that we can't help but hug each other for warmth. It's really funny to say that the three of them are so big, no matter in the real world or in the infinite world, the most peaceful days they have spent are with the magician, a person with whom they have no relatives. When? In the past few days, the three of them have always wondered why the other party returned to the infinite world. Now that I got the answer from his own mouth, I felt like it should be like this. Yes, this place is so terrifying. If it weren't for their own children, how could anyone be willing to return? The three of them continued writing papers in silence. As he was writing, Han Ying suddenly said softly, "The magician calls him a bastard." The pen in Maya's hand stopped in mid-air. She didn't know what she thought of, and then she said, "Yes, there seems to be more than one. He should have 2 children. But he also said, he should love them very much. If you don't love, how can you be willing to risk your life just for them?" This is the love that the three of them will never get, and they don't even dare to hope for it. After a few seconds, Maya's voice was almost inaudible. "Really? I envy them." The other 2 teenagers didn't speak. But they also think so in their hearts. "Yes, I really envy them. I really want to see with my own eyes who the person is that makes the magician risk his life to enter the infinite world to protect him." The author has something to say. "I broke through myself again today. I was driving today, but it was too late. I was motion sick and had menstrual cramps all the time. I actually took out my phone and wrote 2005 while shaking in the car. Oh my God. Sure enough, people can break through. I'm swollen. I now feel that I am simply the most dedicated author in Xinjiang. I'm so awesome, ha 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 ha. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 423. Ji Chang's, who is expected to be a father, doesn't feel any nervousness at all about no spoilers. I have to find it myself. He even took out a stopwatch from his cloak and counted the time. This game lasts for 3 days. 3 days is enough to complete a lot of papers. But I still have to find a place to stay at night. As he said that, the magician looked around in disgust. Although the 4 of them could not see his facial expression, the tone of disgust was quite obvious. How did the Lord God arrange the scene? Isn't it a modern town? The houses are so shabby and they are not well decorated. 4 people. These are all special supernatural events, how nice they can be decorated. But looking at the chattering magician who was obviously dissatisfied and complaining, they all understood and said nothing. Ji Chang's was not simply complaining. As the saying goes, all talk and no practice. Of course he won't just complain and not make changes. After taking 2 steps forward, he found a random hut and got in. After a while, he pulled out a ghost with a knife in his chest. "This knife of yours is a kitchen knife, right? Since he died with a kitchen knife, do you know a lot about cooking?" Chopper Ghost. In fact, he has always been hiding. The idea he had at first was to hide until he was found and then come out immediately to kill these strangers by surprise. Who made him have good ears? The screams and unwilling roars of his companions reached his ears from time to time. The Chopper Ghost was a very self-aware ghost. He knew that his strength was not as good as that of his other companions, and if they could not defeat him, he would definitely be unable to defeat him. So the fake hide-and-seek turned into a real hide-and-seek. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the fate of being caught by Ji Chang's. Me. In front of this human being who exuded a terrifying aura for no reason, the chopper ghost was so frightened that he wanted to immediately draw his knife and run for his life, but the fact was that he couldn't move at all. What are you? You've become a ghost and you still can't speak clearly. The other party's obviously impatient question scared the chopper ghost and he almost knelt down on the spot. I'm not very good at cooking. Impossible. Isn't this a kitchen knife on your chest? You don't know how to cook with a kitchen knife on your body. Chopper ghost. These strong words are worse than ghosts. However, he didn't dare to refute at all, he could only stand there stupidly and look at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's, forget it, if you don't know how to cook, you will always clean up, right? Chopper ghost, yes, I can. But their mission is to kill strangers, not clean up. Ji Chang's, go and clean out that room now. Okay. He still went there with a dazed look on his face. Although I felt very frustrated, listening to the screams of various companions in my ears, it seemed that cleaning became better. I have to say that Ji Chang's caught a very good strong laborer. The chopper ghost just stuck the knife in his chest and cleaned the small house where he was hiding from top to bottom. Of course, things like quilts are gone, and Ji Chang's doesn't mind, since he will change anyway. He went in and tinkered for less than 10 minutes before he came out and called someone. It's break time. Come in. Everyone has 10 minutes to wash up. After 10 minutes, turn off the lights and go to bed. The three little ones who had just finished evening self-study. As expected of a magician, he can create a school environment for them even in the game. Zhang Xiaoyan adapted well. After being reborn, everything she looked at was strange, especially this pair of long legs, which looked much better than her previous legs. After all, it was made by the Lord God, so he would not turn out to be a fat man. Those legs were really straight, thin, white and long. Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't put it down. I didn't expect the Lord God's handiwork to be so powerful. I thought it would only oppress the players. Seeing her excited face, squeezing her legs here and there, Ji Chang squatted by the fire and roasted sweet potatoes, and wrote lightly. It's just because it's done too perfectly that it seems imperfect. A real person wouldn't be perfect everywhere. But if you like it, I can help you change it if you see some nice arms or legs. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly lit up, it can still be changed. She instantly zeroed in on the chopper ghost who was huddled in a ball and trying to make noodles in a pot. Brother, your hands are pretty good. They look pretty. You don't usually use them, right? The chopper ghost was so frightened that he almost plunged his whole body into the pot. Me, don't saw my hands, don't saw me, I am the weakest here, I have never harmed anyone, don't saw me. Seeing that he was so scared, Zhang Xiaoyan stared at him for a long time, and she actually pulled out some impressions about the chopper ghost from her memory. I remember you. When the player had a big fight with the group of ghosts, she saw a ghost that was so frightened that it hid in the corner and kept trembling. At that time, she was still thinking that the NPCs made by the main god were quite realistic, and even the ghosts' characters were so realistic. As if she had discovered a new world, Balabala told Ji Chang's. The magician who was roasting sweet potatoes seemed to be interested when he heard this. He turned around and took a closer look at the chopper ghost, whose face turned pale with fright, or maybe he was very pale himself. Looking at it this way, he also saw that something was wrong. Wrong. Zhang Xiaoyan, wrong. What's wrong? Ji Chang stood up and didn't forget to take his sweet potato. He walked over and squeezed the chopper ghost's hand. The hands are wrong. No, isn't this pretty? Zhang Xiaoyan also leaned over to take a look. The hands are extremely white, with slender fingers, each finger is just the right length, and the nails are neatly trimmed. It looks very much in line with Lord God's NPC aesthetic. Look here. Ji Chang's pinched one of Chopper Ghost's fingers and raised it to show Zhang Xiaoyan, the traces here are traces of piano practice. The main god set this place to be a modern town where the residents were killed, but as they walked along, the town was obviously very poor. The richest family at present is a female ghost gay. Because she has a TV at home. But considering the way she appeared, I'm afraid even this TV was specially used as a prop. How can a chopper ghost practice piano in a place where everyone is poor? The chopper ghost, who was being grabbed and turned over and over, looked like he was about to burst with fright, but he didn't dare to struggle. He could only stand there stiffly and let Ji Chang's and Zhang Xiaoyan pull his hands. It wasn't until the magician finished observing that he put down his hand and asked, "What did you do before you died?" I am a hard-working farmer. One day I brought my hoe home. I heard something moving in the kitchen and went to take a look. As a result, I was chopped in the chest with a kitchen knife and died. Ji Chang's looked him up and down. What's your yield per mu? Chopper ghost, huh? Ji Chang's continued, how much is your annual income from farming? The chopper ghost looked confused and couldn't answer. He held it in for a long time before he hesitated and guessed, I can't remember clearly. There is about 10 or 20,000. Ji Chang's nodded, a hard-working farmer with an annual income of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan wears a pair of brand-name shoes worth 20,000 yuan. He lowered his head and took a closer look. These shoes are still the 50-year ceremony limited edition of that brand. There are only 20 pairs in the world. If you are not an experienced shoe lover, you can't get it. I didn't expect that a hard-working farmer like you would still play at shoes. Zhang Xiaoyan lowered her head and looked at the pair of shoes. Really, this brand is not cheap, ordinary shoes cost a lot of money. The design of this town is from the 1970s and 1980s. In reality, the shoes you are wearing were just released last year. Why, the Lord wants to have a time travel setting, right? The chopper ghost looked confused when he heard this. What are you talking about? You're just playing with shoes or being a shoe lover. I'm not that. I'm just a hard-working farmer. Yeah, a hard-working farmer. Ji Chang's nodded, raised his foot and stepped on the opponent's shoes. What are you doing? The chopper ghost, who had reacted slowly just now, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He ran back after being rubbed, his hands making a gesture of protecting his shoes, and he looked at Ji Chang's with a wary face. After completing a series of actions, he was shocked. I couldn't believe I dared to stand up to this devil. Identification is completed. Ji Chang's put down his feet and said to Zhang Xiaoyan next to him, this is the one playing with shoes. But he shouldn't be a player. If he is a player, there's no way he doesn't have any sense of combat. I suspect he's just an ordinary person. As he said that, he looked up and down at the chopper ghost who had returned to a dazed state. He is still an ordinary person who was dragged in at home. Zhang Xiaoyan was puzzled. Why are you so sure you are at home? Ji Chang's, look at him like this, with this level of care, and the shoes he wears are so hard to buy, how could he wear them out? Normally, he should put them in the shoe cabinet at home, look at and touch them from time to time, and at most he would enjoy wearing them at home. If the Lord God throws us out again, let's take him out too. Judging from his condition, his whole soul was pulled in, and subconsciously he keeps the clothes he was wearing before he was pulled in. I just don't know if there are many such people. If there are too many, it will definitely attract outside attention. Zhang Xiaoyan didn't understand. It doesn't matter if the Lord God allows players to be NPCs, but ordinary people are also involved. What is it trying to do? Nothing like this has ever happened before. She was talking about 20 years ago. At that time, NPCs were never found to be players or ordinary people. Learn. Ji Chang's glanced at the chopper ghost, who couldn't understand what they were saying and was still trying to maintain the persona of "I am a hard-working farmer." It's a lot of learning. Players are used to cultivate and fill their own world, and ordinary people are used to let it understand the human world as quickly as possible. It wasn't at all like the original owner's memory of the first invasion being at school. Rather, the arrangements had been quietly started before many people were aware of it. Ji Chang's looked at the sky in this playground. We have to go out early. Maybe the Lord God didn't just bring the highest level players into this game just to kill them. Or to clear the way by killing the most threatening ones before invading the player's world. Get out? How to get out? Didn't you say you have to stay here for 3 days? Seeing Ji Chang's turn around and leave, Zhang Xiaoyan hurriedly chased after him. Boss, what should I do? Just tell me. I'm healthy now and can help. Ji Chang's looked around, then suddenly turned around and said, Tell me, how long did it take the Lord God to decorate this place? This should be its most private place, right? Zhang Xiaoyan, that's right. At least before we were pulled in, we had never heard of a playground here. Boss, do you mean that we have to go out now? But the rule is that we must stay for 3 days, and we can't go out until the 3 days are up. Are there any hidden rules that allow us to go out in advance? Should have. Even if it doesn't exist, he can make it exist. As he spoke, under Zhang Xiaoyan's expectant and admiring gaze, Ji Chang's took out his magic wand and drew it into the open space. The ground was immediately filled with Zhang Xiaoyan. Chopper ghost. The magician's tone sounded quite eager. Since the door can be damaged, how about we blow up this place and see if we can get out? Seeing that he looked like he thought this was a good idea, Zhang Xiaoyan had to stand up and stop her. No, even if we can blast a way out, it is against the rules to go out in advance if there is less than 3 days, and the 3 of them will be killed immediately. This is true. Ji Chang's took a second to quickly recall the rules, but he immediately came up with another idea. He pointed at the chopper ghost, go and get all the watches and clocks here. The chopper ghost left with a bitter look on his face. Although the ghost is really good as the name suggests, he is actually a soul who has lived here for many years, and he still knows everything about what is nearby. After a while, some usable and unusable time clocks were moved and piled in the open space. Ji Chang's, call those 3 out. The 3 students who had just fallen asleep and were woken up shortly after fell asleep followed the instructions and sat in the open space with confused faces, imitating Ji Chang's movements to set up the clock. All the clocks were set forward 3 days. Just in case, Ji Chang's took them and searched everywhere again. During this period, he persecuted a few ghosts who slipped through the net and made sure that all the clocks were gone before returning to the forcibly opened door. Ji Chang's and Zhang Xiaoyan walked out first, then waved to the 3 little ones. One of them will come out first. Maya didn't even give the other 2 male classmates time to react. She walked out almost the next second after Ji Chang's finished speaking. Ji Chang's had been holding the magic wand in his hand, planning to save Maya's soul and make a new body if she was killed. The good news is that adjusting the clock to force 3 days has passed still works, and Maya is fine. Sure enough, as long as it complies with the rules, even if it is just playing on the edge and skirting the edge of the rules, it will not be classified as violating the rules of the game. Bai He and Han Ying also walked out smoothly. The chopper ghost was still following his identity as an ordinary hard-working civilian ghost. When he saw them all going out, he turned around and wanted to run away, but Ji Chang's carried him back with one hand. Wherever you run, come back to me. I want to go home. Zhang Xiaoyan took over him directly and held him tightly with one hand. Why don't you come back? This is not your home. No, it's not. This is my home. I am a hard-working farmer. I have a hoe at home, so that is my home. Seeing this kitchen knife ghost who had been brainwashed by the Lord God grinding and whining there, Ji Chang's directly used magic to conjure a hoe and gave it to him. The chopper ghost hugged the hoe with a blank look on his face and shut up. Ji Chang's asked, "Where are you now?" The chopper ghost held his hoe and answered honestly, "I'm at home." Sure enough, the Lord God is so careless in setting up ghosts. He blames himself for not being able to create the world and can only rob other people's world. Ji Chang's despised the Lord God every day. Zhang Xiaoyan, then boss, how are we going to get out? Aren't we usually thrown out randomly? How did you get the Lord God to send you out before? Ji Chang's thought for a while, I don't know, let's give it a try. After saying that, he threw a ball towards the game field he just came out of. Boom! The sound of the explosion was quite loud. Before anyone else could react, Ji Chang's threw a few more boxes and threw them in that direction with a wave of his magic wand. He threw it far away. From their angle, they could only see that the house inside was blown down in an instant, and everything was in chaos. Zhang Xiaoyan. Bei Haining Maya. They watched helplessly as Ji Chang's threw boxes after boxes as if he was addicted to playing. However, he was a magician. As long as he wanted to, he could change as many things as he wanted. The playground quickly fell into disrepair. The magician didn't stop. He just stood up slowly, let's go, next. Today is a day that many players will never forget. When being tortured by those games to the point of death, it is not that no players have thought about blowing up this crappy game, but first of all, they have no desire, and secondly, they are also afraid that this will be considered a violation. But today is different. The magician who was said to have been dead for 20 years and then resurrected actually started to explode the game with a gun in his hand. The originally silent infinite world was like a war, with roaring sounds everywhere. Ji Chang's knew very well how much effort the Lord God had put into creating this thing, and now, these efforts were being destroyed bit by bit in his hands. Alas! The surrounding wind is getting stronger and stronger, as if expressing the wrath of the Lord God. Ji Chang's cloak was blown up, but he didn't care. He just threw it arrogantly into a large game field and said while throwing it, "Since you insist on playing a game, let's play Boda. What do you think about changing the name of Infinite World to War World in the future?" The wind roared and rolled towards Ji Chang's, as if it wanted to tear him apart. But Ji Chang's spiritual world was no weaker than it. After he saw through that this was just a virtual world constructed by the spirit and had strong spiritual power, the Lord God had no way to deal with him. It can only increase its power to repel and expel the other party, trying to drive out this robber who has inexplicably broken into his home. Ji Chang's felt it and immediately stretched out his hand, "You guys come here and catch me." The three children were the first to run over and grab the back of Ji Chang's clothes like a hawk catching a chicken. Zhang Xiaoyan dragged the kitchen knife ghost who was holding a hoe and immersed in the world of "I am an ordinary farmer" past. Zhou Yang, who had just arrived, saw this scene and ran over to follow without thinking. The wind is getting stronger. The person who blew it couldn't open his eyes at all. They were in the center of the eye of the storm, squinting and watching everything around them being swept up by the roar. No one let go. The chopper ghost really wanted to let go, but unfortunately Zhang Xiaoyan grabbed his shoe with her other hand, so he could only come back and hug his shoe tightly. Zhou Yang couldn't figure out the situation, but he also realized that it seemed that the main god was angry. He asked loudly, "Boss, are we going to die?" Ji Chang shook his two tightly held hands, "Free one hand for me." The little chickens quickly and carefully moved their positions and moved to Ji Chang's other hand. The magician, with one hand free, took out his magic wand. When everyone thought he was going to fight back, as soon as the magic wand was raised, Bei Maya and Han Ying felt something more in their arms. Then, the magician shouted loudly in the wind, "There are 5 sets of papers per person. Take the time to finish them after you go out. The last page is homework. You must do it even if you are no longer in the infinite world. If you still feel unsure when it comes to the high school entrance exam, find players near you who will be drawn into the game, play their games together, and seize the time to review. 3 people. Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan. When the confused chopper ghost heard the paper, he felt familiar and a little scared. Surrounded by this strange feeling, he even asked, "What is the paper?" Ji Changs looked at him and estimated that he could not be more than 17 years old at most, so he kindly waved his magic wand again. Chopper Ghost also felt something extra in his arms. Then the scary stranger said, "If you like it, I will give you a few sets. Remember to write when you get back." "I won't finish it, ha." The Chopper Ghost's whole body trembled with the sound of HA. He didn't know why, even though he didn't know what the paper was, he suddenly felt so heavy in his arms. The wind blew harder. Except for Ji Changs, everyone else couldn't help but close their eyes. The other players hid and watched from a distance. It was not until the wind calmed down that they dared to step forward cautiously to check. Only then did they realize that the magician and the people he was bringing were missing. Real world. 3 children fell out of the void and sat on the ground coughing violently. The warm sunshine was shining on them, and there were the laughter of students in physical education class around them, and the birds were standing on the trees and singing. After a second, they slowly stood up. He actually came back. The magician actually brought them out. The 3 of them carefully walked out of their hiding place, met on the playground, and looked at each other. They are all a little confused. Are they getting rid of the infinite world? Just as I was confused, a scolding voice came from the direction of the teaching building. "You guys! Why are you being lazy? Why don't you run away quickly? Wait for me to come down and run with you, right?" The 3 of them subconsciously turned around and saw a familiar face. Their head teacher was standing at the railing, wearing a plaid shirt, holding a water glass in his hand, with a fierce look on his face. "Don't think that you don't have to study for running. After school is over, other students have a rest. You 3 stay to make up for the class. You are the one who pulls the average score the hardest in the class. If you don't raise the average score for me this time, I will give you a day. Make 30 sets of papers." It was obvious that I had rejected and hated each other before. But inexplicably, after listening to his words, the 3 of them actually felt a sense of intimacy. Magicians often use these words to threaten them. Of course, Teacher G was not a magician, so they were just stunned for a moment and then continued running slowly on the playground. As I ran, I would reach out and touch the paper in my arms from time to time, as if just touching it made me feel relieved. Ji Changs, who was upstairs, saw these little bastards running around pretending to be slow and didn't bother to expose them. He took a drink of water, walked to the corner of the corridor, took out the pen from his jacket pocket, and turned the black cloak on the ground into oblivion. There is a real difference between being able to do magic and not being able to do magic. The energy fluctuations he felt when he came back this time were much more obvious than before going to the infinite world. Nothing can be done now, the power of the rules still lies with those players. Only when the Lord God completely begins to integrate into the human world, the rules that cannot tell the truth will be equivalent to invalidation. Ji Changs held a pen in his hand, lighting up the light energy in the air, feeling the slightly smaller energy that was unfamiliar to this world. Has the Lord God taken action? The school that was selected as the large playground was still peaceful, so what happened? In the playground downstairs, Maya looked up and glanced in the direction of the teaching building. Teacher Miji was holding the pen that was always in her pocket and writing something in the air, curling her lips. Pretending. She actually felt that the other person was a bit like a magician just now. My brain was really confused by that gust of wind. The magician is so strong and powerful, How can an ordinary person like Teacher Ji compare to him? After being taken by the magician, Maya's emotions were not as explosive as before, and she no longer had any intention of going against the class teacher who she had always disliked. She didn't even bother to argue with him. If you have this time, you might as well write a few more papers. It's a pity that it can't be exposed, otherwise I will definitely find a way to find the magician. Hearing her muttering, Han Ying laughed at her. You weren't the one who said you hated magicians before. Maya snorted coldly. What about you? You also said that he had a bad personality and no one liked him at first glance, so he became a pervert and tortured us. Bai he skillfully persuaded the fight. Okay, stop talking. Don't say such things in reality. If it is exposed, not only will we die, but the magician will also be killed. Even if they successfully escape, the rule never reveal their identity in the real world or they will die still binds all players, including powerful magicians. If the Lord God doesn't pull us in again, we may never see him again in this life. There is no way for them to reveal their identities in reality, and the magician is wearing a cloak. Even if they face each other, they may not be able to recognize each other in order to maintain their ordinary persona. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be no joke. Both Han Ying and Maya knew this. Although they refused to admit it, they still felt a little disappointed knowing that they might never see the magician again. Maybe we know him, otherwise why wouldn't he help others but only us? Han Ying raised such a possibility. Didn't he also help Zhou Yang? And that kitchen knife ghost, it was just a matter of convenience. The three of them discussed it and found that they might never see the magician again in this life, and they all felt depressed. No matter how much they complained about the magician's examination paper squeeze on the surface, for the three of them, the magician was the first person to protect them in such a long time and allow them to feel at ease as real students. Ji Chang's, who was missed, was opening his mobile phone to search for news. He specifically searched for keywords, but didn't find much news. Some people did say this in some forums. Stop staying up late. My neighbor's son stayed up late playing games the day before yesterday, and he turned into a vegetative state. The whole family cried like something else when I found out today. I was so scared that I immediately bought myself wolfberry. I will keep in good health in the future. It's terrible. How stressful is it to go to work now? There was a person at the subway station who fell directly into the track while waiting for the subway. Fortunately, the staff found out and got the person up quickly, otherwise he would have been doomed. Hey, which one is more important, the grades or the child's life? My cousin is about to take the college entrance examination and studied hard yesterday morning. His parents found that they couldn't wake him up, so they sent him to the hospital and turned him into a vegetative state. These posts are all in different forums, and the contents are also very different. Some people are considered to be stressed, some are considered to be caused by staying up late, and some are considered to be too tired. But they all have one thing in common. The time the poster mentioned that the person was unconscious was the same day. Even if a thoughtful person can carefully summarize, they will find that these people were not only comatose on the same day, but also comatose at the same hour, minute, and second. The main god did not recruit people on a large scale. Looking at the number of posts and calculating the probability, it was probably only 1 or 200 people. If you average the provinces, a lot of people die every day in the world, so most people probably won't notice anything is wrong. But the possibility that the state will discover something is wrong is still very high. This can be deduced from the fact that there is no news about a young man mysteriously comatose and then wakes up in a vegetative state. If someone hadn't deliberately suppressed the news, this kind of news would have been broadcast locally. Ji Chang's thought for a few seconds, closed his eyes and felt the energy fluctuations in the air. The magical abilities that have grown rapidly in the infinite world come in handy at this time. Although others have to stay in school for the time being, the Crow Knight will not. Ji Chang strolled downstairs. On the playground, The three people who were brainstorming and reviewing everything that happened in the infinite world heard the sound of ah above their heads, and immediately looked up in surprise without even thinking about it. In the sky, a group of crows flew by, their feathers were black and beautiful, and they looked like they were well raised. Maya's eyes lit up. Is it him? He squinted his eyes and looked hard. I can't tell the difference, but crows rarely appear in our city. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Han Ying was already looking around, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Is he nearby? He is actually in the same city as us. At this moment, even if they were not sure whether these crows were crow knights, the three children seemed to have found a backbone, and they even couldn't help but start looking around for someone who might be a magician. Looking around, I didn't see anyone similar, but I was caught by Ji Chang's who came out of the toilet. Running. What are you looking around for? There will be plenty of time for you to watch in gym class. Keep running. The three children who were forced to interrupt their search for the magician were extremely dissatisfied, but they could only follow their student personalities and run honestly. As they ran, they couldn't help but look back and glare at the head teacher who was standing there watching them run. If the magician is here, what will happen to you? Ji Chang saw through the little thoughts of these students at a glance and clicked his tongue and crossed his arms. It seems that it is still too idle. Give them a few more papers today. How about it? In a certain hospital, a man strode into the ward and asked his subordinate standing guard in the room, is he still not fully awake? Sober up, now you can recognize his parents clearly. The subordinate answered seriously, the doctor said that he is gradually recovering. He always thought that there was a kitchen knife stuck in his chest. The doctor could only lie to him and say that the kitchen knife had been pulled out before he became quiet. What about other than that? The subordinate's expression was a bit difficult to explain. He has a few more sets of test papers. We came here after receiving the news, but according to his parents, he has been lying in the hospital since he fell into coma. They never brought test papers, but when he woke up, a few test papers did fall out of his arms. Although his memory was confused, he cared very much about these test papers and said he must finish them. We waited until he sobered up a little before convincing him not to carry the test papers with him. Exam paper. The man frowned. As Ji Chang's expected, more than 100 people were unconscious on the same day or even at the same minute and the same second. It was impossible for the country to not notice at all. I just checked over and over again and found that there was something wrong with the magnetic field in the environment where they were comatose, but there was nothing more. Now that he finally woke up, the country immediately protected him and tried to find out what happened. The man who woke up was an ordinary rich second generation. He didn't smoke, drink, or pick up girls. His grades were average and he was popular. His greatest pleasure was hoarding shoes. It is said that he was trying on shoes in his house when the incident happened, and he passed out and became a vegetative state. He has been receiving proper care from his family in the hospital. But there were so many people being taken care of from similar families, so why was he the one who woke up? Moreover, after waking up, there were still a few extra test papers on him for no apparent reason. Bring it to me and see. The subordinate handed over the test paper, and the man took it and saw that it was an ordinary high school paper. The only difference was that there was a crow pattern on the far left side of the paper. I've checked it. This test paper is a test paper that was published before. The questions are all the same, and even the paper is the same, but the strange thing is that there is an extra crow on it. Crow. The man held the test paper and intuitively felt that this crow was very important. A subordinate knocked on the door and came in. Boss, his memory has almost recovered, but he himself is not very clear about the situation. He only said that he has always been in a haze, as if he was locked up in a place. Later, he was rescued by a very powerful person. The person said that he would take him home. Just take him out. The name seems to be Magician, Lily free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 424. Magician. Is this? What a weird name. It's more like a nickname than a name. The man continued to ask, is there any other information? The subordinate shook his head. Any more will be gone. If he couldn't get more information, the man would wait patiently for the patient who went out for examination to come back. The patient looked very young. Although he was very thin from lying in bed for so long, his facial features could still be seen as handsome. He kept covering his abdomen, and his subordinate whispered in the man's ear, he has recovered his memory now, but he still feels like he has a kitchen knife stuck in his body. This is a bit like a stress reaction after being injured. The man hid these speculations in his heart, and with a smile on his face, he went up to him and started asking questions as usual. Sure enough, the result obtained was almost the same as what the subordinate asked. Magic, I remember, before he took me away, someone asked him who I was. He said I shouldn't be there, he seemed to have said, and said. The patient's expression fell into a trance, and he recalled it for 2 or 3 minutes before he sluggishly uttered. Others were brought in. Bring it in. Take. Where? The people in the investigation department recorded every word of the patient clearly. Although there is no definite conclusion yet, what is certain is that the other people the magician mentioned should be the people who also passed out. Most of these people, including this patient who woke up, were comatose under the care of the hospital, and were monitored everywhere. The investigation department can be sure that nothing abnormal happened during their coma. What was brought in? What, the soul? Seeing the subordinates, the boss frowned and whispered, Boss, is it possible that he was dreaming in a coma? Hasn't there been such news before? There will be some people in a coma? I've been dreaming or something like that. After being comatose for such a long time, it is possible for reality to be confused with dreams. The man glared at his subordinate. Even if they were dreaming and the magnetic field around them was not right when they were comatose, it was a real thing. We should still treat it with the highest vigilance. Not to mention other things, it is not enough for the country to pay no attention to the fact that people of different ages in different provinces and different regions are comatose at the same time. Crow. He touched the image of a crow in the upper left corner of the paper. Send these test papers for testing and see if anything can be detected. As soon as the test papers were handed in, new news came through. It has just been detected that the magnetic field of the public toilet in City A's gliding park is disordered, and all 5 people who went in to use the toilet are missing. The toilet is obviously there, but when someone passes by, it seems to have touched the ground. It's like a transparent glass wall, you can't get in at all. The magnetic field disorder was measured after someone called the police and the relevant departments took control of the scene. According to comparison, it is somewhat similar to the magnetic field left by those who were unconscious at that time. They had just come out of the hospital and had to rush to City A gliding park. There were already many residents around who were watching the excitement, and in front of them were soldiers holding weapons and standing in a row to block a human wall. The Chinese people have a natural trust in the soldiers and are not afraid of the guns in their hands. People who see the excitement and don't think it's too big of a deal stand around and crane their necks to look in. Although they can't see anything or meet each other, it doesn't prevent them from exchanging gossip. I heard something happened in the toilet. Is someone dead? Why are there so many soldiers with guns? I heard that a murderer was blocked in the toilet. Some people who had witnessed the abnormality in the toilet were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement, and the onlookers who did not know the inside story started gossiping one by one. The key is outrageous and at the same time, it also has a bit of logic. While waiting for the investigation team from the relevant departments to arrive, the rumors had already fermented. I heard that a woman was crazy. It was said that her husband cheated on her and she couldn't accept it anymore. She killed her husband in the toilet. He said he also made homemade weapons to kill everyone. There are noses and eyes, and there is even a detailed background about the miscarriage of a child in the other person's hometown. Man, is this spread by the PR department? No. The subordinate who was the first to arrive at the scene coughed dryly. They passed it on themselves. Man. Really? Don't underestimate the power of rumors. After entering, it was just like what was said on the phone. The sky was held up to prevent drones from taking photos. Underneath, experts were carefully studying the transparent cover that was clearly invisible but existed. What makes them feel tired is that no matter what they try, they can't damage the cover at all. Bombs, firearms, and even ignition were tried, but to no avail. It's like this toilet no longer belongs to their world. It can be seen but not touched. Is the word toilet here? It's already there, or is it a sudden appearance? The investigation team walked to the side wall opposite the toilet and looked at the top where several colleagues were taking photos. It was written in typeface, Game Ground, No 09764. Yes? Appeared suddenly. The subordinate replied, you can see on the surveillance camera that these words appear slowly. They should appear together with the transparent cover. Arcade. Everyone was facing the toilet, helpless, when suddenly a scream came out. No. Kill me, no. Kill me. I didn't make a sound. Give me another chance. The armed soldiers immediately raised their guns and pointed them at the toilet at the command of their superiors. In full view of everyone, a man ran out screaming. There were obviously many soldiers standing in front of him, but he seemed to not see him at all and just ran straight out. However, before he could take a step, something like a tentacle chased him from behind and wrapped around him. His ankle was dragged back forcefully. The man immediately drew his gun and shot in the direction of the tentacle. Boom! The bullet flew out, but it was still absorbed by the invisible transparent cover, leaving no trace behind. The people outside could not stop the tragedy inside, and the man did not find anyone trying to rescue him. In the end, he disappeared completely at the door of the toilet, leaving only a trace of mucus from the tentacles on the ground. Then, there was a scream of despair and collapse. No. Ah! After this cry, there was no movement. The whole process took less than a minute or two, but everyone present had chills all over their bodies. Boss! Look! The writing on the wall. Following this shout, everyone looked over subconsciously, only to see more red writing slowly appearing under the line of words. Player number 1, failed. The man stared at the words player and game field and tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. What does the word above mean? Is this a game? What the hell is this? As he was thinking about it, he suddenly remembered another thing, this toilet. Is it a women's toilet? Isn't it? Subordinate, yes. Women's restroom. That's right. So here comes the question, why was that man here just now? Noodle. Doesn't the information say that those who went in before the incident only went in to use the toilet? Yes. A colleague who had been sitting in front of a portable computer pressed the pause button and handed the computer to his superior. He entered the toilet at 6 o'clock in the morning at dawn and never came out. He did not do any statistics during the short period before. Count him. 6 o'clock in the morning. This time period is when the sky is about to get dark. It is really difficult not to think too much when you come to the women's restroom at this time. What about the past few days? Have you been here? The colleague quickly checked and said, he has been here. He has been here 3 times this week. He stayed from 6 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening. Check his information. The information was quickly checked out. As expected, this man didn't just run into the wrong restroom. He simply made a living by sneaking into girls to use the restroom and selling short videos. Today is probably his work day, and he ended up trapped in this toilet. It seems that there is no way he can be saved at the moment. None of the colleagues in the investigation team commented on this, even though they felt that the other party's death would not be a regrettable moment after knowing the inside story. But there are still 5 residents inside who just go to the toilet. He just said before being dragged back that he didn't make a sound and asked him to give him another chance. If this is really a game according to what is written on the wall, then the rules of the game are? No. Yes. Just. No. Make noise. Someone raised such a question, that's why we came here for so long and didn't hear any sound inside, because the rule is that no sound can be made, but if this is really the case, what's the use of doing so? Yes. What's the use? Are those tentacles a real life? Where did these transparent covers come from? Are aliens attacking the Earth? Just when everyone was at a loss, a group of crows flew across the sky. They screamed and gracefully stayed on the treetop next to the toilet. Crow, boss, is it? Crow. The subordinate who had also read the test paper was a little nervous and a little wary, and hurriedly patted his superior's arm. You think it will be? The crow on the test paper. 9 times out of 10. The man also stared closely at the few crows that had landed on the treetops. Their fur was smooth and their eyes were all clear red. They were all looking towards the toilet below. Ah! Ah! A crow flapped its wings and flew up, circled around the toilet a few times, as if it was sure of something, then turned around and flew away. This action made the subordinate who knew the inside story scratch his head. Boss, what does it look like? It looks like it has been observed and reported back. Not only was it reporting the news, there were also a few crows left watching. Judging from their behavior, these crows are as smart as humans. Just wait and see what happens. Anyway, they have no way to go in now, they can only take a look. One step at a time. Their guess was correct. The crow had indeed flown back to report the news. Just as Ji Chang's thought, the main god really took a small place to practice and integrate into it. Now that the two worlds are merging, the toilet is equivalent to a door opened by the Lord God. Under the guise of opening a playground, it is actually quietly annexing the world. When the crow flew, Ji Chang's was standing on the rooftop blowing the wind. The wind blew his coat and flew back, making him look extremely chic. Of course, Ji Chang's was not deliberately showing off. After all, there was no one on the rooftop, so no one would see him even if he was showing off. I stayed on the rooftop simply because almost no one came here, and it was the only good place in school where I could do some private things. Although he is not a player himself, he still has to abide by the character design of players cannot reveal their identity. When doing such fantasy things, he still has to choose a good place to hide and do it. Looking at his little crow flying back, Ji Chang stretched out his hand and let it stand on the back of his hand. Toilet. He really knows how to choose. The silent game? By the way, when it starts to prepare to merge the world, the so-called rule not to reveal one's identity to the real world will begin to expire, so that's why I chose what kind of silent game is this. It was not embarrassing for Ji Chang's to talk to himself in front of the crow. After he finished speaking, he nodded the crow's head. You said, am I? Am I? Very smart. Crow, Ji Chang's, yes, I think I'm very smart too. After bragging as usual, he reached out and threw the crow out. Go and make trouble for the Lord. Tisk, 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 I want to see how anxious the players will be if they come out early. The crow obediently turned around and flew away. Ji Chang's hummed and turned. He walked back with the pen in his hand, but before he had even taken 2 steps, the rooftop door banged open from the outside, and the trio, breathing heavily because they were running too fast and too hastily, appeared in front of him. Oh, what a coincidence! Isn't it? What? You have something to do with me? What a coincidence, the teacher also has something to do with you. It's time to change the water in the class. The 3 of you went to change it? By the way, you went to the cafeteria and brought me 2 steamed buns. Seeing Ji Chang's and seeing crows flying toward the rooftop, the 3 children rushed over as quickly as possible. They came here to find the magician. What is Teacher Ji doing here? But they couldn't expose their identities, and even if they were unwilling to do so, the 3 of them could only reluctantly glance at the crow that had flown away, then glared at Ji Chang's, and turned around sullenly. Step out. Looking at the backs of the 3 children leaving angrily, Ji Chang's did not forget to add. Don't forget to take the pickles that come with the pickles when you buy steamed buns. 1 pack is enough. Teacher has a small appetite. Maya, you are a girl. Does the teacher feel sorry for you? Let you change the water. Just go to the cafeteria and buy buns. Remember to choose the big and round ones. Maya, who was walking at the back, was very angry. She turned around and glanced at the head teacher who was shamelessly manipulating students. She had the urge to punch him. But considering that the magician seemed to hate students who yelled at the teacher the most, he could only hold back his breath and angrily turned around and went back downstairs. Ji Chang stretched himself leisurely as he watched the 3 angry children walking downstairs and leaving. Hey, bullying students is so cool. It would be even better if the Lord was bullied again. Park restroom. In there. The crow that went back to report the news flew very fast. It circled around the toilet a few times as usual, and then slammed into the transparent cover under the shocked eyes of the investigation department. Boom. In just one move, it knocked itself out. Only a few black hairs were left spinning slowly in mid-air and landing. Not long after the startled members of the investigation team reacted, the few remaining crows that had been staying quietly in the tree also flew over, following in the footsteps of their predecessors. Boom. 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 The crows are all true warriors. They were all beaten to the point where only a few hairs were left, but none of them made a sound. Just when the investigation team was faced with the large crow suicide scene in front of them, they didn't know how to react. The feather fell to the ground, but it spun even more. It even brought a small whirlwind. When the wind subsided, the ground had changed from a few crows to a group of crows. They all flew up and crashed in the same direction. Boom. Boom. After several reincarnations, a crack finally appeared in the transparency in front of him. Finally. Wow. The transparent cover is broken. With the sound of its shattering, players in the infinite world suddenly felt that something was wrong, as if something shackles them had been broken. The surrounding mountains shook, and the 10 suns in the sky took turns falling. All games stopped running. Players realized that something was wrong and hurriedly ran out and gathered in the open space. What happened? An intuitive player touched the back of his head. I feel like the rules have disappeared. Another intuitive player also said excitedly, I feel it too, I don't have that sense of restraint anymore. What happened? Et. While they were discussing, they suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to be pouring down, and everyone was falling in one direction uncontrollably. A prophecy player lost his shackles and quickly made a fortune. After finishing the calculation, he spit out a mouthful of blood. The Lord God seems to be doing something big. He intends to trap us, but someone has broken the rules on us. We should be able to go home. Go home? Can you really go home? At this moment, even if the earth shook and the mountains shook, as if some catastrophe had occurred, all the players instantly became energetic. Go home. This is what all players in the infinite world crave most. The fact that the magician disappeared with all the protagonists gave the players great hope. If there is no body, then it is not dead. Especially when everyone saw clearly that they were blown away by a gust of wind. Coupled with the fact that all 5 of them are the master, the remaining players firmly believe that the magicians must have left the infinite world. See. Hope maybe it can survive. But once they see hope, the player's mentality will no longer be as stable as before. Just like 20 years ago, Zhang Xiaoyan and other players were willing to leave all their opponents in order to go home and entrust all their weapons and equipment to the magician. Today's players will also be listening. After the prophecy player said that they could go home, Malu gave up struggling and climbed back, letting the whole world tilt and they slid down. If you can go home, even if you can only go back for a month, half a month, or even 3 days, it will be a kind of happiness that you have been seeking hard for. Everyone was squeezed to the final exit. However, when we arrived at the exit, everyone was dumbfounded. It's such a small place, how many people can go out there? And it seems that the wind is very strong over there, so those who are not capable enough are really not too daring to move forward. In the end, only a few players whose abilities were second only to Han Ying and the others bravely jumped. The remaining players looked at it with greed and wanted to jump, but before they had time, the Lord God finally could no longer withstand the huge pressure that the 2 worlds suddenly faced each other before they slowly integrated their respective information. This is equivalent to the Lord God, a robber who originally planned to sneak down the mountain and sneak into the village. At that time, he would eat the food of the village, drink the soup of the village, and then marry a villager as his wife. Even if the village is xenophobic, that's not true. Just accept it. As a result, Ji Chang's beat the gongs and drums and kicked him into the village. When the village saw that the robber was coming, it must resist. The robbers may not be able to defeat the village. After all, they have been preparing for so long before. They know exactly what weapons and how many strong laborers the village uses, but the strong resistance of the village will still make the robbers have no energy to see. To guard the villagers he captured before. The infinite world is cracking apart little by little. After arriving at the true home of the humans it had stolen, the Lord God could no longer trap them. Countless players returned to their own world like dumplings. Some reacted quickly and rolled their hands to support the ground, while others simply sat on the ground. Others were well equipped and wore protective props to avoid the pain of landing on their butts. It is worth mentioning that because the infinite world was directly exploded and forcibly merged with the current world, the players who followed the explosion were blown to different places. In a bustling snack street, a vendor of fried stinky tofu was working hard. Suddenly, a man fell from the sky and smashed his stall. Not only was the light smashed, but the other party stood up with a head full of stinky tofu as if nothing had happened. Players all have some life-saving skills, looked around, and then immediately laughed ecstatically, returned to their own world, so happy, dancing and running away like a madman. Merchant. Mama Pai, why don't you pay the money and run away? Another robbery scene. While they were fighting, a man fell from the sky and sat on the ground. He turned around and looked at the person who was being robbed and the person who was being robbed. He suddenly laughed. Robbery with a knife? Yes, I must be back. They don't know how to rob with a knife. I'm back, ha 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 ha. The man who robbed him looked at him with a confused look on his face. He snatched the knife Muamua from his hand at a speed that he could not react at all, and then knocked him down with a fist. After he was knocked down, there was a look of crazy excitement. How can you be beaten like this with just one punch from me? I'm back. I'm really back. Ha 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 ha. The robber who was punched in the hospital said. How can you meet him even if you just grab some money? Are you crazy? Of course, the above are just some players who were half crazy or completely crazy after being played in the infinite world. They were too happy to control themselves after returning to the real world. Obviously they didn't care about being wiped out and had no intention of hiding their identities. Are there more players? After landing smoothly, they quickly ran away and hid. After he discovered that the directly exposed players had not been wiped out, he gradually relaxed and stopped trying to pretend to be a normal person. The whole world is in a small state of chaos because the infinite world cannot hold on and throws out players. The center of the incident was just a small toilet. Those powerful players immediately smashed the toilet lid as soon as they came out. Fortunately, they didn't fall into the toilet pit. Unfortunately, they fell directly on the boss of this game. As soon as he realized that he was sitting on the tentacle, the player took a deep breath and subconsciously pulled out a long knife and slashed around. As expected of a player ranked second only to Han Yingbai and Himaya. With such a cut, not only the light tentacles were broken, but the surrounding walls also collapsed. Several players were still a little confused after discovering that the wall collapsed. After being in the game for a long time, this was the first time they saw the wall fall. After all the games in the infinite world are basically very powerful, and every boss can destroy the house. If the walls are all ordinary and can be destroyed, how can the Lord God have time to cause trouble? Are you busy tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall every day? The toilet wall fell down, not only because of the sudden brightness outside, I could see the current situation clearly, but also the people outside. You can also see them. These players are all experienced in combat. Apart from being a little panicked at first, they quickly recognized this boss as a very common game boss. It is mainly an NPC that needs to be maintained 100% in the rules game. High-level players of this kind of game rarely encounter it. Basically, new talents who have just entered the infinite world will encounter it from time to time. 1. The rules of the game are much the same. If you don't blink within a certain amount of time, you'll die. If you can't move at all for how long, you will die. How much time does it take to make even a single sound? Otherwise, you will die. Old players know deep down that this game is to let new players know that the rules cannot be broken. The boss is a big octopus with long tentacles. There are barbs on the tentacles. The way to kill people is to hang people on the tentacles with barbs, or strangle the body directly. 90% of players have been scared by this kind of boss when they first entered the game, especially when it deliberately scares the remaining players when killing people. Some players made a sound after being suddenly frightened. Will naturally become the next corpse in its hands. The shadow of the nightmare back then is nothing more than a mini-boss now. Finding that it was not difficult to fight, several players breathed a sigh of relief and took out their weapons to deal with the big octopus as quickly as possible. After the problem is solved, they will have time to think about the current situation. It fell on the boss, so the prophecy player was wrong, and they still failed to leave the infinite world. Although they knew that it would not be possible to return to the real world so easily, several of them were still a little disappointed. They put away their weapons and looked at the shivering women hiding in the toilet. What's the time limit for this game? These players are a little useless. They don't have any abilities at all. Usually there are novices with abilities. Several women covered their mouths tightly, their faces covered with tears and sweat, and they still did not dare to make any sound. One of the players was helpless and could only explain, "It is dead. You can make sounds now. Don't worry. Although the rule is, if you make a sound, you will be killed. But if you can kill the boss, you can make any sound whatever you want. Nothing? It can suddenly jump out and kill you. Maybe it's because I feel comfortable meeting them." While talking, one of the young girls finally put down her hand tremblingly. She choked and asked, What is this? Are we still in Blue Star?" Hearing this question, several players looked at each other. Is this actually a player entering the game for the first time? They didn't read the newbie guidelines. Why don't you know anything? Do you know? Of course this is not Blue Star, this is. One of the players was about to introduce the infinite world casually, when suddenly he glanced away and saw a billboard that fell to the ground. It was just an ordinary billboard. It said that this guy was touring in the park in a few months, and it also had pictures of the tour. His eyes suddenly stopped. Real place names will not appear in the infinite world. Not to mention contact numbers and billboards that only exist in real life. This is Blue Star? Where is this? The expression on his face gradually became excited, and he ran to the young girl, grabbed her shoulders and asked, "Isn't this a game playground? This is the park toilet?" Ah! The girl was so frightened, but she still answered tremblingly, We just came to use the toilet." Suddenly the lights went dark, and then a voice told us that we were going to participate in the game, and if we made any sound, we would die. Then the monster appeared. Bathroom. Several high-level players stood up and looked around. At this moment, the protective shield has been broken, but the world has not yet been completely integrated. As toilet insiders who have been pulled into the infinite world, they cannot see the situation outside at all, they can only see the situation outside. I came across a blank. On the other hand, looking outside, he could see clearly what was happening inside. A few people suddenly fell down. What was exposed was not a large octopus that conformed to the ecological environment at all. There are also the strange weapons that those people took out, and they are terrifyingly powerful. And they looked around, but seemed unable to see the circle of people standing outside. Everyone. No one spoke anymore. Because they simply don't know what they should say in such a situation. The crows are still banging. If what was knocked open before was the protective shield, exposing the infinite world to this world, then what is knocked open now is the game field. They must follow their master's orders and rescue innocent people. As for why? Of course it's because the host is handsome. Boom. Boom. The steady and calm sound of impact attracted the attention of the players, who quickly calmed down. They instantly became vigilant, took the weapons in their hands, and followed the sound. Playground shield. Walking to the cracked area, several players reached out and touched the front. There's something bumping outside. It sounded like a scene from some horror movie. A few ordinary people who couldn't figure out the situation watched them leave and quickly followed them, carefully hiding behind them. I still have a signal on my mobile phone. How about we call the police and wait for rescue? The young girl who spoke first timidly took out her mobile phone. If there are a lot of monsters outside, we will definitely not be able to defeat them, so let the police come. Police. The high-level players couldn't help but smile bitterly. How many years have they not heard these two words? Seeing that, the girl really dialed 110, one of the high-level players shook his head. Stop bothering, there is no way there is a signal in the game field. Even they can't tell whether they have returned to the infinite world or not. Although the Lord God has not directly brought the entire scene into the scene before, it is not certain. What if it evolves? As soon as she finished speaking, the phone number in the girl's hand was dialed. Hello, Cydia Police Station, how can I help you? The high-level players suddenly became short of breath and turned around almost eagerly to listen to the voice coming from the police station. It's really the police. I can actually contact the police. Hello, is it? Like this, here is. The girl was trying hard to explain the current situation, and the crows finally broke open the second floor outside. Wow! Nothing fell to the ground, but there was a huge shattering sound. The vast white space suddenly turned into soldiers wearing various uniforms and holding weapons and various detectors in their hands. Their eyes met. Players. Soldiers. Everyone was stunned, except for the innocent people who didn't know the situation. A few ordinary people who were trapped and scared to death burst into tears when they saw the soldiers. Before he could say anything, he just lowered his legs and sat on the ground. "Don't worry, don't be afraid. There are so many soldiers." The young girl on the phone is even more direct. He ran over, grabbed a soldier's trouser leg, sat on the ground, hugged him and started crying. "Monster! There is a monster! Comrade police, you are finally here. I was scared to death. Soldier brother." He moved his legs cautiously, not knowing whether he should remind the lady that although the military and police were all members of the same family, the police and soldiers were still very much the same. When the players saw so many soldiers, their first reaction was to touch their necks, and then they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had not been wiped out by the Lord God. Then I couldn't help but feel my nose and eyes getting sore. When players from other countries return to their own countries, they see what the soldiers of their own country are like. They don't know what they are doing, but Chinese players, especially those who have a mental breakdown and are about to commit suicide. When I meet the police and soldiers of my own country, my first reaction is like that of a lost child meeting his mother, with all kinds of emotions flooding into my heart. It seemed like for a moment, there was nothing to think about. Of course, what should be thought about? Still, what should be thought about? Ah! The crows completed their mission and were divided into several crows again, circling around several of my houses. They were looking at the soldiers with tears in their eyes when they were suddenly attracted by the crows. They were stunned at first, and then even more confused. Raven Knight. The magician is here too. The name of the magician is so famous in the infinite world that ordinary players know it, not to mention several of their high-level players who are second only to Maya Bai and Han Ying. They subconsciously looked left and right. Crow, we can't understand. Can you speak human language? Several black crows seemed to look at them with contempt, then spun to the ground and formed a crow knight. He bowed to them gracefully and then said, "The master said that the real world has been pulled into the game field by the master god. You should prepare early." The words are brought to. After finishing its pretense, it turned back and instantly scattered into several black crows, squawking and flying away. The remaining players looked confused. They were a little confused. One day, I witnessed that the toilet was surrounded by an invisible cover. Several people came out of the toilet. Several of them killed an octopus that filled the entire toilet. By the way, several walls were destroyed by an octopus that big. The crows whose hoods were destroyed turned into humans and soldiers who could talk. They were a little bit confused. The author has something to say. Good night, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 425. Chapter 366. I can no longer hide things about the infinite world. It's not that the country doesn't support it, but that countless players fell from the sky at the same time. Those players who still have sense are okay, but some players whose spirits are already on the verge of collapse, suddenly find that they have actually escaped from the sea of misery, will not care. What? Something to hide information. In particular, although players in the infinite world may have the possibility of briefly returning to the real world, they are also players who have completed their tasks well. Young people like Maya Shirakawa and Han Ying are often more talented and can complete tasks more successfully. More players will still be trapped in the infinite world year after year, until they finally can't stand it anymore and collapse under a high degree of mental depression. Can you not be excited now that you are suddenly free? As soon as I got excited, I naturally couldn't hide it. All kinds of information on the internet have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. XX University was celebrating its anniversary, and suddenly several people fell from the sky and hit the stage directly. How many people fell into a certain river? How many people fell in a foreign amusement park? Someone hit a merry-go-round and fled. One thing can be said to be an accident. The two things can be said to be coincidences. There are too many and they are all in the same time period. No matter how you describe them, they can't be justified. There are various opinions on the internet, and there are all kinds of speculations. And during that time, the news that a large number of soldiers were dispatched to blockade a park in Sitia also became evidence that something must have happened. Ordinary people make random guesses, but state departments are not as familiar with concealment as they think. The country itself is still confused. All the players present were taken back. These few who have worked hard to reach their current status are certainly not stupid, and they are all very cooperative. Anyway, the shackles given to them by the Lord God are gone. If the sky falls and there are lords holding them up, what are they afraid of? Come to think of it, the Crow Knight turned into a human and flew away in front of the national soldiers. The magician probably didn't mean to hide the infinite world. So, whatever the investigation department asked, they answered whatever they asked. After all the information was registered, the leaders who received the information did not know what to say. I thought that the appearance of a big octopus in the park toilet would be enough to give people a headache, but I didn't expect that the incidents that happened in the end became more and more violent. And most importantly, according to the players who were brought back, the strongest player in the infinite world, the magician, revealed that the Lord God has brought the game field to the present reality. In other words, people in this world are no longer dragged to the infinite world to play games, but this world is directly turned into a game field. Players revealed that the game field is simply a hell on earth. Even they who have experienced countless games may lose their lives, let alone ordinary people in reality. The leaders frowned, looking back and forth at the information, and finally asked, "Are you sure they don't know how to contact the magician?" Yes, they only know that the magician is the strongest among all players, his ability is magic, and his subordinate is the Crow Knight. According to these people, the Crow Knights are the eyes of the magician. In the infinite world, they will fly everywhere to find out information for the magician. However, the magician himself rarely appears, and no one knows how to contact him. A leader tapped his fingers on the table. "Tell me more about this magician." Yes, among these people, magician is a veteran player. He was the strongest player in the infinite world 20 years ago. He also assembled a group of players to fight against the Lord God. After the confrontation failed, he disappeared. Everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, 20 years later, he took the initiative to enter the infinite world. The reason for entering was unknown. Within a few days after returning, he defeated 2 masters and obtained the master tokens in their place, and transferred the first 3 masters to the infinite world. Some people take it for their own use. Not long after, under the watchful eyes of many players, the magician, 4 hosts, and 2 players, a man and a woman, were swept away by the strong wind. The players all speculated that he had left the infinite world again. Facts prove that players' guesses were right. It is said that the magician who can fight against the Lord God and even came here specifically to let the Crow Knight speak is naturally a talent that the country wants to win over. But the magician didn't show his face at all, and no one knew his true identity. There is no way to check even if you want to. Where's the surveillance? Did you find anything following the crow? The surveillance failed to capture the crow. The situation was urgent and we only had time to fly 2 drones, but they couldn't capture the picture. It can be seen with the naked eye, but not with the machine. It should be the magical ability those people inside said. The leaders all have some headaches. The matter cannot be suppressed. Not only our country, but also many players from other countries, not to mention there are so many people who have seen players fall. There are quite a few videos that have been saved, including surveillance videos and recorded videos that happened to be taken. These have been uploaded everywhere on the internet. In addition, they have no way to control players from other countries. Behind the scenes, there is a main god who is said to have pulled the entire real world into the game field, watching with eager eyes. Concealing it now would be bad for ordinary people. Finally, the top leader put down the hand, rubbing his brow. Find a way to find the player who can predict. If it is guaranteed to appear in the game field from time to time in the future, let it be made public. There's nothing we can do if we don't make it public. At least the public must be prepared. Otherwise, if they are dragged into the game without knowing anything, the mortality rate will be too high. Prophecy players are quite easy to find. After all, he is the only prophecy player in the entire infinite world, and other players basically have a good attitude towards him. Although he used a code name, the state took action and entered the final appearance into the facial system to search based on the facial features, and he was quickly found. In reality, this prophecy player plays a board game. Werewolf board game. It is said that when he played the board game before, he often got the prophet's card. After entering the game, everyone's abilities are like thunder, lightning, wind, rain, etc., but he is the prophecy. Although his personal combat ability is relatively poor, because the ability of prophecy is very helpful for playing games, many players are willing to take him to play, so he has survived smoothly until now. He was directly hit at a fruit stall in a remote city. After he fell to the ground, he had no money or mobile phone. He couldn't even compensate the stall owner for the fruit. He had no family at home, and he couldn't remember his friend's phone number. According to the investigation, when the department comes to pick people up, they pick them up directly from the police station. He was quite frightened at first, but he felt relieved after he quietly took out the playing cards and made a prophecy. As soon as he arrived at the place, he took the initiative himself without waiting for anyone to ask. I'm just making a prediction. Dear comrades, I haven't eaten for a day. Can you give me a bowl of instant noodles? In the infinite world, I don't want to eat anything else but instant noodles. Investigation team, wait a moment, I'll give you a dip here. The prophet who predicted that he was not in danger, but that he had been invited by the country to help, and that he might even be able to eat from the public, calmed down, opened the playing cards, and pulled out one card. Danger. His face suddenly turned ugly. He closed his eyes tightly and felt, to the northwest, about 20 kilometers away, a small game field has been opened. There is also one 55 kilometers to the southeast. Not only that, more and more game fields will appear today. Because they are small and low difficulty, they shouldn't cause many casualties at first, but this is just the beginning. The members of the investigation team took a look at the noodles that had not yet been soaked, and they were a little doubtful. But the results of the review came out quickly. As expected, game arcades appeared in all the locations mentioned by the prophet, and what's even more sinister is that people inside these arcades cannot get out, but people from outside can enter. In other words, it is like using a net to catch fish. Once the fish enters the net, they cannot get out, but new fish from outside will still rush in continuously. The matter is big. Members of the investigation team hurriedly passed the news on. The prophet was eating instant noodles, and almost burst into tears after taking one bite. A familiar smell. How many nights in the infinite world had he fallen asleep thinking about this smell? A member of the investigation team saw that he was enjoying the food and sat over and asked, "Did you predict the outcome of this matter? Can we solve it?" The prophet shook his head. "I can only predict what is about to happen or what is happening now. It is difficult for me to predict things that are better than me." "Then you are so calm, do you think there is no danger this time?" "No, it's only a day if you can survive anyway. Don't even think about using weapons to fight against the Lord God. Players have tried it before, but it didn't work. Once you are pulled into the game field, what? All weapons are useless. But you can try. Find the main player. They are all very powerful. Even if they can't defeat the main god, they can still control the situation on the game field. The prophet was a bachelor and said directly, "This catastrophe is global. We have no other way to go. We can only find ways to overcome or crack it after it comes. But don't think about it, no one can stop it." The members of the investigation team asked tentatively, "Not even a magician?" The prophet ate instant noodles for a meal. The members of the investigation team continued, "The information we have investigated shows that the magician can fight against the Lord God, but he can't stop the Lord God. All I can tell you is that I cannot predict the magician." The prophet was silent for a while before replying, "Just like I can't predict the Lord God. Their abilities are too strong and have exceeded my business scope. Can a magician really be compared to the Lord God?" The investigation team silently recorded the news and handed it over. Even if it is impossible to know who the magician is, what is certain is that he is definitely not from the Lord God's side. This day is a day of crazy gossip and speculation for many people. Countless gossips, true or false, are circulating on the internet. And for the country, it is also a day of busy and difficult choices. Finally, after the meeting, an urgent copy was released. The country discloses the existence of infinite worlds, and game fields will appear one after another around the world. As soon as Ji Chang's turned on his phone, he saw the message with this paragraph as the first sentence. All operators sent this exact same text message to their customers. In addition to briefly introducing what the infinite world is, what is the game field, how ordinary people can save themselves if they are pulled into the game field, how to abide by the rules, etc., it also comes with the recruitment information. The country is recruiting experienced players across the country who have been pulled into the infinite world. It is hoped that these players will be willing to join the newly created Game Field Security Department and lead the army to crack the game and rescue ordinary people when game fields appear in various places. How many times did Ji Chang's look at it? He could understand it in just one glance. The country is treating ordinary people being imprisoned in the playground as disaster relief. A certain place was used as a playground, ordinary people were trapped, and the army went in to rescue them. Simple and crude, but with a strong sense of security. It is also written at the bottom that if some players are unwilling to join the national department, they are also expected to carry out personal rescue activities at nearby game venues when conditions permit. The country will also provide them with such good people and good deeds after they have done so. Monetary rewards. Also, if ordinary people know the players, they can ask them about their experiences, or some players can enter a special discussion forum to share their experiences. After their experiences are recognized, they can also receive monetary rewards. In the end, I hope that everyone can get through this difficult period smoothly. The country will work hard to solve it. At present, we can only save ourselves first. When receiving the text message, unlike Ji Chang's who took one look and put it back in his pocket, many people's first reaction was that it was a funny text message. What? An infinite world? What? A playground? What? A player who has been in an infinite world for a long time but time has stood still. But when I opened all the social platforms, I actually received this message. There are so many that it makes people wonder if today is April Fool's Day, when all social platforms are uniting to play Boda. But countless authoritative accounts all spoke seriously. The Ministry of National Defense even quickly released a video teaching people how to save themselves after being locked up in a game field, and how to wait patiently to save their lives while waiting for the National Army to come in to save lives. Everyone was in a trance. Is this still the world they live in? It's like making a movie. For ordinary people, everything is unknown. And for players, things are screwed up. After working hard in the infinite world for so many years, they finally return to their own world, and the Lord God actually directly pulled their entire world into the game field. Now, if you enter the game randomly, no one knows whether you will wake up one day and find yourself in a game field. In addition to facing such a hummed-up situation, they also have to think about whether to accept the country's recruitment and become a member of the game field security department. The fact that the matter of Infinite World was directly disclosed to the public by the country gave many players confidence. At least the attitude they felt from the country did not treat them as aliens, but as soldiers who are stronger than ordinary people. This makes players feel at ease. After all, although their abilities can save their lives, they look different in the real world. In addition, the country does not force players to join the army, which also gives them a sense of security. Some players directly signed up to join the army. Some players are tentatively posting some information about the Infinite World online. There are also some players who are unwilling to come out to attract attention. They stay dormant and keep a low profile, silently observing everything around them. This is the case for Ji Chang's 3 students. Because of their age and appearance that looks easy to bully, they feel much more malice in the Infinite World than ordinary players. Especially Maya, her mind-reading ability allows her to easily access the sinister things that many people try to hide. She was the one who disbelieved the least. If a magician hadn't taken them for a while, the 3 of them would have found a place to hide by now. It's not like now, going to school as if nothing happened. This is life. When the country first announced the news, people all over the country were in a panic. Even some food and dishes that were convenient for hoarding had their prices hiked up. National Dad is very experienced in this area. If the price increases, the price will increase. Anyway, they have sufficient supply. It's a good thing that people want to stock up. After all, some game arcades have longer hours. If you bring more food, you won't be hungry by then. When everyone realizes that no matter how hard people try to buy things, they still can't buy them all, they naturally won't rush to stock up goods. Some people are so scared that they resign, and some parents are afraid to let their children go to school. After being busy for a while, everyone realized that this was no longer a problem. The game arcade is random, and no one can predict where it will appear. Maybe you quit your job and stay at home to avoid the game arcade, but the result is that your neighborhood becomes a game arcade. Moreover, people who quit their jobs don't stop eating or drinking. When the money is spent, they still have to go to work. It is impossible for children to stay away from school forever. We cannot allow children to go without education for more than 20 years while the playground lasts for more than 20 years. In just half a month, people went from being busy at the beginning to accepting the reality. Various Sanda classes and Taekwondo classes are popping up everywhere, and various slogans such as "learning these moves will ensure that you can survive in the wilderness and learn to swim, otherwise what if the game asks you to swim" have appeared. It's not that the bosses of these places are big-hearted and still want to make money after seeing something like this happen. It's because their minds are spinning so fast. When you enter a place like that, you first look at your own quality, secondly you look at your equipment, and thirdly you look at your teammates. You can practice your own quality, but equipment and teammates cost money. Make more money and hire an experienced player to protect you 24 hours a day. Even if you enter the game field, your chances of survival will be higher. So after all is said and done, even if the sky falls, you still have to make money. People always have to eat. As a result, most of the teachers in the school asked for leave and some resigned, but teacher G, who persisted and even offered to take over the class, finally no longer had to attend class alone for a day. But this also means that his overtime pay and the red envelope specially given to him by the principal are gone. School goes on as usual, but there is one more exercise than before. What should we do when the playground comes? Basically, there is a drill once every 2 days. After each drill, the principal always scratches his head and discovers what equipment the school still needs to buy. The good news is that children who are unable to protect themselves are always the first to be taken seriously. The country specially dispatches the army or police. Basically, a team of people is stationed in every school. The number of people is allocated based on the school's population to ensure that even if the school is really pulled into the playground, these soldiers and police can do their best to protect the children as soon as possible. Every morning, they are seen running and training on the school playground. No matter how much the children want to watch, they can't watch because they are in class, but the teachers have no such scruples. Young teachers especially like to lie outside and watch the soldiers or police training below when they are not in class. Just one look at it will make you feel at ease for at least a long time. Ji Chang's also likes to watch it. Facts prove that he made the right choice. Breaking the shackles of players, allowing them to reveal their identities and the secrets of the infinite world, and releasing them in advance. While the Lord was caught off guard, it also gave the country a chance to react and prepare. Huaguo saw the situation clearly as quickly as possible and chose a path that was most suitable for the entire country. Although there is no way to stop the Lord God, this can definitely minimize the loss. At least if the school is pulled into the game field again this time, with these soldiers here and the school having been doing various exercises, the students will not be as seriously injured as in the previous timeline. Thinking like this, Ji Chang's took a slow sip of tea. Inside the room, a few of the students he asked to write papers raised their heads and looked out curiously. When I saw the teacher lying on the railing wearing a plaid shirt, he quietly said to the people around him, "Is Teacher Ji watching the soldiers running below again? I want to watch too. Let's tell the teacher that we want to use the bathroom, and then quietly go over and take a look when we go down, right? Yeah. You have so much time, you might as well learn Taekwondo. My parents signed me up for 3 classes, boxing, Taekwondo, and Sanda. They all let me learn. They said that once you learn it, you don't have to be afraid of the playground." The students sitting in the front row turned back to join the discussion. As the saying goes, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. There are so many students in our school. Even if something happens to their 8 hands, it is impossible to protect them all, so we still rely on us, just yourself. What he said makes sense. The students have never seen the danger with their own eyes. No matter what the parents and teachers say, they have no general idea in their hearts, and they even find it a bit exciting. Immediately he said with some excitement, "Then I go back to my parents and tell them that I also want to learn." "Which class are you in? Where are you? How about I go to your place? Why should I study? My parents also told me to sign up, but the crowd was already full and I couldn't get in at all. Hey, tell me, are there any players among the people sent to protect us? Are all players special? Very awesome. I really want to see with my own eyes whether they can really defeat a monster as tall as a building alone." Bai He, who was sitting in the front row, listened to him. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They turned around and coughed, "Stop talking." He was the class monitor and the favorite student of all the teachers except Teacher Ji. Those students who were discussing did not dare to confront him, so they quickly shut up and continued writing papers. Maya in the back row raised her eyes and looked outside and could only see Ji Chang standing sideways, turning a pen in his hand. Time is really strange. She obviously hated the other party before, but this time she appeared from the infinite world. She actually felt that Ji Chang's didn't discuss it that much. Of course, this is just her personal opinion. It only means that her temper has become calmer recently. It does not prove that Ji Chang's is a good teacher. What good teacher would keep punishing students for running in circles? If it weren't for the soldiers sent down to station, he would definitely find an opportunity to let them go down and run around. Han Ying didn't pay attention to these things. He was writing and drawing on the paper. He wrote for a while and then erased it irritably. In the past, Among the three people, only Bai He had good grades and was a top student, but his poor grades did not seem to be out of the ordinary. As a result, after the magician ordered them to study hard, Han Ying discovered that although Maya was not a top student, she could still improve her grades if she worked hard. He was the only one with a weak foundation. Even if the magician helped him lay the foundation, he still couldn't understand many things. For example, in the paper he was working on now, he clearly remembered that passage, but it just didn't feel right when he wrote it. Han Ying became extremely anxious when she thought about seeing the magician again and seeing his sneering voice when he saw that his grades were not improving but falling behind. As for the playground, can a magician be scary? No matter how floods are outside, children of this age are still living a life similar to before under the protection of adults. If you are struggling to do your homework, if you don't do well in the exam, you will be frowning and frowning. At most, you will have to sacrifice some rest time to improve your fighting ability. There are many playground preparation kits on the market, most of which contain some food and drink, compressed biscuits, mineral water, lighter seasoning packets, and to prevent the lighter from being blown. Other lighting supplies that can be placed wet. Knives, scissors, and flashlights are all relatively small but practical items for easy portability, and they sold out as soon as they appeared. Not only do office workers carry it on their backs every day, students also have one bought by their parents, who are repeatedly told to carry it with them and not to lose it. The students in the class one after another carried various kinds of money on their backs. There are various types of preparation bags, some are light and easy to carry, and some are extremely heavy and have been stuffed with a bunch of emergency items prepared by the seller. Most children of this age are not very aware of the importance of such things, and for a while the classroom was filled with complaints. During class, everyone did not discuss how handsome the military brothers downstairs were and how cool the military sisters were, nor how difficult Taekwondo was to learn. Changed to preparation pack complaint conference. Originally, my school bag was heavy enough to carry on my back every day. Now I have to carry it on my back. I prepared the bag and just carried it. My mother thought there was not enough water in it, so she asked me to carry this water bottle every day. Filling such a big kettle with water makes me exhausted. My dad is the same. He makes me carry it on my back when I go to the toilet. Going to the toilet is like running with weights. It makes me not want to go to the toilet. Who isn't? My shoulders have been so sore for the past 2 days. I wonder why those merchants don't sell suitcases directly. Although you still have to pull them, at least it's better than carrying them on your back. Students full of youthful energy chattered and discussed. A student was saying, when he turned around and saw Bai He sitting behind helping Han Ying and Maya with their homework, and he immediately became envious. It would be nice for Bai He and the others. They don't have to carry such heavy bags everywhere. They occupied the canteen space quickly after school last night. Bai He, who was speaking softly, had a slightly stiff expression on his face, and his hand holding the pen paused. Behind them, the students continued. Yeah, I really envy them. I'm so evil. In order to ensure that I carry this bag 24 hours a day, my mother even said hello to Teacher Lu and asked him to keep an eye on me. My mother is the same. The last time I went to the toilet without a backpack, the teacher told me. My shoulders are so sore. Please rub them for me. I'll rub them for you in a while. Maya looked at the test paper, bit her lip, and continued to answer the questions. Han Ying looked gloomy. She suddenly lost the joy of doing the questions. She raised her eyes and glanced at the classmates whose topic had jumped to "It's so comfortable for you to press. I'll do the same for you in a while." What they thought was a heavy burden actually represented gentle parental care in the eyes of the three of them. These days, watching the students around them all carry preparation bags and listening to them complaining that they are too heavy, only they know what they feel in their hearts. They didn't get the preparation package not because their parents also felt Chen didn't want them to work hard. But their relatives are not here at all. He doesn't care about his own child's life and death, so naturally he won't bother to buy a bag and just stare at it like the parents of other classmates and won't let him pick it off. The news about Infinite World and Game Arena has been released for so long. None of the three returned home, nor did they receive a phone call from home. No one asked them if they were afraid or worried. No one pays attention every day to see if they fell into the game field and whether they came out safe and sound. Among so many classmates who feel loved and cared for every day, Shirakawa Maya, Han Ying, and others seem to have become transparent people in the eyes of their relatives. Even if they knew this would be the result early on, when it actually happened, they still couldn't accept it calmly. The emptiness and loss in my heart cannot be described in words. Especially, when being envied by other students, you will be filled with a moment of sourness. They are powerful. Even if they don't have a preparation kit, haven't signed up for various combat classes, and don't have self-defense weapons bought by their parents through various channels, they can still be safe after entering the game field. But just because you don't need it doesn't mean you don't want it. Even if they fight in the infinite world for 2 years, including these 2 years, they are still children. As soon as Ji Chang's entered the classroom, he noticed something was wrong with the expressions on the faces of the 3 boys. Glancing at the other students who were discussing the topic, my parents have bought a lot of things these days and they insist on carrying them with me regardless of whether they are heavy or not, he threw the book directly on the stage. If it's too heavy, that's because your physical fitness is too poor. Just the few of you carrying the bags are too heavy. What will you do if the school is really dragged into the playground? Okay, let me talk to your physical education teacher. In the afternoon physical education class, you will be asked to run with your bags on your back. Practice in advance how to escape with your supplies. Several students suddenly became sad. No, teacher. That bag is so heavy that walking is hard. If I run again, I won't be exhausted. Ji Chang's chuckled, it's better to be tired now than to die later. Is it possible that when you are dragged into the game field one day, you will really fight? Are you planning to lose your preparation bag and run for your life? Then what did you buy this preparation bag for? It's not just a whim. Small playgrounds have appeared frequently recently. When Ji Chang's was at school, he could still look after these students. After leaving school, if they were pulled in, he couldn't look for them one by one. Don't howl either, okay? Not only our class has to do this, but other classes have to practice this way. This is called taking precautions before they happen. Teacher Ji threw down a big thunderbolt, ignored the miserable howls of the students below, picked up the school bell, picked up the chalk, turned around and started writing on the blackboard. Okay, today we study. Regarding Ji Chang's decision to let all the students in the class carry backpacks and practice running together, Beihee and the others had no emotions in their hearts. It's just that they didn't prepare a package, so it seems they have to buy it themselves. I was thinking about which store to buy. Just after school, as soon as the teacher left the classroom, Ji Chang's came in carrying 3 bags with one hand. When he walked to Beihee, he threw one over and threw the remaining 2 to Han Ying and Maya. This will be the bag for you 3 from now on. You must carry it with you. You must not leave anything behind when going to the toilet or the canteen. If I see you without a backpack, ha. After saying these words, Teacher Ji walked out of the classroom with a straight face as always. In the classroom, 3 children were holding bags, with expressions of confusion on their faces. They looked down at the bag in their arms. It was the most common preparation bag sold nowadays. Some students came over curiously and expressed sympathy for the 3 people who could not escape the backpack battle in the end. It's so tragic. The teacher actually gave you 3 preparation bags. Show them to me. Let me see how heavy they are. He put his hand down tiredly after picking it up. Damn it, It's so heavy. What's in it? Why is it so heavy? He opened the zipper. In addition to the commonly used preparation materials on the market, there were also some test papers and questions inside. The classmates who originally sympathized with them said, "Oh my God, it's so tragic. There are even test papers in the preparation bag. This is to let them not forget the rhythm of studying even after entering the game field. My mom, Teacher G really dislikes you the most. Did you offend him somewhere? He has been treating you badly in the past." The sympathy on the face of a courageous student almost overflowed. "Why don't you talk to the principal?" Maya touched a few papers inside and shook her head. "No, he put these papers are pretty good. Anyway, these weights are nothing to them." And she hugged the bag tightly, feeling an inexplicable emotion in her heart. This. But someone else bought it for her. Even if this person is always targeting them and punishing them in various ways. Our teacher G. That's someone else too. Han Ying also nodded despite the "you two are crazy" expression on that classmate's face. Yes, the papers are so good. They are much more useful than those of you who put out novels. If you are bored when you enter the game field and wait for rescue, you can still take out the papers and work on them. It will also help improve your grades. After he finished speaking, he seemed to be inspired. He thought about it and put in a set of training questions that he specially bought. Other students. The school hasn't been dragged into the playground yet, why did you go crazy first? Bei, on the other hand, remained silent, holding the bag in his hand and looking out the door in the direction where Ji Chang's disappeared, lost in thought. How can Teacher Ji pick up such a heavy bag with one hand? The author has something to say. I am thinking about how I want to write the climax/climax. Also, it seems that you all want to hit me wherever the climax/tide stops. Do you want to write more in one go? I just haven't returned the nutrient solution yet. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 426. Do you suspect Ji Chang's is a player? After eating in the cafeteria in the afternoon, he took Maya Haneying to the bamboo forest behind the cafeteria. The principal planted the bamboo forest because he believed that bamboo could represent the academic style. As a result, the school land was not suitable for growing bamboo, and not many bamboos survived. When people stand inside, they can see someone approaching from a distance outside. It is a good place for conversation. After listening to Baihe's analysis for a while, Maya's first reaction was that she didn't believe it. Impossible. If he was a player, how could we not be aware of it at all? Generally, high-level players can easily detect the status of players with lower abilities than themselves. It's like their school. Just 3 people inadvertently felt it, at least 7 or 8. Seeing Maya and Han Ying's expressions of disbelief, he expressed his reasoning. The weight of the prepared bag is nothing to us, but it is still quite heavy for ordinary people. Just one bag. It's already too much for a person to carry, but he can carry 3 bags with one hand. How does this look like the strength of an ordinary person? Hearing him talk about this, both of them remembered it. They frowned, still a little unconvinced. I still think it's impossible. What is the Lord God's standard for recruiting people? Put it there, in recent years, there are no people over 30 years old. How could Ji Chang's be dragged in at this age? Han Ying also nodded in agreement. Yes, and if he is really a player, we can't not feel it. Otherwise, Maya, why don't you go and give it a try? Maya didn't hesitate and nodded. I don't know. I wonder if it's because the whole world has been pulled into the game field, and my abilities are not so restricted. If he is really a player, I can definitely hear his heart. You still can't hear normal people. Maya shook her head. I can't hear it, but I can feel that there are many new students with abilities around me. The playground represents danger, but it also hides opportunity. Although the new players are not as good as the old players, they may not be without high talents. Han Ying clapped his hands. Okay, that's it. Maya, go and listen to Ji Chang's voice. If you can hear it, you are a player. If you can't hear it, you are an ordinary person. As for what to do after getting the results, they haven't figured out yet. I hated Ji Chang's before, but now I have calmed down. Come to think of it, all this person has ever done is punish them for running, and he is always harsher on them than on other students. He has never done anything no matter how disgusting it is. The three of them would not take revenge because of this. If it was possible before, now they are busy improving their grades, doing papers, reviewing previous content and laying the foundation. They have no time to care about a teacher. Maya quickly found time. As the head teacher, Ji Chang's would come to the classroom and wander around the classroom almost every night during self-study. Occasionally, he would secretly hide by the window to peek at who was playing. He can come and hang out 3 or 4 times during a night study session, so he doesn't have to worry about finding opportunities. As soon as Ji Chang stepped into the classroom, he felt something was wrong in the atmosphere. The 3 little ones who had always ignored him in the past had been peeking at him openly and secretly since he came in, especially Maya, whose hands were always eager to try. This is going to cause trouble. He lowered his eyes slightly, pretending not to notice the small expressions of the 3 of them, and walked forward slowly according to his usual habit. When she walked to Maya, her hands actually moved. Ji Chang stayed beside her for a while. When Maya put down her hand, he asked, "I've been standing here for so long, and you haven't written a word." Maya replied calmly, "I'm done writing." "That seems quite leisurely. Come on, come up." Ji Chang's directed her to sit on the podium and took out a stack of test papers from underneath. "You can help your math teacher approve the math papers you took the last day's exam." After saying that, he stuffed a paper with the correct answers into her hand. "Maya." She looked at Ji Chang's, "Shouldn't the exam paper be approved by the teacher?" "That's right, your math teacher has asked for leave. The teacher only allows you to approve because he values you. I wouldn't give him this chance for most people. Please approve quickly. You must complete the approval before the class is over for self-study in the evening. Tomorrow I still need to send it to you tomorrow to talk about it." Maya. She was 100% sure that this person was simply using her as a labor force. Looking at Ji Chang's leisurely departure, she lowered her head, gritted her teeth and began to correct the test paper, scolding her several times in her heart. When the bell rang at the end of the evening self-study class, Maya put down her red pen, rubbed her hands that were a little sore from correcting test papers for a long time, and walked straight out of the classroom with a cold face and an unhappy look on her face. Bai He quickly followed behind. "How is it?" Han Ying did not hide it at all. With a look of gloating on his face, "What else can I do? Look at her submissive look just now. If Teacher Ji was really a player, she would have turned against her just now." Maya stopped, glared at Han Ying coldly, and then turned to Bai He. "Are we really not going to sign up? If we continue to stay with this stupid teacher, I'm afraid I can't help but kill him one day." Seeing him like this, Bai He also knew that Han Ying was right. He said, "Isn't it true? He is so powerful. Anyway, I didn't hear any sound, and I couldn't even feel the emotions. Either he is an ordinary person, or he is much better than me. It's not right." Even with Maya's denial, Shirakawa still felt that something was wrong. "I remember that Mr. G used to let us do tasks like moving books. And doesn't he have a catchphrase?" Bai He lowered his voice and imitated what the teacher would say when he ordered them, "Teacher can't move it, you guys go and move it." After finishing speaking, he concluded, "You suddenly became so powerful, How could you not be a player? Maya lay on the railing and looked down. The man who had just walked out of the canteen was none other than Ji Chang's they were discussing. There was a big bag of snacks hanging on his arm, and he was eating melon seeds while walking to the cafeteria, obviously planning to go to the teacher cafeteria for a late-night snack. There was a student in his class who was probably hungry too and was rushing to the night cafeteria in excitement. When he passed by Ji Chang's, he shouted, "Hello, teacher." Then get ready to run forward. As a result, he couldn't run anymore, so Ji Chang's pinched his clothes and coat with 2 fingers and forcefully pulled him back. Go to the canteen. Students are all a little afraid of their teachers. The faces of the students who were caught were a little more confused and timid, and they nodded, "Yes, I'm a little hungry. I want to go buy something to eat." It just so happens that the teacher also wants to go to the cafeteria. Ji Chang's threw the melon seed peels in his hand into the trash can next to him, and Malu, who was quite skillful in his movements, handed him a large bag of snacks hanging on his arm. "Here, help the teacher hold it. The teacher is too old and can't hold it. You young and strong ones should work harder." The students didn't dare to resist, they just picked up the bag with a confused look on their faces, and followed Ji Chang's like little chickens. Without the obstacle of snack bags, Mr. Ji can obviously have his hands free, and he can eat melon seeds even more than before. "Eat faster." Maya poked Bai He and raised her chin to show him to look down. Bai He, who also witnessed the whole scene just now, "Let's skip this topic. Obviously, Mr. G is not a loser in the past, but now his strength suddenly increases. Instead, he has always had strength and just likes to make students work." The 3 of them discussed again based on should we go or not. National Department reports. In the end, no result could be reached from the discussion. Intellectually, they believe in the country. But emotionally, they are not willing to be bound and follow orders. Of course, this was before the magicians showed up. If magicians join the National Department, they will definitely be the first to follow. But from the time the country announced the infinite world and game field until now, the magician has never appeared, and his identity has never been disclosed. In fact, the 3 of them didn't quite understand why he didn't come out. The reason why Ji Chang's didn't come out was actually very simple. He is sitting back and waiting. The so-called waiting for the rabbit is to disguise yourself as a tree and wait for the rabbit with biceps to bump into it. The infinite world is the home ground of the Lord God. Even if it can't do anything to Ji Chang's can't do anything to it either. But the real world is different. Even if the Lord God spends a lot of time to understand this world, it does not belong to it after all. It cannot be as omnipotent as it is in the infinite world. So from the beginning of the fusion, the main God has never shown his face. It is not stupid, and knows that the magician has the ability to fight against it. If Ji Chang's really reveals his true identity, the Lord God will definitely be the first to avoid him. The best way is to pretend to be a passerby and stay quietly beside the 3 little ones. If the Lord God wants to take over this world, the first thing he has to do is to eradicate the strong people in this world. It can't kill the magician, so it can only develop in a wretched manner, and first it will open a game field here and there to draw strength. But as the top 3 main figures, Bai He, Maya, and Han Ying, the 3 of them are great nutrients in the eyes of the main God. This is also the reason why in the original timeline, the first large-scale hell difficulty game field appeared in school. In the eyes of the main God, these 3 main people are great tonics. If it wants to take the tonics, it will naturally have to trap them in the game field first. But it wanted to take supplements rather than be eaten by others. If Ji Chang's showed up, he probably wouldn't be able to wait until the main God expands to get it. So he now. What I have to do now is to be an ordinary, weak teacher who needs protection from students. Thinking of this, Teacher Ji finished the last hour and said to the students who were feeling uncomfortable sitting at the same table with teacher, "Have you finished eating? The student nodded cautiously. Teacher G, then after you finish eating, help the teacher carry it back to the classroom and dormitory. I happen to have 2 express packages that I haven't picked up yet, so you can help me pick them up. Hey, you're getting older. Just do some work. If you have back pain, it's better for you young children. No matter how tired you are, you'll be revived with full blood after a nap. The student asked, Teacher, you still know how to resurrect with full blood? Of course, the teacher is old, and it's not like he doesn't use the internet. Ji Changs threw away the melon seed skin and wiped his hands. Okay, let's go. It was also a coincidence that I happened to meet a trio on the road who had been discussing for a long time but could not come up with an outcome. As soon as he saw them, Teacher Ji showed a smile on his face. 3 people. They had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Ji Changs waved directly to them, come on, you 3, we happen to be going to pick up the express delivery, so you can come and help us. Teacher is too old to move. 3 people. Thinking about the magician's teachings to them, they finally followed with gritted teeth. Ji Chang's tree stump installation plan was completed very well. At least in the eyes of players and ordinary people, he is just an ordinary person. As for Maya and the others, they just sway from side to side from time to time. One moment, it was should we also contribute to the country, the next moment, it was used to hiding our true identity, and what would we face if it was exposed. On the internet, simple information about various rules and various players of Infinite World has also appeared in major forums. Most of this information is written down by players. In addition to introducing life in the Infinite World, it mainly introduces players. The person who is most introduced is the person in charge. Before the return of the magician, the 3 strongest people in the Infinite World were the Rain God, whose main ability was to control water, thunder, and fire, and the most terrifying Lord of Confused Hearts. The power of the Lord of Confused Hearts is that she can not only hear people's voices, but also manipulate people to do whatever she wants. What you want them to do, including killing their own relatives, is an example, but this was later found out by the sorcerer after the magician took control of the main token. At that time, when the Lord of Confused Heart entered the game, she did not have such a powerful ability. The rule of the game was that one of the 3 people must die. After being caught, the Lord of Confused Heart used her ability to make herself in the game. The 2 brothers became invisible in their eyes. This means that even if she is in front of them, they can't see her or hear her, which means they can't kill her. In the end, the remaining 2 brothers killed each other in order to protect themselves. The result of the game showed who killed whom, and those who survived put the blame on the Lord of Confused Hearts. But the ability of the Lord of Confused Hearts is beyond doubt. Although she is the weakest physically, she is the existence that other players least want to see among all the main characters. If you offend the Lord of Confused Hearts, run away, run faster. It can be seen that the player who said these words has a deep control over Maya. Even Shirakawa, who is the most ruthless, does not have as high an appearance rate as Maya. But the good news is that these 3 protagonists don't like to actively provoke others. Sometimes they will protect other players without affecting themselves, so if you encounter them in the game field, congratulations, your survival rate has been increased by half instantly. But it is said that the 3 of them have not signed up yet. I don't know why. There is also the magician, who is definitely the most top-notch existence in the Infinite World. There are even rumors that he came back to deal with the main god. It didn't take long for the long post to be posted and it became popular. Although these names are very average, I still envy their abilities. My neighbor's daughter's boyfriend is a player. It is said that he is just an ordinary player, but after she was imprisoned in the game field, he went in to save her and successfully rescued her. It's hard to imagine that ordinary players are so powerful. The main person, how strong it should be. I just said, boss, do you need a leg pendant? I would use Photoshop to draw, edit, massage, serve tea and water, Just asking the boss to accept it. I'll be a little brother and wait my family and I will enter protect us at the playground, us. I'm afraid I'm dreaming upstairs. I heard that the bosses are not yet adults. Maybe the bosses need to do homework for them. I am a professional, and I can also give lectures and make up classes. No, why are you focusing all your attention on the three minors? Isn't the most powerful magician no Tao? As soon as these words came out, there were a lot of replies immediately. What is Tao? Do you know the age and appearance of the magician? It doesn't even have a beginning of 818. How do we get Tao? Do we rely on our imagination? I am a player. In fact, we have talked about it many times in the infinite world. It must be true that the magician left the infinite world and gained freedom, but he did not come back for 10 years, and suddenly he found the reason why he came back. No one knows anymore. Is it because you know that the Lord God has pulled our real world into the game field, so you want to enter and stop it? It seems that the only people who have in-depth contact with the magician now are one named Zhou Yang, one named Zhang Xiaoyan, and the three main people. Didn't Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan join the national department? Didn't they say anything? Even if the magician doesn't join, it's okay to bring the three main people over. In the underground base, Zhou Yang watched as the online posts shifted from what is the purpose of the magician's return, to the country must have mastered the magician's information. He sighed and quit the forum. Elder? I heard you sighing from far away. What's the matter with you sighing every day? Zhang Xiaoyan walked over in high heels. It felt good to be on her own legs. She felt no pressure when climbing up and down in high heels. There is a small playground next door. We are asked to go on a mission. Let's go. Zhou Yang said with a bitter face, look at what is said on the internet. What do you mean? We must have given the magician's information to the country. What if the magician sees it and thinks I have betrayed him? Zhang Xiaoyan didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, he will definitely not think so. Really? Zhou Yang immediately became more energetic. You also think that I am loyal to the magician, right? Zhang Xiaoyan, no, I mean you don't know the details of the boss. You don't know anything. How can you talk about betrayal? Zhou Yang. What about you? Isn't he afraid that you will say it out? Zhang Xiaoyan spread her hands. I don't know either. You don't even know how old he is. Zhou Yang. No, he is so powerful, why is he still hiding it? It seems that he has been wearing a cloak since he appeared, right? If it was said that he was afraid that he would die if he was exposed in reality, it is not the case now. Are you no longer shackles? If you ask me, who should I ask? Zhang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Hurry up, get out. Work, don't keep reading those posts every day, go to the game field to save people every day. You are not tired enough, right? Being hurt, Zhou Yang did not dare to refute, and followed Zhang Xiaoyan out with a wilt. I just feel strange. I used to think he was guarding against players, but now I feel more and more that he is guarding against the Lord God. Wouldn't he have known for a long time that the Lord God was planning to invade our world? Zhang Xiaoyan paused. What you said makes sense. Although he doesn't get along much with the magician, Zhang Xiaoyan can be sure that he is not the kind of person who hides his head and shows his tail. But he always wore a cloak and never showed his true face. He is so strong that all the players combined can't beat him. The top 3 players in his hands are as unsuspicious as an adult fighting a baby. Then why should he hide like this? It's not that he doesn't want players to know his true identity, but he doesn't want people who are stronger than him. In an infinite world, aren't the only ones who are stronger than magicians? Only the Lord God is left? The more Zhang Xiaoyan thought about it, the more excited she became. She dragged Zhou Yang out and said, okay, Boss Zhou, you can finally use this brain for once. Fortunately, I didn't ask Boss to help you change your brain before. While Zhou Yang stumbled behind her, he stammered and asked, change to what? You actually had such an idea. It's useless for me to treat you as a teammate. After the specially established Infinite World Investigation Department got Zhang Xiaoyan's guess, they invited the prophet who was addicted to eating instant noodles. As soon as the prophet heard that he was asked to predict information related to the magician, he immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, 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 bosses of this level are sensitive to abilities. I predict him and he will definitely know. If he is unhappy and lets me backlash, I will have to recuperate for at least 3 months. Zhang Xiaoyan explained to him. No, just prophesy in the direction I told you, and the boss will never be angry. The prophet still shook his head. You said you won't be angry, so don't be angry. If the magician becomes angry, even if I have 8 lives, it won't be enough for him. Zhang Xiaoyan, he really won't be angry. He is doing something right now and cannot contact us. But if you predict him, it is equivalent to a secretly encrypted call. Instead, he will think you are doing it not bad. Prophet, you said it's not bad. It's not bad. You're not a magician. Zhang Xiaoyan. Veins gradually popped out on his forehead. Zhou Yang opened his mouth to persuade, she is the little brother who followed the magician 20 years ago. Don't you believe what she said? Prophet, I think my life is more believable. If I offend the magician by listening to you, my little life will be over immediately. Zhou Yang wanted to say more, but Zhang Xiaoyan slapped the table. When she gets excited, the hair on her face sprouts out vaguely, and she looks scarier than the NPC. He said evil words. Either you prophesy to me now and I'll make sure you're fine, or if you don't prophesy, I'll send you to the West first. It's your choice. Prophet. He was shocked, and looked back at the room in a panic, and found that there were only a few of them players here. He became even more panicked, and stammered, accusing. You can't do this. We have returned to the real world. This is a society ruled by law. You can't use your power against me. This is illegal. Zhang Xiaoyan chuckled, okay, I won't do anything. Let's do this. You players should also know that I know the Lord of Confused Hearts. I'll let her tell you. With that said, she walked out. Prophet. Everyone has secrets in their heart that they don't want to tell, or some thoughts that they can't let go. No player is willing to meet the Lord of Confusion before he can guarantee that he can hide these secrets. He instantly fainted. Don't. I predicted it? Yes. It was a simple ceremony as usual. Used playing cards that were already old. The little prophet carefully closed his eyes and drew a card, and sure enough, the trump card appeared. Still the king. He swallowed, closed his eyes and tentatively entered. Ji Chang's, who was humming a song in the dormitory, eating potato chips and making hot pot for himself, paused slightly. The 3 students with stinky faces next to them, who were ordered to cut and wash vegetables and remove the fishy smell from meat, noticed that his singing had stopped and subconsciously glanced back. It seems like it's even worse than a baby vegetable. Ji Chang's continued humming as if nothing had happened. Which one of you is going? Mr. Zhang next door, please order baby vegetables. The faces of the 3 students became even more disgusting. Without him, the vegetables they are washing and cutting are all borrowed from the teachers who live in the teachers' building. Even this piece of mutton was found by Ji Chang's, who found the principal drinking mutton soup and asked for it from the other party. The 3 of them have grown up and seen everyone, right? I have never seen Ji Chang's borrow hot pot dishes and meat from everywhere like this. What are you looking at? Do you think the teacher is reluctant to spend money to buy the talent? Go and borrow it. I am receiving payment in advance. Ji Chang's patiently explained to them. Look, there are game arcades everywhere now, right? Teacher, although I am old and always have back pain, I am still an adult after all, like Teacher Zhang. Young girls are in danger, don't they need my protection? There is also the principal, who has white hair and can't run away even if he thinks about it. Do you still need me to act righteously? So, I want to save their lives. Now I just eat some vegetables and meat. Then they still took advantage. 3 people, haha. They had heard before that Ji Chang's was not very popular among his teachers. The reason seemed to be that he was stingy and picky. I didn't know the details before, but now that I saw it, the rumors were indeed true. When they went to borrow various dishes, the faces of the teachers who were being borrowed had an expression of here we go again, showing that they didn't really want to borrow but were too embarrassed to do so. This shows that in the past how many times has this happened? After all, he has been in class for so many years, and his salary is definitely higher than that of Mr. Zhang, who has just been working for a year. He actually has the nerve to ask Mr. Zhang for food. But, shameless. Ji Chang's, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Hurry up and go. I'll wait until the baby vegetables are cooked before putting them in the pot. It won't taste good. Bai he looked at Han Ying, who looked like he wanted to curse, and then looked at Maya, who had a stinky face, and resigned himself to getting up and going out. They were already close to each other, and Teacher Zhang's surprised voice could still be heard in the room, didn't I just ask for spinach? Why do I want baby cabbage now? Maya and Han Ying felt embarrassed for Ji Chang's. However, Ji Chang's himself looked calm and even had the time to start mixing the sauce. When he raised his eyes, he found that Maya and Han Ying were both looking at him, and he explained to himself very naturally. When you grow up, you will know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea are. At my age, I don't have a wife, so of course I have to save more. Maya Han Ying. The prophet on the other side is predicting. He is a prophet, not a movie theater. Of course, he cannot see the whole picture, he can only get a general feeling. When I opened my eyes, my face was expressionless. Seeing him like this, Zhou Yang became anxious. What's wrong? What do you see? Come on, tell me, you're going to scare us to death. Prophet, the magician is indeed hiding his disguise, as if he is waiting for someone to appear. In order to wait for this person, he must pretend to be an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaoyan knocked on the table and came to a conclusion, boss and others, the 8 achievements are the main god. Zhou Yang immediately looked in admiration. How did you guess it? Are there any clues that I didn't pay attention to? Is there any need to guess? Zhang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Zhou Yang. Whether it is the infinite world or the real world, the only one who will not be beaten by the boss is the Lord God. Zhou Yang, that makes sense. Zhang Xiaoyan continued to look at the prophet. Go on, is there anything else? Is he pretending to be smooth? Does he need help? Zhou Yang, that's right, boss. What are you pretending to be? Do you want us to help? The prophet had a complicated expression. After a full 3 seconds of silence, he struggled to formulate a sentence. The magician pretended to be a stingy poor man. Zhang Xiaoyan. Zhou Yang. They also thought of the 2 treasure troves of treasures and property that the magician got after taking over the last 2 hosts. After a while, Zhou Yang said with difficulty, that's pretty hard to pretend. Zhang Xiaoyan rarely agreed with his point of view and nodded, it's a bit difficult. The prophet went on to say. As for the future, there is a huge gap in strength between him and me. I can't see clearly. I just know that he seems to be planning to do something to prove that he is just an ordinary person in order to completely dispel the suspicion of being a player. Prove. Are you an ordinary person? Thinking about how every time a magician enters the game field, the NPC will be scared to tears before he even starts taking action. Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan sincerely believe that the difficulty is still quite high. Ji Chang's did realize that someone was observing and predicting him. As for who it is, there is no need to guess, after all, there is only such a prophet in the whole world. He didn't hide anything, he just let go and let the other party observe. The prophet was right. Even though Ji Chang's had been working overtime for the past half-month, he still felt that the main god was consciously avoiding this area. The aura of the main god is still very powerful. Other players may be ignorant or unconscious, but Ji Chang's can clearly feel the hesitation and tangle of the other player. After a while, he came over in a menacing manner, probably because he was looking at the 3 supplements he had here and wanted to swallow them to improve his abilities. After a while, he hesitated and stopped again. He probably still remembered that Ji Nagaze had always taken the 3 of them with him in the infinite world, and even forced into the game field assigned to them, fearing that he was nearby. Not long after this round, the desire to swallow came again with force. When they got closer, they stopped in a hurry. Sometimes it can happen dozens of times a night. Although Ji Chang's didn't crave sleep that much, it still made him a little uncomfortable to feel the repeated slaps in the face dozens of times in one night. But asking him to leave behind 3 students would not be a worry. After all, the Lord God is not a traditional villain. He mainly focuses on being ruthless and not saying much. They can tell just by looking at how he treats Zhang Xiaoyan. If these 3 children fall into its hands, the Lord God will not force them to do anything at all, just play the most difficult game and then swallow it. Even in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, the game time will be compressed to a minimum. Isn't it the Lord God who hesitates when he has 3 students who have always been by his side? Then, give it a chance to test. Suck and eat? A mouthful of baby cabbage, Ji Chang's homely style. By the way, you know Teacher's Day is coming, right? The 3 students were confused and alert, but Ji Chang's actually left them to eat. They had reason to suspect that the other party wanted them to wash the pots and dishes after they finished eating. When I suddenly heard the sentence, I still didn't react, so I subconsciously replied, I know. Teacher's Day, such a big day. Ji Chang started with a few words of foreshadowing, Teacher, I plan to dress more formally that day. Do you have any store brands to recommend? The 3 of them began to suspect that Mr. G wanted them to buy him clothes as gifts. Tisk, the more he asked for it, the more they refused to give it. He was serious, as if he was making a serious recommendation. The signboard next to the school seems to be good. I often hear people praise it. Teacher, you can go and have a look. Signboard? I think I've heard of it. Is it near the school? Is the store big? If not, then forget it, I still want to buy better clothes. Big, very big, and the clothes inside are also very good. Anyway, he didn't even mention that they were going to buy it as a gift for Ji Chang's. However, Ji Chang's didn't mention it at all, but nodded happily, okay, I don't have class tomorrow morning, so I'm going to buy some clothes. After saying that, he lowered his head to eat the food and let it be done. The shameless teacher is looking for gifts from his students. The words of the 3 people who prepared were choked in their throats. Ji Chang's didn't intend to hint them to give gifts. The 3 of them continued to eat hot pot with hesitation, and from time to time they looked up at the teacher Huanshi who was eating. They didn't understand what they were doing by suddenly bringing up this topic since he didn't want them to give gifts. What is Ji Chang's going to do? Of course it's fishing law enforcement. He only intends to show it in front of the Lord God's eyes and ears. He is a weak and ordinary person, but he does not intend to actually act until he is killed. It is a very good thing to have 3 students on hand at this time. While Ji Chang's was arranging tomorrow's script in his heart, he praised himself for being such a good screenwriter. After eating, we started chasing people away. Okay. When you're full, go back and sleep. We have to go to class tomorrow. The three of them stood up hesitantly and walked out hesitantly. Ji Chang's allowed them to eat, but he didn't ask them to give gifts or wash the dishes. They had always been treated differently by him, and suddenly they were able to get along with each other normally as a teacher and student. Their first reaction was that they didn't quite believe it. I didn't realize it until I walked out of the teacher's building. Ji Chang's really just asked about the store. After coming out, Maya couldn't believe it and said, "Why do I not believe it so much? And he actually allowed us to eat?" Han Ying was also in a daze. Didn't Ji Chang's always dislike them? Although he had been in the infinite world for too long, so he couldn't remember why he didn't like them, but in my impression, this teacher had indeed been targeting them. How could he let them eat with such a natural attitude? But he also didn't dare to believe it. But the facts were right in front of him. He put aside the emotion of rejecting the other party and thought about it rationally. Actually, maybe he doesn't hate us that much. He bought those 3 preparation bags out of his own pocket. Even though many students felt that they were unlucky enough to be bought the backpacks, the 3 half-grown children knew that the backpacks represented the care of their elders. In the eyes of ordinary parents, it is the guarantee of life. No matter how Ji Chang's treated them before or what his attitude was on the surface, this notoriously stingy teacher indeed spent his own money to buy preparation kits for them. Thinking of this, Maya and Han Ying also fell silent. After a while, Maya said, "I always thought he hated me. But if you think about it carefully, although it is wrong for him to punish students corporally, if he hadn't been punished to run all the time before, he would have gained a certain amount of exercise and endurance. They died when they entered the first game. Okay, I don't want him anymore, let's think about whether we should sign up or not." The 3 children gradually walked away. Ji Chang stood by the window and watched their leaving figures, wondering whether he should improve his plan. Just in case, before leaving for school the next day, Ji Chang's went to the classroom and checked with Bai He. "It's that store called Signboard, right?" When Bai He nodded, Ji Chang's continued, "I just don't have the next class, so I'm going to check out that store." After saying that, he went out, as if he came to the classroom just to confirm the name of the store with Shirakawa. Bai He didn't take it to heart. Compared with before, after being led by a magician for a period of time, his focus now was no longer on the teacher who physically punished him. Apart from studying every day, he spends the rest of his time thinking about whether to sign up. Among the 3 people, Han Ying has a hot temper and is easy to coax. Maya is hostile to others and is willing to think of the worst-case scenario for each other. So in the end, it was up to Bai He to decide whether to sign up or not. It makes him a little unable to study now. After class every day, all he thinks about is this matter, and he doesn't even have time to preview his homework. For a minute or two, Bai He would even wonder if this was a conspiracy between Han Ying and Maya, so that while he was thinking about these things, they would quietly work hard to catch up with him in academic performance. This is not unprecedented. In the infinite world before, these 2 just take advantage of the rest time to work hard secretly. Another class was over and the students were free to move around. Bai He was still thinking seriously about whether they should expose their identities when he suddenly felt something and suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Maya and Han Ying also looked up and looked in the same direction at almost the same time. A game arcade is opened. Because they were so close, they could clearly feel the sudden changes in ability fluctuations in the air. So close. Han Ying came close to Maya and whispered to her, "It should be not far from the school." Maya frowned and closed her eyes. After feeling it carefully, he opened his eyes. "It seems, to the left of the school, near the shopping mall." Han Ying said with a stinking face, "Maybe the Lord God will drag us in one day." After finally getting out, he still couldn't escape from the game field, which made him feel unhappy when he thought about the Lord God. Unhappy, he suddenly stiffened. "Mr. G, is he over there in the mall?" Maya also remembered. He probably didn't enter the mall, right? Didn't he choose a store? What's it called? Signboard. While the two were talking, a classmate came over with a mobile phone in a secretive manner like a thief. Hey, look, the latest location of the game venue is near our school. I wonder if the people inside can come out after school is over. If it's not over, maybe we can go there quietly. Let's see the situation. As he spoke, he showed his mobile phone, and while showing it, he looked out of the classroom with a multi-minded focus, fearing that a teacher would suddenly appear and catch him sneaking his mobile phone into the school. Maya and Han Ying subconsciously looked over and saw the words "Signature Men's Clothing Store" written above. Both of them were slightly startled. After nagging for a long time, the students found that no one was paying attention to them. They felt a little bored, so they grabbed other people to gossip about whether they could go there after school. They gathered around to watch. Look, I passed by this clothing store before. I didn't expect it to turn into a game arcade. If Teacher G hadn't just returned my mobile phone to me, maybe we wouldn't have known when the game arcade was over there. There's some news. The new playground is so close to the school. This news immediately aroused the interest of the students, and everyone started discussing it enthusiastically. Looking at the corridor outside, it seems that students in other classes have also received the message, and they go to the toilet together while talking about it. However, Bei, Han, Ying and Maya had no intention of paying attention to their developments. Will Ji Chang's be in there? He just said he wanted to go in the last class. He won't be trapped in there, right? Han Ying was a little scratched. After all, they were acquaintances. Although they hated each other before, yesterday this teacher, who had always been incompetent in their eyes, took them to eat hot pot. And also bought them preparation kits. Although he speaks a little arrogantly, likes to boss around students a little, and he doesn't have the ability to still act like the old man is so awesome that he wants to go to heaven every day. But that was also yesterday. The genius teacher treated them to hot pot. Maya was also a little anxious. Shirakawa. Not to mention. Ji Chang's went to that clothing store because of him. He stood up suddenly. I'm going out for a trip. Maya was originally a little emotionally unstable. Seeing him make a decision, Maya calmed down instantly. She stood up and snorted. Okay, I'm here to help you just for your sake. If it's normal, I'd let him die. Seeing the two people walking out one after another, Han Ying quickly followed them. Then they were stopped at the school gate. The security uncle was holding a glass of water and yelling at the same time, "Go! Go! Go! What fun is there? Is such a dangerous place where you students should go? Go back quickly and take a lunch break." The principal said that there is a playground nearby. All students are not allowed to leave school at noon. If anyone eats at home at noon, they can ask their class teacher to call home to explain the situation and wait until the playground is closed before they can go out. 3 people. No matter how awesome they are in the infinite world, in reality they are just 3 students who cannot go out of school unless the security guard is willing to let them go. So in the end, the top 3 players sneaked out of the school. Jumping off the wall, Maya looked back at the monitor. We entered the game field today, and I guess we can't hide the identity of the players. Han Ying patted the dust on his hands. If we can't hide it? We can't hide it? We haven't done anything wrong, so why should we hide it? Besides, maybe after we are recruited by the country, we can get into careers without studying for college. Where is the unit? By he, who had been struggling for so many days. Yes, it's a waste of trouble. Let's hurry up. Mr. G is just an ordinary person. He doesn't know how long he can last. And maybe it will scare someone into something bad or bad. After all, it was because of his recommendation to Mr. G that he went to the game playground. If something happened to the other party, he would definitely not be able to get through it. Thinking, he speeded up. Now I just hope that teacher Ji can hold on. In the signature men's clothing store, Ji Chang's and the owner sat together under the table with their legs crossed. When the shop owner saw Ji Chang's looking outside from time to time, he trembled and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Ji Chang stretched his neck to look out to see if he and the others were coming, and replied distractedly, "I'm afraid, I'm scared." "No, what's going on with these three? Why haven't they come yet? Didn't he return the phone to the student who liked to follow the game venue updates every day? Could it be that the student who loved to gossip didn't gossip with he and the others? No, he should say it once to the whole class." "Right." The shopkeeper, who watched Ji Chang's almost leaning out half of his body, said. You seem quite calm." Ji Chang's turned his body back. "Hey, I can't help it. I'm like this. I'm born with a calm face. Why hasn't the game started yet? We've been sitting here for a long time, right?" "Shopkeeper." Before he could open his mouth to speak, a mechanical voice came from above the shop. "Dear players, hello, welcome to the game field. This game is, Find the Box. The rules are as follows. Rule 1, the cute little girl Xiaohong likes to hide her box very much. The box contains something she cherishes very much. Players need to find the box in the game field. The time limit is 1 hour. If the box cannot be found, players will be punished. Rule 2, Xiaohong's classmate Xiaogang doesn't like boxes and will randomly snatch the box from the player's hand. When the player finds the box and is snatched away by Xiaogang, the rules determine that the player has not found the box, and the same will happen. Receive punishment. Rule 3, you are not allowed to have kinship relationships with NPCs, you are not allowed to rob NPCs of their property, and you are not allowed to demolish props. Those who violate the rules will be punished. The shop owner heard it clearly. Ji Chang's clicked his tongue when he heard the third rule. The game has begun. Players, please start the game. When the sharp bell that signified the start of the game rang, people hiding in various corners of the store came out tremblingly. It has been popularized by the country for so long, and everyone knows more or less the rules of the game field. There was no buffer, so everyone nervously rummaged through various items in the store. The shop owner didn't care about his heartache at this time, and quickly went to search for it himself. After searching for almost 5 minutes, he turned around and found Ji Chang still standing there, and ran over to give him a hand. "What are you doing standing still? Haven't you read the text message? We have to follow the rules of the game, otherwise we will die in an hour." Ji Chang's originally ran out alone to give the Lord God a chance to test him, but now he also wanted to paddle out and become a salted fish. But being pulled away by the shop owner, he could only follow behind and look around the store. After locking eyes, he immediately spoke loudly, "You! Look under the cashier cabinet. Is there a box?" As soon as the sound came out, the person who was looking for it next to the cashier immediately bent down, and sure enough he saw a box. He hugged it with joy and breathed a sigh of relief. "Shopkeeper! Are you stupid? Did you see me sneak past you? Just hold it in your hand? Are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others won't hear you?" He was just afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Mistake, mistake. He turned his head and looked outside, thinking that if those 3 bastards failed to catch up today, they would have no choice but to kill the NPCs and destroy their corpses. But the problem is that the Lord God played this crappy game just to test whether he is a magician. If he takes action, wouldn't everything he had hidden before be in vain? Ji Chang's eyes wandered around the people who were frantically rummaging through the boxes. Finally, it was locked on the shop owner, who was looking for the box carefully. 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. The shopkeeper finally found the box, but Ji Chang's hand was empty. He said kindly, "It's okay. I'll help you find it. There's still 50 minutes left. There's still plenty of time." Then within 5 minutes, the shopkeeper found a box and put it in Ji Chang's hand. Huash Yuas. He really wanted to remind the other party not to give it to him, it was too wasteful. The Lord God just wanted to test him, and he would definitely not let him get through the game safely so easily. Sure enough, not even a minute after Ji Chang's got the box, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the center of the store. Boom! Boom! Of course, it can't be the Lord God. Before he knows that there is no danger, the Lord God will never risk his life. Ji Chang's and other people in the store raised their heads and looked at the person who was bending over and walking toward them. The reason why I stoop is because I am too tall. This person looked to be at least 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, a pair of protruding eyes, and legs as thick as elephant legs. He stepped on the ground with his bare feet, and with every step he took, the bricks on the ground it will crack a piece. This shows how powerful it is. Screams suddenly rang out in the room. Everyone was panicking and subconsciously wanted to escape. When they got to the door and were blocked by a transparent cover, they remembered that the playground could only be entered but not exited, so they had to quickly find a place to hide. Ji Chang's didn't hide. The shop owner pulled him to run without pulling him back. He was extremely anxious. "Don't just stand there. Run quickly." Ji Chang stood on the original ground as if his heels were rooted. Ground, quite innocently, I was too scared to control myself. "Hey. You look so tall, but why are you so timid?" There was no time to speak to the shop owner. The man was bent over, with a face full of muscles, and looked in the direction of Ji Chang's with a particularly terrifying face. It began to stride towards the side, chanting, "Box! Box! Box!" Seeing that it was approaching, the shopkeeper was so frightened that he immediately got into the back of his clothes, covering his ears and closing his eyes to pretend that he couldn't see the monster. The monster couldn't even see me. The monster finally arrived in front of Ji Chang's, who was scared to the point of weakening his legs. It opened its mouth, and the inside was densely packed with sharp teeth like steel needles. The muffled and unpleasant sound was a bit louder. "Little. I just hate boxes. Give me the box." Hey, it seems that the plot is developing very smoothly. The documentary editor Nagasawa stood firmly and reached out to hand the box with his hands very quickly. As a result, he accidentally raised his eyes and froze when he saw his monster. It does not have much IQ, but precisely because of this, the more intuitive it is, the better it can figure out where the danger is. The hand that took the box stopped immediately. Ji Chang's found that it no longer threatened him as before, and even retracted its hand. He looked at the other person strangely up and down, then took the box and handed it forward. "Monster!" Its hand shrank back a bit. Ji Chang's. This is not okay. If the other party doesn't accept his box, when the game is over, the main god will take a look at the result and doubt him. Ji Chang's looked around and saw that everyone was hiding and didn't dare to look here. He was so evil that he grabbed the monster's fat hand with one hand and forced the box into his hand. "Monster!" The hand holding the box trembled slightly, and it didn't know what to do. Just as I was panicking, I saw the man in front of me with terrifying eyes and suddenly shouted, "Are you going to destroy my box?" The box I finally found. The people who were hiding suddenly heard the cry and trembled in fear. They closed their eyes tightly and hugged the box in their hands, for fear that the monster would come and snatch Ji Chang's and then snatch their own. "Monster!" It was frightened by Ji Chang's shout. Its body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and its protruding eyes were filled with fear. He stuttered and wanted to explain, "Xiao. Gang, Xiao. Gang." Ji Chang's interrupted him directly, "You really want to steal my box? Oh my god. It's so scary, ah. He yelled and ran away. Monster. It lowered its head and looked at the box in its hand. After all, it didn't dare to destroy it. The little one carefully squatted down and put the box down, at a very fast speed, accompanied by the sound of boom 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 feet hitting the ground. Run away quickly. Terrible. Terrible. It needs to find a good place to hide. The monster ran away. Ji Chang's ran back before others could react and kicked the box under the cabinet. Then he walked to the shopkeeper and sighed, "It's so scary. It actually stole my box. Isn't this game deliberately designed to prevent people from surviving? You must protect your box." Hearing his voice, the shop owner dared to quietly open his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief after confirming that the monster was not here. Wiping the sweat from his head, "I was scared to death just now. Fortunately, it was just taken away. The box won't hurt anyone, so don't feel bad. As long as the person is fine, okay, we can still find the box again." Ji Chang's nodded, "Yeah, if I hadn't been too scared to walk when I saw the monster, I wouldn't have been snatched away from the box by it." Seeing the sad look on his face, the shopkeeper hurriedly comforted him. Then came the boring time of looking for boxes again. The wind chime at the door rang. Ji Chang's raised his head and thought, "These three little bastards are finally here." As a result, when he looked up, what he saw was a group of soldiers holding guns, followed by a familiar face wearing high heels. Ji Chang squinted his eyes slightly and saw Zhang Xiaoyan glance around the room and naturally stood behind the shop owner. "Don't be afraid, we are the rescue department of the playground. Please rest assured that we will do our best to protect everyone's safety." A familiar soldier first comforted the frightened people, and another soldier began to ask about the detailed rules of this game. Zhang Xiaoyan frowned after listening. "A game of finding things. There are so many of us, and one box per person probably won't be enough. Let's just fight the NPC directly. The rules don't say you can't resist. If you kill the NPC, you still win." Compared with today's players who complete tasks in a disciplined manner, the old players more than 20 years ago were more able to flexibly use the rules. Anyway, just do what the rules say, as long as you don't violate it. Counter the rules on the surface, even if they are right. Her current state is relatively relaxed. No matter how powerful the NPCs in this small game field are, they are not that powerful. We should be able to deal with them with weapons. Little girl Xiaohong, excluding Xiaogang, it should be easier to deal with the NPC alone. Saying that, feeling that this was a leisurely task, Zhang Xiaoyan quite leisurely took out a small mirror and lipstick to touch up her makeup. Just a few seconds after the lipstick was on her lips, the surroundings suddenly shook, and the ground cracked. Her hand became unstable, and the lipstick spread directly from her mouth to her face, leaving a distinct mark. She put down the mirror angrily and turned to look at the place where the noise was loudest. There was a big hole over there. Before she could walk over, a big python climbed up and stared at it with cold eyes. People in the store. Zhang Xiaoyan, it seems a bit difficult to deal with. It doesn't matter. With the weapons and my abilities, it won't be a big problem. Don't panic. Then, a second python crawled out of the ground, followed by a third and fourth. When its huge body suddenly stood up, 8 pythons hissed around, and the venom flowing from its mouth fell to the ground and corroded an entire floor tile. Zhang Xiaoyan shut up. She stretched out her hand, and the hair from her body came out like silk to block the people behind her, while she slowly backed away. "It's an 8-headed snake, OSS, go there quickly. Put up a distress signal, I can't handle it." Isn't the 8-headed snake in the big dungeon? Why did it come to such a small game field? I couldn't beat it when I was at my peak, but now I'm just delivering food. A soldier immediately took out the sign from his bag and faced it toward the door. Nowadays, the outside of the game arcade can be seen from the outside, but the inside cannot be seen from the outside. For example, in the environmental structure of a store, the internal environment cannot be seen from the outside, but any information can be transmitted by placing it at the door. Convey it through text. Although she hung up the distress signal, Zhang Xiaoyan knew in her heart that she was probably going to be cold this time. The posture of the eight-headed snake made it clear that it was about to attack now. She was the only person in the room with abilities, and she couldn't hold herself back at all. However, when she was alert and ready to fight, the eight-headed snake didn't even look at her for a few seconds. Instead, they collectively shook their heads and looked to the side with 8 pairs of vertical eyes. There was almost no hesitation for a second. Just open it, Lily. Free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 427. After arriving at school, Ji Chang still insisted on leaving a student to accompany him. The Lord God was targeting these 3 people. If the 3 of them were participating in a group activity, what would happen if they were pulled into the game field halfway? Even if he goes in at that time, the Lord God will still have time to escape. The 8-headed snake who just pretended to be very good and had the intelligence to complain could not die anymore. The only one who survived was the strong man Xiao Gang, who could not complain and could only speak fixed lines. All the Lord God saw was a weak, pitiful, and innocent passerby, the teacher, who was dragged into the game field. He almost died relying on the protection of other passers-by, but was saved at the last moment by his own player student. In addition, he deliberately made the crow fly towards the next city, and the final vanishing point was K City, which was far away from here, which could be regarded as giving the Lord God a wrong direction. At least the frequency of game arcades in City K is currently the lowest among major cities. Ji Chang's has done everything he needs to do, and the most important thing now is to keep the 3 students by his side. It is guaranteed that once the Lord God attacks them, he will immediately jump up and grab the opponent's pigtails. So, he won't let the 3 of them go to group activities no matter what. At least one should stay. It is still very difficult to build a game field that can target high-level players. If 3 people cannot get together, the Lord God will probably not take action. Because he was frightened, Teacher Ji said that he didn't want to do anything alone. If he was rejected, he would take "I gave it to you, prepare a package." We also had hot pot together. 3 years of teacher-student friendship come to tell me something. After a while, the 3 of them became his students for 3 years. This was the first time they discovered that Teacher Ji's skills were comparable to Tang Seng's. In the end, there was really no choice but to sacrifice Han Ying and stay with Ji Chang's, who was frightened and dared not be alone. Han Ying. He sat on the chair and glanced at the teacher, who was lying on the bed with an "I need to rest" look on his face. "Teacher, I think you are fine. How about I go back to the dormitory first?" "No, no." Before he stood up to leave, Ji Chang's grabbed his wrist with his eyes closed, coughed twice, and said in a very weak tone, "Ahem, cough, cough." When the teacher closes his eyes now, it's as if he sees that big python opening its mouth to bite me. Just because the teacher has been your class teacher for 3 years, he recommends you to participate in the sports meeting. Come on, cough cough cough, stay with me. Saying that, Teacher Ji opened his eyes. Struggled to sit up quite weakly, opened the bedside table and fumbled a few times, found a bag of peanuts and handed it to Han Ying. Han Ying took the peanuts and naturally took it as the teacher's show of goodwill towards him. He hesitated. "Teacher, I don't like peanuts." "It doesn't matter." Ji Chang's was weak and lay down again. "Teacher likes to eat. If you feel bored sitting here, you can peel peanuts for me to eat." Ahem, cough, cough. Although I'm not in good health right now, I can still eat a peanut for you kids. After saying that, he opened his mouth and was fully prepared to eat. Han Ying. Still, I underestimated Teacher Ji. He opened his mouth to refuse, but before he could speak, Ji Chang's coughing started to get louder. It was obvious that he was just overly frightened, and he acted like he was about to die soon. After all, he was pulled into the game field because of the location provided by Bai He. As Bai He's companion, Han Ying also had a sense of responsibility for the class teacher who almost died in the snake's belly. He was speechless for a while, then he pinched open the peanut shell with 2 fingers and threw the peanut into Ji Chang's mouth. Teacher, after you finish eating your peanuts, go to bed. Close your eyes and calm down quickly and don't torment him. After Ji Chang's ate the peanuts and drank 2 glasses of water, he fell asleep. However, even when he was sleeping, he still held Han Ying's wrist in his hand. This was the first time in her life that Han Ying had been so dependent on someone. The other person was a teacher who had a higher status than herself to the students. She felt in her heart, as expected of me, I am really awesome, and at the same time thought Teacher Ji, are you so timid? I can't blame you for not having a girlfriend. In the next few days, Han Ying, who was still complacent that she had now become a protector in the eyes of her teacher, had to face the reality. Didn't Ji Chang's regard him as his protector? Instead, regard all 3 of them as protectors? In the following days, whether it was in class, in the canteen, in the toilet, or even when sleeping at night, the frightened, innocent and pitiful Teacher Ji had to leave one of them with her. Because she is a girl, Maya has a lot of inconveniences, but Han Ying and Bai He are miserable. They have to take turns accompanying the teacher to the toilet and to bed. Ji Chang's even bought a small bed and put it in his dormitory in order to allow them to accompany him. He said that he felt bad for always having students sleeping on the floor. Han Ying Bai, he. Sincerely. I feel sorry for them. Go lay the floor. Ah. But if the teacher is mean to them, they can still be mean in return. The teacher looked like I'm so weak and I need your protection. Even Maya, who likes to say bad things the most, couldn't say anything. The key point is that before this happened, they did accept some gifts from Ji Chang's. Even for Ji Chang's himself, it might be just a small thing. But for 3 children who have never really felt family affection since childhood, even if they don't say it, this little favor will still be remembered for a long time. So he could only be pestered by Ji Chang's with a stinking face every day. Even when they go to the cafeteria, they have to wait for their teacher who needs protection. It was like this today as usual. Han Ying shook her legs impatiently at the door and looked at Ji Chang's who was grinding away his books on the podium. Teacher, hurry up, the cafeteria will be robbed in 20 minutes. Why are you so anxious? That's your student cafeteria. The teacher's cafeteria will always have enough control. Ji Chang slowly straightened the pen on his coat pocket. Let's go, I'll take you to the teacher's cafeteria to eat today. As soon as she heard go to the teacher's cafeteria, the impatience on Han Ying's face immediately disappeared. The teacher's cafeteria is definitely the most desirable place for students. Not only does it have a lot of meat, it is not afraid of crowds, and the prices are very good. Bai He and Maya waited outside without saying a word. When they heard that they were going to the teacher's cafeteria to eat, their eyes became more hopeful. This is the first time the 3 of them have been together in a few days. After entering the player's identity, the 3 of them saw that they were exposed, so they also reported their names and became members of the national unit from then on. However, due to the age of the 3 of them and the fact that they still need to complete their studies, perhaps one of them needs to accompany the teacher, the 3 of them take turns to do the tasks. This is the first time since the last game field that all 3 of them are here. The group of people walked towards the canteen and were about to reach the entrance of the canteen. Big Elbow seemed to be jumping in front and waiting. Boom. A huge sound suddenly came, and the majestic energy that could be felt by the players surged out in an instant. As the ground shook, frightened screams came from all over the campus. The soldiers stationed at the school reacted almost immediately, gathered as quickly as possible, and began to calm the panicked students around them. The three children, who were originally full of big elbows, immediately. When he became vigilant, the relaxed and comfortable look on his face faded in an instant, and he quickly observed his surroundings. Maya's perception ability is stronger and she quickly opens her eyes. It's a big game field. Her face became serious, and she pulled out the snake tied to her head. The snake seemed to come to life in her hand, slowly lengthening and turning into a soft whip. Seeing that Maya was so prepared, Han Ying and Bai He also quickly took out their weapons. To make Maya so nervous, the difficulty of this game field is definitely beyond their capabilities. Dear players, hello, welcome to the game field. This game is infinite killing. The rules are as follows. Players and NPCs in this game are divided into red and blue sides. When one side is killed, the game ends. Game time, infinite. The game has started, all players please start the game immediately. As soon as the mechanical sound ended, everyone on campus had a blue star pattern on the back of their hands. The faces of the three people gradually turned ugly as the game was introduced. Bai He murmured, "It's actually an infinite game." The battle between the magician and the Lord God was an infinite time game. What does infinite time mean? Will the Lord God appear? Maya tightened the whip in her hand. What does it mean? Either we kill the NPC and kill the entire school. Sure enough, screams were heard one after another all around. A big tree appeared in the center of the school. The height was not very high, but every branch stretched out to grab the people around them. Screams filled the entire campus for a while, and countless students ran forward desperately. The soldiers protected them behind them and hit the big tree with their weapons. However, after the branches of a big tree are broken, more and denser branches will grow from the original incomplete branches. No. Weapons don't work. Seeing the big tree continuing to walk slowly forward, various branches waving around, chasing the screaming and fleeing students with claws and teeth, the soldiers gritted their teeth and replaced them with long knives to chop at them. But it's still useless. The long knife was like cutting on steel, and it could not hinder the progress of these branches at all. In the end, we can only retreat. Seeing the tree men coming towards their direction, all three soldiers prepared their weapons. Hot weapons are useless, and cold weapons are useless. Then we can only fight with abilities. Teacher, you go find a place to hide first. Before rushing into the battle, Bai He did not forget to arrange for the head teacher. Ji Changs looked at their figures running towards the tree people and closed his eyes to feel it. The Lord God has not come yet. This is just a pure boss. He ran forward along the wall, as if he was desperate to escape, and reached the nearest place along the way. The main god may not show his true form during a fight, but when taking supplements, he will definitely go into battle on his own. There is only one chance. It has been laid down for so long, and it depends on whether it can happen this time. Maya controls the tree people, Bai He assists, and Han Ying makes the final attack. The three of them joined forces, and they could barely beat the tree people who were obviously stronger than the three of them. The tree man was trapped and unable to move. His whole body and roots were covered in water, and he could only struggle in place. Maya gritted her teeth and searched for weaknesses in the tree man, while controlling the body shape it wanted to move, and shouted at Han Ying. It's afraid of fire, burn its roots. Coming. Han Ying opened his hand to attract thunder and lightning, and controlled the amount to move towards the huge tree roots. The tree roots were ignited in just a moment. The tree man tried to control the branches and struggled, but he could only sway slightly because of Maya's restraint. Outside the school, a large number of military vehicles arrived. Zhang Xiaoyan hurried forward in high heels, followed by Zhou Yang. Maya and the others are inside. The guarding soldier nodded. Han Yingbei and he Maya are all inside. Today is a school day, so are all the children and the teachers on today's shift. Zhang Xiaoyan flicked off her high-heeled shoes and walked in barefoot. I'll go in and help. The soldier stretched out his hand to stop her. The game type is massacre, no time limit mission, and the door will not be opened until it is over. Zhang Xiaoyan was stunned. Not open? What does this mean? After the game field enters reality, isn't it only possible to enter but not to exit? We have been trying since the beginning of the game, but we really can't get in. Maybe it's because infinite games are different from other games and the door has been closed. Zhang Xiaoyan took a deep breath and took 2 tentative steps forward to knock. As expected, she was firmly blocked outside. Grass. Then how to deal with it? Zhou Yang was also anxious. The 3 children are still inside. If something happens to them, how will we explain to the magician? Zhang Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. The main god did it on purpose. It did this to isolate the outside world from rescue, so that the boss could not go in to save people even if he got the news. Before, it deliberately killed players, but this time it's obvious that it's done again. She cursed and looked inside, and the fighting was not far away. From this angle, they could see the scene inside. They lay there and watched for a long time. They were relieved when they saw that the 3 of them could barely control the situation. Fortunately, they are very capable and should be able to beat this boss. Zhou Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. As long as the main god doesn't take action, Han Ying and the others should be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the tree man who was already at a disadvantage suddenly glowed red, as if his ability had increased by 300%, and he was directly out of Maya's control. A branch was thrown accurately on her body, so hard that her whole body almost flew out. These powers are nothing to the players, but the backlash caused by the opponent's loss of control still caused damage to Maya. Boom! Her body was pressed directly against the transparent cover, and she couldn't help but cover her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly reacting to something, she stood up suddenly and shouted towards Han Ying and Bai He, who were still dealing damage to the tree people. Run! Its thoughts have been replaced. It's not a tree man, it's the main god. When Han Ying and Bai He heard this, they immediately pulled away and were about to leave, but were still a step too late. The tree man who had just fought to a draw with them seemed to have taken a powerful pill and attacked countless people with thunder and flames all over his body. The branches were thrown towards the 2 of them. With 2 bangs and bangs, the 2 of them were also thrown to Maya's side, and they got together neatly. Seeing 3 miners leaning in front of them in a panic, while she could only watch the tree man walking towards them step by step, Zhang Xiaoyan was going crazy. Damn it, stupid god. Stupid. It did it on purpose. It deliberately threw these 3 children in front of us. A common method used by the Lord God is to kill chickens to scare monkeys. When the magician was killed, it was in front of all the players, using lightning to make the magician disappear bit by bit, without even a hair left. But now, 20 years later, it is using its old tricks again, but Zhang Xiaoyan can still only watch as she did 20 years ago. She was so anxious that she even lost her mind and smashed the transparent cover with her fist, but naturally it couldn't be broken open. Zhou Yang, aren't you the first person the boss met after he came back? You have a way to contact the boss, right? Call the boss quickly. Come and help. Zhou Yang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. I don't have it. What should I do? How about we use cannon fire to see if we can blast it away? The soldiers also rushed to get their weapons. Try it first, use this first. The three children didn't know that there was a group of people outside anxiously trying to save them. They just covered their injuries and looked stubbornly at the tree man who was deliberately dragging his body with branches step by step towards them. The tree man finally arrived in front of them. It glowed red, with branches all over its body raised, and pointed pointedly towards the three tonics who had lost the power to resist. Maya stared at the other party coldly, and chose to say two sentences with difficulty as her last words. "The magician will kill you. He will definitely kill you." The tree man seemed to smile mockingly, and the front parts of the branches turned into small mouths filled with sharp teeth, slowly moving towards the three of them with malice. Outside, Zhang Xiaoyan clenched her fists and slapped the cover frantically. "No. You can't. You, humming stop. You. How dare you attack them? The magician will definitely not let you go. You." Her shouts had no effect on the tree people. The branches, with numerous tiny teeth, opened fiercely at the three of them. Whoosh! A pen shuttled through at a very high speed, like chopping vegetables, cutting off the branches in front of the three children, and it also had a trace of tracking magic attached to it. After doing this, the pen flew back. The three children were all stunned, subconsciously staring in the direction where the pen flew away. In the end, I just watched helplessly as the pen fell into the hands of Teacher Ji, who was wearing a plaid shirt and was white and clean. The body of the pen gradually lengthened in his hand, ascending section by section, and finally turned into a black and shiny magic wand. Although he was not wearing a cloak, Ji Chang's, who was holding a magic wand, waved the blue star mark on the back of his hand towards the tree man, or, in other words, the main god. "Look, what a coincidence, you got me included. Is it surprising? Is it surprising? Is it exciting?" The author has something to say. 2006. All right. I've paid off my debt. I don't owe any more updates. So let's look for new nutrient solutions next. Please give me nutrient solution. Pray for it. I will definitely not procrastinate this time. Add more nutrient solution as soon as it is enough. Tweet. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 428. Everyone could clearly see the tree man suddenly pause in his movements. Of course, some people didn't even notice what the tree people were doing, because they themselves are still in shock. Ji Chang's is actually a magician? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoyan and the others didn't have a deep influence on Ji Chang's. At most, they only remember him as the teacher of the three main characters who were scared last time. Now that I saw such a familiar face, I was stunned for a moment before reacting. If I were to say my inner reaction, it would probably be "so it's him." A magician like that would definitely hide around three children. But for the three children who spend almost every day with Ji Chang's, this is more of a surprise than a surprise. Is the magician Ji Chang's? How could it be Ji Chang's? How could he be Ji Chang's? The magician who dominated the game more than 20 years ago, resisted the Lord God with all his strength, and even the Lord God couldn't kill the child and sent him out. How could it be that they had known each other since the first grade of junior high school? The head teacher Ji Chang's, who was stingy, liked to punish students corporally, and was also quite timid and shameless, and would be frightened by a small playground. This is unscientific and unreasonable. Ji Chang's didn't care what his three students thought. After making a wonderful appearance in front of the Lord God, he waved the magic wand in his hand. Now that the two worlds have begun to merge, Ji Chang's magic is not suppressed, and countless huge earth dragons emerge from the ground. They roared and flew towards the tree man like living creatures. They shuttled between each other and built a cage out of earth around the tree man. There is a saying that goes, well, it is rare to say something cruel. Obviously the sentence does not apply to Ji Chang's. While he output easily, his mouth kept beeping, verbally attacking the tree man, or the main god. Have you been preparing for a long time? You want to eat these 3 students in one go. It's a pity that despite all precautions, you still took the initiative to trap me. Speaking of which, do you regret not being able to kill me 20 years ago? If I hadn't returned to the real world, I wouldn't have known that you were omnipotent in the infinite world. Ji Chang's little mouth didn't stop. The main god wanted to fight, but at the same time he had to listen to all kinds of taunting remarks, and he soon lost his temper. It opened the branches on the right, and those small branches quickly gathered together and formed a huge arm. Shut up! It screamed angrily and slapped its arm heavily in the direction of Ji Chang's, destroying all the earth dragons entrenched in that direction. However, the angrier it became, the more relaxed and contented Ji Chang's face became. He waved the magic wand in his hand, and the ground he stepped on immediately rose up. Countless vines seemed to be alive for him to step on, leading him all the way towards the sky, and happened to avoid the incoming attack. Huge palm. Ji Chang stepped on the vines under his feet like a hot wheel, stood at a high altitude and began to wildly output fireballs at the tree people. The most powerful thing about magic is that as long as you can imagine it, you can change anything. Compared with Maya, who can only control other people's hearts, Bai he can only use water, Hanyang can only use thunder, and at most he can use thunder to create fire. Ji Chang's can create any element he wants out of thin air. The tree man couldn't reach Ji Chang's and could only be beaten on the ground. It obviously found that it couldn't go on like this, and the branches on the right stretched rapidly and headed towards the sky. This is what Ji Chang's was waiting for. As soon as he saw the branches lengthening, he immediately waved his magic wand in the air, and countless crows appeared out of thin air to form a supergiant crow, carrying their master and flying downwards. As the magician came fiercely, the wind blades invisible to the naked eye cut off the elongated branches. The tree man suddenly changed from being full of disciples to a polished commander. Ji Chang's landed lightly on the ground and raised his eyes to look at the tall tree man, who was no match for him. Lord God, is that all you have? The Lord God was indeed angered. The red light all over its body appeared even more, and it split into a branch from the trunk and slapped heavily towards the ground. The ground began to collapse, and as the students watching the battle screamed, some humanoid creatures made of plant roots quickly crawled out from the bottomless gap. They held knives made of plants in their hands, crawled out one by one, and then went up again and again, standing densely on the ground like a well-trained army. The tree man slowly cracked the central trunk, and opened a mouthful of sharp teeth. Its voice is no longer as thick as before, but seems to have some mechanical sound, because there is no emotion. Even if it is angry, it sounds so bland. Do you think you can fight against me alone? Ji Chang's looked at the humanoid objects that kept pouring out like ants, clicked his tongue, and threw the magic wand into the sky. When it reaches mid-air, magic. The stick paused on its own and began to spin. Countless crows flew out from under the magic wand. They screamed, and when they landed on the ground, they turned into crow knights wearing medieval knight uniforms, weapons in hand and armor. The magic wand keeps spinning, and the number of crow knights keeps increasing. Soon, the combat power of the soldiers on both sides was equal, and even the number of crow knights on Ji Chang's side was still growing. The knights in bright black armor clenched their weapons and followed behind Ji Chang's like loyal knives. Everyone had a blue star mark on the back of their hand. Ji Chang's only waved his hand, and they rushed toward the humanoid objects fearlessly. It's almost like a big war. If the main god had a face, he would definitely look ugly at this moment, because Ji Chang's can know all the skill points that he knows, and Ji Chang's can also know the ones that he doesn't know. In today's game field, it is really possible for it to lose. Impossible. With his huge body, the tree man attacked Ji Chang's and spoke with his big mouth. I won't lose, this is my world. Ji Chang's hid quite easily, jumping as fast as a flea under his feet. Are your eyesight, or are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease? Is this your world? This is Blue Star, the world of humans. Who do you think you are when you come to fight on our territory? No, this isn't right. The tree man seemed to finally have emotions, and his voice gradually turned into a roar. Who are you? Ji Chang stepped on a leaf. Just wait. He opened his hand towards the magic wand that was still spinning to give birth to a child. Ah no, giving birth to a crow knight. The black cloak immediately flew out and landed directly on Ji Chang's, covering him tightly. With the equipment on his upper body, Ji Chang's opened his arms, and countless ice arrows gathered out of thin air, and shot accurately towards the tree man as he moved. Who I am? Have you even forgotten the magician you almost killed? You didn't kill me back then. That was your biggest mistake. Brush. Countless ice arrows pierced directly into the tree man's body with the biting wind, and its newly grown arms and legs were brutally broken. Ji Chang's was a very sinister person. He could see that the mouth was the most important place for the Lord God, so most of the ice arrows were directed towards the mouth. Sure enough, this action directly caused the Lord God to scream uncontrollably. It staggered back a few steps, and finally, the top of its mouth opened. A pair of blood-red eyes opened. No. You are not a magician, you are not a player. Who are you? Ji Chang's tone was calm. I am Ji Chang's, the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 9, Number 2 Middle School. Even the Lord God couldn't help but panic at this moment. How could the person in front of me be a magician? The magician is simply a lie concocted by it. Let's make peace. The Lord God, who has studied the culture of the human world, decided to give in first. You have such powerful energy, why do you need to be a little teacher in this world? You and I join forces and become the masters of the world together. You are just a human being, but after becoming the master of the world and taking complete control of the world, you will be immortal, invulnerable, and indestructible. You will become a god. Its voice was bewitching, but to Ji Chang's ears, it was no different from the buzzing of a fly. Are you finished? Then continue the fight. The Lord God simply couldn't believe that this human being was not tempted by the conditions for becoming a god. That's God. You are a human. What a chance you have to become a god. No one in this world can help you become a god except me. Ji Chang's, you said that you have no product, no trademark, no origin, no body, and a lot of obsessions. If you want to become a god, why don't you create a world yourself and come to invade Blue Star? Isn't it because you don't have the ability to fabricate one? The real world comes out. 3 No products, but you still want to become a god, bah. Lord God. Its blood-red eyes widened in surprise. How do you know, no, who you are, who you really are? It cannot fabricate a real world, and players cannot know it. The Lord God finally realized belatedly that he seemed to have provoked some terrifying existence. It couldn't understand that it just wanted to occupy a small planet, so why would this person come out to oppose it? Why are you trying to deal with me? The Lord God wants to break through its non-existent brain. He can't imagine when he has offended such a terrifying guy. Why did you come to the game, why on earth? Ji Chang's was happy. He originally thought it would be embarrassing to talk to himself alone about losing his background, but he didn't expect the Sanweo product to be so powerful. Isn't this a ready-made trustee? The magician, who was still standing on the leaf above, slowly took off his hat, revealing his fair and clean face that looked like an ordinary teacher. 4. What? He sneered, you have the nerve to ask me why. I couldn't beat you back then, and you couldn't kill me. Send me out of the world of the Lord God. I won't care about this matter for the time being. Since I can't deal with you, I can just live my life peacefully. But what about you? I lead a class, how many students do you remove from me? I lead a class, How many students do you remove from me? Those with good grades and poor grades will immediately become the last in your infinite world. The magician's eyes were full of anger. As soon as I took he and his class to class, I discovered that you marked them. They don't have enough time to study. I have to find opportunities to train them every day to avoid being dragged into the infinite world by you. Then died in the game. Lord God, what mark? Ji Chang's raised his hand directly, and the earth dragons in the sky condensed into a whip handle. Its mouth was crooked. Shut up. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you know how hard I work so that they could train well and not miss the course? What about you? How long did it take to drag them in? In reality, there are 3 people, one is 7th from the bottom, one is second to last, and one is first to last. How hard have I worked to maintain the average score of our class? My performance is about to be obtained. What the hell are you doing, me? When I was young, you made me have to walk and fight every day. Now I'm almost waiting to retire, and you're still staring at me. Is there a good prospect? You take one away for me. The one you take away will either die or become one of the worst. You ask me why I went back. If I don't kill you, I will live in your shadow for the rest of my life. Lord God. Behi Maya Han Ying. The soldiers outside are trying to read lip reading and then relay it to others. Zhang Xiao Yan and Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Did I misunderstand the meaning? Boss, he worked hard for 20 years to get back into the game, spent so much effort on the layout, and then pulled out all the players. Just for the average grade in their class. Zhang Xiao Yan, you may be right to understand it this way, but let's go deeper. This may just be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Actually, if you think about it carefully, if you are pulled into the game when you are in your 20s, you will be exhausted every day, living and dying at a very fast speed, and you will have to live and die countless times. Good or not. It is easy to escape control and want to live a peaceful and ordinary life in the real world. However, every time I want to get the results of my work, I am destroyed by the Lord God. Once or twice may be fine, and it lasts for 20 years. She said hesitantly. It seems understandable that the boss suddenly lost his temper and rushed back to the game to destroy the main god. Zhou Yang, that seems to be the case. But the Lord God is still confused. What are you talking about? What mark? What's pulling people, what's targeting you? I don't know you at all. In this regard, Ji Chang's expressed a calm attitude. Oh, is it too late to pretend not to know now? The main god who really knows nothing. He didn't care what its reaction was. Anyway, today I have to admit it even if the Lord God acknowledges it, and I have to acknowledge it even if he doesn't. Lord God, who the hell are you? Ji Chang's waved, and the magic wand stopped spinning and fell into his hand. With a wave of the magic wand, a wall of flames immediately rose up from behind him, and they all tilted towards the tree man. Magician, Ji Chang's. The author has something to say. I am going to be knocked unconscious by the nutrient solution. You are too rich. Oh my God, I just finished writing it and opened it and I was shocked. Today is a bit short, because I have been updating 9,000 words. Today's chapter is 4,000 words, and I owe you 5,000. It will be posted tomorrow along with tomorrow's update and nutritional supplements. Good. Will update to completion tomorrow. My phone was broken and cannot be turned on. Repairing it is almost equivalent to buying a new one. The memo also contains my various jokes and new world ideas. I hate it. I don't know what to write about New World anymore. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 429. The Lord God demonstrated what it means to be unable to argue with 100 people. It opened and closed 100 mouths, but it couldn't squeeze out a word. Obviously, with their knowledge, they cannot understand why such a powerful passerby pretends to be his own. Ji Chang's just realized that the main god was not a human after all. He watched the main god try his best to break away from those attacks, and continued to throw skills calmly. This is not the home ground of the main god. The opponent with the blue bar cannot compare to him. The main god obviously saw that he could not defeat Ji Chang's, so he took another step back. You should know that you can't kill me, let me go, and I will never set foot on Blue Star again. Ji Chang's raised a smile, I really can't kill you. Maybe I took you 20 years ago. I couldn't help it, but now, there are many people around me. Under the main god's widened red eyes, Ji Chang's turned to look at Maya. Maya, come here. He stretched out his hand, and countless branches with green leaves flew over gently, intertwined and weaved with each other, and finally became a bridge. Maya stood on it without hesitation. The bridge flew in the direction of Ji Chang's, bringing their students to them. Ji Chang's cloak fluttered. Although this does not increase his combat effectiveness much, it does make him look very distinguished. Come and feel it. Ji Chang's held Maya's arm and guided her to put her spiritual power on the main god. Look at its nothingness, its emptiness, its lies. The main god looked at the girl who was young but full of fighting spirit, and finally realized what Ji Chang's wanted to do. No. It roared, desperately trying to break free from the cage made by Ji Chang's. But countless vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped tightly around the huge tree man. You can't kill me. You. Human, what ability do you have to kill me? I am God. Ji Chang's, who was guiding Maya to feel the energy of the Lord God, clicked his tongue. You are so stubborn that you don't even look in the mirror to see if you have grown up to be such a god like you. You are such a crooked person, but it's okay. Meaning. Open your mouth. That's right, after all, you have a lot of mouth. The energy of the main god is very huge. When she first came into contact with it, Maya was very scared. But as soon as I heard Ji Chang's was beeping next to her, and his fear and confusion gradually receded. She calmed down, ignored the Lord God's violent struggle, and sneaked into its heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Maya's eyes shot open, and the snake's head rose up again. Imaginary. She spit out 2 words. She looked at the giant creature that had beaten her to the point of vomiting blood not long ago. It's all fake. The playground is fake, the world is fake, and even you are fake. The main god opened his mouth, and the big boss style he specially created when he first appeared on the scene disappeared. It roared and rolled, but could only watch the world that it had planned for many years collapse bit by bit under Maya's intrusive consciousness. On the campus, some students screamed and ran. When the vegetative man chased them and raised their weapons, they were suddenly picked up by a crow knight. The black wings were spread wide, and looking around, the air was almost filled with crow knights and students. The crow knights on the ground can only choose to fight in close combat. Fortunately, their combat effectiveness is not weak. Countless vegetative people have fallen, and other vegetative people are still chasing after them. A student faced the vegetative machete. Upon hearing his scream, the crow knight suddenly turned around and blocked the student with his body. In the pupils of the students, the scene of the vegetative man slashed ferociously behind the crow knight suddenly dissipating was reflected. She was stunned and looked around subconsciously. But one by one, those plants that were chasing the students to chop disappeared before everyone's eyes. It's not the kind of disappearance with traces, but not even a speck of ash left. It's like they were originally photoshopped, but now they're being deleted manually. Maya stood next to Ji Chang's. Even if the other party didn't beep again this time, she seemed to feel infinite power just by standing next to her. As if she had a backer, She walked towards the Lord God step by step with full confidence. These are not created by you at all. You have no ability to create. The so-called infinite world is just that you pulled us into a false imaginary world. In that world, you are a god, but you can't break even the rules you created. It's broken because it's all false. Once the rules are broken, the only ones who get hurt will be it's you yourself. Watching the thin girl walking forward step by step, Ji Chang's, the magician who took a back seat, followed behind. Step by step, he closed the branches around the tree man who gradually became smaller because of Maya's words. With her teacher following her, Maya felt more confident. She continued. The infinite world is fake, and the playground is also fake. The so-called fusion of the two worlds is just that you don't have your own real world, and you invade our world like a thief, trying to occupy the magpie's nest. Ji Chang's nodded behind him. This idiom is used well. It seems that Maya is really studying hard. As Maya's words were exposed, the body of the Lord God, who was faced with his own lies, was shrinking little by little. The truth it had always insisted on was found to be false. In addition, the spiritual world was madly attacked by Maya, and it could no longer sustain a strong body. To be precise, it can no longer support a world. Even if this is just a light, imaginary world. Look to the sky. Zhou Yang outside suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "What did that fall down?" People outside looked up. However, I saw pieces of flaky objects like transparent fish scales slowly falling down. Before they landed on the ground, they disappeared without a trace. Seeing more and more of these things falling down, Zhang Xiaoyan thought of something and reached out to touch them tentatively. The game protective cover is gone. She shouted in surprise and hurriedly walked in first. The soldiers outside did not hesitate to follow suit and helped Beihe Haining, who was trying to stand up slowly. Almost all the vegetative people have disappeared, and the remaining small part was killed by the Crow Knight before they could disappear. Seeing that there were no obstacles underneath, the many Crow Knights flying in the air with their wings spread out leaned over and flew down, gently placing the students in their hands on the ground. After the mission was completed, the Crow Knights flew into the sky one after another, spread their wings, and turned into black crows, flying towards Ji Chang's. Apparently, there was nothing left for the playground rescue department to do. This must be the most leisurely and exciting rescue ever. While Zhang Xiaoyan was thinking this, she directed people to gather together and comfort the students who had been running around in embarrassment before. Although they were protected by the Crow Knight and were not injured, they were also frightened. In the sky above, Maya was already approaching the tree man. Countless green leaves slowly twisted around her, as if giving her support in various senses. Ji Chang's, still wearing the black cloak, followed Maya slowly, watching her absorb bit by bit. The power of the Lord God. To be honest, the energy gap between Maya and the Lord God is still very large. But isn't it true that the Lord God has been beaten by Ji Chang's? It's like killing a pig. It's definitely not easy to kill a pig when it's running around. It's tied up tightly. Maya, the pig-killing master, goes into battle. The white knife goes in and the red knife goes out. It's a perfect one-stop service to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. The Lord God is indeed unwilling. Naturally, it is impossible for it not to know Maya's abilities, but the more amazing Maya's growth rate is, the more great a supplement it sees in its eyes. Secondly, I am confident that I can hold Maya down. In the end, who would have thought that someone would be killed on the way? Ji Chang's. Not willing to give in, absolutely not willing to give in. But there is nothing I can do if I don't give in. It is not a living thing in nature. To use an analogy, it is probably like a ball of energy. When it lost the protection of its shell and had just been beaten by Ji Chang's, it could only watch as the tonic Maya used herself as a tonic and ate it up bit by bit. Ah! After the last short scream, the tree man completely disappeared into the air. Although the protective cover is gone, the game prompts are gone too. But in this game, the blue star side truly wins. Maya struggled to absorb the main god, then turned around and looked at Ji Chang's hesitantly. The person in front of me is still the same as in my memory. The eyes are still the same. Eyes, the nose is still the same. Nose, even the owing feeling under the eyes has not disappeared. It was teacher Ji Changzaji who had been their class teacher for 3 years. Because the other party kept punishing them corporally, after Maya left the infinite world, she often fantasized about dragging people into an alley and beating them up to vent her anger. But now, the truth is out. Ji Chang's was indeed the teacher who punished them corporally. The magician is indeed Ji Chang's. The so-called corporal punishment is just advanced training to help them survive smoothly after seeing the mark from the Lord God on them. After that, they kept guessing who the magician was looking for, and who was so lucky to be protected by such a powerful person. Now the truth has come to light. It's them. The purpose of magicians entering the game is them from the beginning. No wonder. No wonder he snatched the home tokens from those 2 scumbags as soon as he entered the game. No wonder he detained them to prevent them from getting involved in those messy things. No wonder he had to follow them when they were about to enter the game. Because from the beginning, the magician wanted to protect his students. Maya's eyes were slightly red. Everything she didn't understand in the past and hoped to know was right in front of her, and thousands of thoughts came to her mind. She had thousands of words to say to this teacher who she had once rejected and disliked, and who she secretly admired and admired. Opening her mouth, she said, "Belch. Maya." Ji Chang said, "I understand." On his face, it's normal to be a little nervous, after all, the main god is so big. But you still need to exercise. You young people just rely on your good health and don't take it seriously. You stay up late at night and have no energy during the day. It's strange that your health is good. Maya." She silently covered her mouth. After everything was settled, Ji Chang's waved his magic wand and let the bridge fall. Green Leaf gently sent them down and got back to the ground again. I have to say that the ground of the school must have endured a lot today. Zhang Xiaoyan ran over in a hurry. When she saw Ji Chang's, she looked like she wanted to recognize him but didn't dare to recognize him. "Boss." Ji Chang's glanced at her. Can you tidy up your hair? It's so disheveled." Tisk. This familiar taunt is indeed their boss. Everyone in Zhang Xiaoyan was shocked. "Boss, you are too good at pretending. That day I faced you face to face and I didn't even recognize you." "Nonsense, if I don't pretend to be more like you, how can I deceive the Lord God and kill such an enemy? Is it easy?" Mr. Magician, who spent less than a month on the whole process, said righteously, "I have known for a long time that the Lord God's sword is pointing at Blue Star. I have been pretending to be an ordinary person since the first day I left the infinite world. The reason is to wait until he comes and kill him." Caught off guard. Zhang Xiaoyan admired and puzzled at the same time. "But how can you pretend to be so stingy? You are so rich. Just sell the last 2 treasure troves in the infinite world and you can spend 1% of them." Ji Chang's begins to appear. "Making things up on the field. What you want is this effect. How could the Lord God think that the strongest person would be a stingy, and unpopular poor guy?" Zhang Xiaoyan, "That's true, I just wronged you, boss. After all, players who can survive in the game are basically not fuel-efficient lamps. Even if you have a bad personality, you won't be short of money." The 2 people's questions and answers directly explained some things that they had not had time to explain clearly when entrusting the Lord God to be there. The people present listened with admiration and shame. The students and teachers in the school who knew Ji Chang's character didn't know what to say to express their admiration. They always thought that teacher Ji was stingy. He used corporal punishment on students and took advantage of his colleagues who didn't have a good face. If it weren't for the fact that he has always had a very good average score as a class leader, he would have been fired long ago with such a stinky character. As a result, these were all pretended by him in order to defeat the Lord God. And it's only been pretending for 20 years. 20 years. In the past 20 years, countless people have misunderstood him and thought he was stingy. It turns out they were just faking it. He staggered over a little, followed by Han Ying. He looked at Ji Chang's with complicated eyes. I thought you just hated us, that's why you let us run around. When he first realized this, even though he was precocious, he still couldn't help but feel a little hurt in his heart. No matter how precocious a child is, when faced with the disgust and rejection of his parents and elders, he will always be unable to help but feel inferior in his heart. Why should I hate you? Ji Chang's asked back, you have a serious attitude towards learning, and you are all well behaved and sensible. Who wouldn't like such children? After finishing speaking, he thought for a while and added. Of course, I will like you more if you don't lower the class average. Inexplicably, Ji Chang's attitude was very normal, as if he was just chatting casually. But his nose still felt sore. My heart felt sour and sour, as if there were countless villains jumping around, each one holding a sign in their hand, which read, Teacher Ji likes us. Magicians like us. The kid Han Ying hid behind he, secretly hiding the tears from the corners of his eyes. Wiped. Still being that damn duck with a tough mouth. I had already guessed that Teacher Ji didn't let us run laps because he hated us. If he really hated us, how could he let me participate in the competition? Ji Chang's pretended not to see him, his nose was red. Okay, we've finished fighting the boss. Let's clean up and see what the situation is now. Once the main god dies, the false world it created will naturally collapse. One by one, the frightening game fields disappeared, and Blue Star seemed to have returned to its previous peaceful life. But the magnetic field showed that it might be because the last battle took place here, and it was the battlefield between the two top powerhouses, the magician and the Lord God, and the school was affected. In every corner of the school, there will be game fields from time to time. Game types are no longer fixed as one game and one content as before. Instead, the game field may be Game 1 today, and it may become Game 2 tomorrow. The state sent people to investigate repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion. The main god did not come back from the dead, but the magnetic field of the school has changed. The game field here may be the games left over from the moment when the previous main god died. The bad news is that even Ji Chang's can't make these playgrounds disappear. The good news is that this time the game field is not maliciously manipulated by the Lord God. The games inside are normal games and can even be interrupted. As long as someone is sent to guard there and take the player out before they are about to be killed, the lives of the players who enter will not be in danger. For many people, this is a rare training ground. And the most important thing is that players have a chance to awaken their abilities after entering. Although you can't do it. It's like a veteran player, but having the ability is better than not having the ability. The old principal, who has been in office for many years and is about to retire, first experienced the school being hit by a playground and countless humanoid creatures wreaking havoc on the school. Then he learned that the teacher in his school turned out to be the strongest person in the infinite world. Before I could recover, I was told that the school had been taken over by the state, and that the state would fund a new school somewhere else. Old principal. He took a sip of tea silently and thought to himself, life is indeed full of ups and downs, and UPS again. Before everything calmed down, the news had spread all over the internet. After all, it was not just the students of the school who witnessed the whole process. Teachers, as well as ordinary people who saw the game field open and struggled to find a good position outside, peeked inside. Especially the parents of the students, Those who lived nearby rushed over at a flying speed when they got the news. When they saw that the children were fine, they slowly let go of the worries they had been holding onto. After ensuring safety, people began their form of entertainment, gossip. Gossip people, parents, students, teachers, people who know nothing, passers-by A, B, and C who know nothing but rely on their excellent skills to listen to information. My daughter is a first-year student in this school, and my home is nearby. When I heard that the school had been selected to participate in the playground, my legs went weak. I threw down the pot and ran to the scene. I didn't have time to think too much on the way here, so I just kept crying. When I got there, I saw my daughter being held in the sky by the crow knight. The child was still silly and happy, and even waved to me when she saw her. The Lord of Confused Hearts and I were in the same class. I was really scared at first. It was like an earthquake. The school taught emergency evacuation, but it happened to be mealtime and everyone was basically on the playground. He just screamed and ran away. We were already shocked when Maya, Shirakawa, Han Ying, and the others rushed over and fought with all kinds of cool moves as if they were filming a movie, but as a result, Maya and the others failed to fight. When he was about to be killed by that big tree, our class teacher actually took action. It is no exaggeration to say that all the students in our class have forgotten to be afraid. I don't know anything else, but I can see that the head teacher is better than by he and the others. The pen he has been wearing turns into a after picking up a stick. I later found out that the class teacher was a veteran player in the Infinite World and the strongest one. His nickname is the Magician, and that stick is his magic wand. I can't blame him. I just said that our class teacher always has a pen hanging in his jacket pocket no matter what he wears all year round. Before, we secretly laughed at him for being so old-fashioned, and the clown turned out to be me. In a class, 3 students and 1 teacher are all players, and they are all famous figures in the Infinite World. What is the probability? I only hate myself for being born 10 years earlier, otherwise I would also like to experience something like this. One boss every day. What is it like in the classroom? Upstairs, the probability is actually not too high. It's because the magician is too strong. My neighbor's second aunt's cousin's son goes to that school. Is it said to be him? I heard it with my own ears at the time. At this point, the magician said when facing the Lord God that after discovering the marks on the 3 students, in order to prevent them from dying in the game, they took the time to train them every day. Wherever there are strong men who appear suddenly, they are all created by hard work. I am in the class next to theirs. I have heard before that their class teacher is very cruel and often punishes 3 people in their class to run laps. At that time, there were rumors that it was because of them I didn't give any gifts to my family, so the teacher targeted me. As a result, now, teacher, please take action. There were so many people watching that it would be impossible for the news not to leak out. Especially since there were so many students present. Children of this age originally worshipped the strong, and in addition, many people's lives were saved by Ji Chang's Crow Knight at that time. When the incident happened, I was naturally in a panic. After I discovered the safety issue, I felt excited. Me. At that time, I was almost beaten by the monster transformed by the Lord God. It was the Crow Knight who killed it and then directly carried me and flew into the sky. I still remember that its armor was very tight. Although its helmet had gaps, nothing could be seen. Its body was extremely cold, maybe because it was created by magic. I can draw a little bit. Look at the scenes I drew based on my memories. Some students didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Only when they saw this painting did they realize how big the scene was. In the picture posted by the student who said I know how to draw a little bit, the ground collapsed, plant people were chasing the students, and the Crow Knight stood in front of the students. A pair of black wings spread out in the sky, and under almost each wing there was a student who was tightly hugged by the Crow Knight. In the distance, there is a huge tree man. A man wearing a cloak stands on the rising green leaves opposite the highest part of the tree man. There is also a girl standing next to him. Outside, She even drew the soldiers who were blocked outside. This level of painting is so good that people have to say F***ck. Oh my god. It turned out to be like this at the time, and I had a picture in my mind. It looks really thrilling. It's like filming a movie. There are so many monsters and such a big tree man, but in the end, there are 0 casualties in the school. It's a miracle. The painting is really good. The artist's psychological quality is also very strong. In such a scene at that time, I could still remember the things around me. I definitely couldn't do it if it were me. Wow, that cloak is good. Look, is this the cloak of the legendary magician? It is said that he has never left his body. Immediately, a student came forward to testify. Teacher G has indeed always liked looser clothes. It turns out that there are traces of everything, but no one paid attention to it before. Yes, I was in the last class. I remember that Teacher G always had a pen on his shirt. I even laughed at him in private with my classmates for pretending to be cool. Wow, oh, I was wrong. Ji Changs looked through the comments on the internet and raised his eyebrows slightly. The hidden clues he had buried before began to ferment as this incident expanded. He even just received an apology text message from Teacher Zhang next door. The general meaning is that I was really sorry for misunderstanding him before. I thought he was the kind of person who took advantage of him and never returned it. I had complained about him at a gathering with other teachers before, and even doubted him. I didn't think that I was relatively inferior in appearance and deliberately bullied her like this. Now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have. Ji Changs recalled it carefully. The original owner was so special because of Teacher Zhang's appearance that he took advantage of him in various ways. Teacher Zhang has buck teeth. It is said that it is because she missed the best time for correction, and she has some health problems that cannot be corrected. She is a very gentle teacher, and she has only entered the school for 2 years. The original owner has an inexplicable self-confidence. She is obviously average, but she is actually okay. Why should she treat others with a condescending attitude? Teacher Zhang didn't do anything wrong either. Ji Changs edited a text message and sent it to Teacher Zhang, saying that he just did this simply because she lived next door and it was convenient to create a character. He thought he was just taking advantage of some dishes, but when he waited until after defeating the Master God, you can subsidize the money. Unexpectedly, he actually hurt Teacher Zhang, and he regretted it very much. Finally, I thought about it and added another one. Although it is a bit strange to say this, but because I have been wary of the Lord God appearing in our world, I use magic eyes to see people in my eyes. Everyone is just a ball of energy, so actually from the time you joined the company until now, I never knew what you looked like. If you feel that buck teeth are very distressing to you, you can come to see me at the Playground Rescue Center today. I can use my ability to straighten your teeth. Often. In fact, this skill is a bit beyond the magic content of this world. But Ji Changs looked up at the sky. He helped world consciousness protect the entire world, and the other party would probably turn a blind eye. Although Ji Changs didn't know how surprised Teacher Zhang was after receiving the text message, and how excited he was and burst into tears, he could guess some of it. After all, for a young girl, being disliked by her colleagues for her appearance is definitely a huge blow and a huge loss of self-confidence. However, she herself had low self-esteem. Even if she vaguely felt that the other person thought she was ugly, she would not take the initiative to speak out and confide in him. And now, Ji Changs, the hero who defeated the main god and even saved the world, said that he never thought there was anything wrong with her appearance. What he saw was her warm and yellow energy, which was sincere towards her colleagues and students. They also said that after she sent this text message, they were shocked because they had always thought that she was the most beautiful among all the women in the entire school because she had the most energy. The toughest one? It was the first time that Teacher Zhang, who had been invisibly attacked by the original owner for nearly 2 years, felt confident. She raised her head when she went out. She no longer tried to hide her buck teeth as before, but stepped into the door of the rescue center like every normal girl. In the hall, Bai and the other three were filling out information with grim faces. As the parties involved, they have to fill in some specific details about what happened at the scene. At that time, each person's information will be sealed in the file so that later people can know what happened. Ji Chang's was the first to receive the information. Then he threw his information to 3 students and asked them to help write it. 3 people. They think that teacher Ji may be pretending, but this kind of indecent character is definitely his true character. Just as I was writing, I saw Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang. The sharp-eyed Han Ying was the first to say hello, and the other 2 quickly followed suit, looking curiously at the teacher who was always gentle and patient with his students. Teacher, are you here to do business too? No, I'm looking for you. Our head teacher, Teacher Ji, is here, right? After Teacher Zhang saw these 3 children, he burst into laughter. He even patted Shirakawa on the shoulder. She remembered that she thought Ji Chang's was bullying her on purpose, and she was so angry that when he came to get the food, he even made his voice louder to let the other party hear. Now it seems that Ji Chang's was planning to defeat the Lord God when he abnormally asked 3 students to eat hot pot. Teacher Ji is inside. Teacher Zhang nodded, looked at the 3 children in front of him who were almost running up to him and were taller than him, and warned. Don't write so close to me all the time. It's not good for your eyes. And you? Maya, why are you wearing so little? Girls still have to pay attention? Keep warm. This is the right place. It's the wind again. She smoothly took off the scarf she was wearing around her neck and handed it to Maya, for you. Maya was a little flattered and didn't know whether she should accept it. Take it. Teacher Zhang said with a smile, I am so happy today that I feel hot all over even if I don't walk. I'm going in. Teacher Ji asked me to help you. She walked in with a feeling of joy all over her body. Maya carefully put the scarf around her neck several times and touched it cherishedly. There is still some temperature up there. This is the first time she wears a scarf. I wanted it before but no one would buy it, but then I just wasn't in the mood to buy it. Teacher Zhang looks good. Happy. Maya raised the corners of her mouth, stroked the scarf around her neck and said, I feel like she particularly likes me. No, she likes us. You. Can you feel the energy of ordinary people now? Han Ying was extremely envious. Your ability is so useful. It's not like me. Yesterday the teacher asked me if I would consider working in an electric power company in the future. He patted him, teacher is teasing you. He also asked me if I want to work in a water plant. After saying that, he also looked at Maya, has your ability advanced? Should be. Maya nodded and touched the little snake on her head, I can feel the emotions of ordinary people now. I can't read minds, but I can still feel the general mood swings. It seems like I just advanced. A rescue center staff member hurried past them. When he saw the 3 children, he subconsciously turned to look at him and smiled. He left without saying anything. Maya looked at her back and said in a daze, she thinks we are cute. Me. Them. Han Ying blushed slightly and said awkwardly, you? Just forget it. He and I are men. How can a man be called cute? This was the first time that he felt the love of a stranger directly. No wonder it's not interesting. Maya was also a little dazed. Another staff member walked past them as if casually and glanced at them several times. She immediately expressed her emotions. He envies us very much and feels like he wants to have children like us in the future. This time? Even he was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, they actually want a child like us. Aren't they unwelcome and rejected by everyone? It turns out that there are also people who think they are good and hope that their children will be like them. Maya. Han Ying was also a little dazed, but he reacted faster than them. He encouraged, if you do this, try to see if you can feel the teacher's emotions. Now that you have advanced, you should be able to feel a little bit, right? Maya was also a little unsure. I don't know how strong the teacher is, but I can give it a try after a while. She was also curious about what the teacher was thinking when he looked at them. While the three of them were talking, Teacher Zhang and Ji Chang's came over together. They were chatting and laughing, and mentioned, by the way, it turns out that they like doing papers, so I will give them more assignments in the future homework topic. They looked up and were stunned. The buck teeth on Teacher Zhang's face are gone, and his face looks very delicate. Teacher, you are so beautiful. Han Ying immediately opened his mouth to praise. Teacher Zhang immediately smiled even happier. Little clever guy, you are so sweet. Teacher Ji, I'm leaving first. I have classes in the afternoon. Ji Chang's nodded, looked at Teacher Zhang immediately, then looked back at the three little devils, and gave each of them a bailai. Okay, you guys, your math test scores have actually dropped. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and write the report. After you finish writing, you can give me extra lessons. After he finished speaking, he left with a tigerish face. Maya stood there blankly. Han Ying poked her. You? What are you doing? You were murdered. No. Maya touched the head that had been beaten by Ji Chang's and suddenly laughed. Teacher, his emotion is love. He likes us, he treats us as his children. Bai He and Han Ying were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but smile silly. It turns out that they are also children who can be liked by others. They also like teachers. The author has something to say. This chapter is updated on the 9th. This story is over. I haven't whetted your appetite yet. Alright? Let me pay it back. There will be an update before 3 o'clock, so little angels, please go to sleep first. I am confused day and night, so I can only update at night. Don't rush to read the new story, you can watch it when you wake up tomorrow morning. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 430. Ji Chang's lifespan was extraordinarily long this time, probably because the original scientific world was abruptly dragged by the Lord God to a place where it was like a runaway wild horse. Everyone's lifespan has been greatly improved. Especially those with abilities. The stronger their ability, the longer they live. Ji Chang's did not join the special department like Maya and the others, but continued to be his own teacher, teaching his own students, and then retired when he was old, living a happy retirement life. Before he passed away, he had already vaguely felt it. He quickly arranged his cremation procedures, met the students one by one, and closed his eyes happily. Didn't think about how people in this world missed him. Ji Chang still chose to continue the mission. When he opened his eyes this time, he saw a person kneeling underneath. Wearing official uniform, he said, "Your Majesty, please calm down." Ji Chang's looked at the yellow dragon robe he was wearing and understood instantly. This time it's the Emperor. He didn't say anything, and just looked at the ministers below, as if he could see a smile on their faces. The mind is rapidly receiving memories. The original owner was indeed the Emperor. To be precise, a tyrant. Moreover, he was a fatuous and violent tyrant who especially liked to rob civilian girls. Moreover, the original owner had a very good vision and was a talent for stuffing the girls he snatched back one after another. Looking back at the life of the original owner, probably before he was born, his biological father, the old emperor, unfortunately passed away. He also had a biological brother above him, and the courtiers at that time supported his brother as emperor. Or, no, you can't say that you want to be an emperor, you can only say that you want to be an emperor. While everyone was still discussing, the original owner, the royal brother, died. It seemed to be an accident. I accidentally fell off my horse while riding. At that time, many horses nearby were frightened and trampled on them while running around. In the end, the prince who had not yet had time to ascend the throne, he died unexpectedly. Of course, the accident that happened to the royal family was probably not an accident. It can even be said that most people know the truth. The situation at that time was that when the old emperor was still in power, the uncle of the country, that is, the uncle of the original owner and his brother, could almost be said to have all the power in the government. Uncle Guo is not a good person. He has made the whole court a mess. However, the old emperor is also mediocre. Compared with his ministers and his own son. He believed more in his wife's brother who had an appetite for him. With the old emperor's connivance, and even unintentional fueling, in the court at that time, the uncle of the country could say that no one dared to say anything to the east, but no one dared to say the west. After all, those who spoke Western language were basically killed by him or simply demoted and exiled. Most of the people who stayed behind were Uncle Guo's people. Even if the rest had grievances in their hearts, they could only protect themselves wisely under such circumstances. But the original owner, the royal brother, was different. He was not influenced by his biological father, uncle, or even his biological mother. In such a palace atmosphere, it was not easy for him to grow into a good young man with upright roots. Naturally, such a new emperor who is dedicated to the people, can't stand the chaos in the court, and is committed to purging it, is not what the uncle wants to see. No matter how powerful he is, the world still belongs to the Ji family, so it is naturally impossible for him to really seek to usurp the throne. Otherwise, if his family background is not right, there is no need for the royal family to do anything, and even those obedient ministers will not recognize him. Just because he couldn't get to the top directly didn't mean he couldn't get rid of the stumbling blocks in front of him. It happened that the queen in the palace gave birth to the original owner. With his second choice, Uncle Guo made a prompt decision and arranged such an accident. The original owner was carried to the throne by his mother on the second day after he was born. The original owner was different from the imperial brother he had never met before. He was more like his father, who had been violent since he was a child. He is the emperor. If he wants anything, he can just say uncle and it will be brought to him. The original owner was not interested in the power that Uncle Guo wanted most. To be precise, he was born with it. Even Uncle Guo was coaxed in front of him. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the original owner has no idea of seizing power. As long as he is willing to be a useless person and not care about government affairs, Uncle Guo will naturally hold him in the palm of his hand and make him happy and happily enjoy a luxurious life. The original owner didn't have any spirit of resistance, and he didn't want to take over what he considered to be complicated and busy government affairs. He didn't need to tell Uncle Guo about every issue, he would send it to the other party for his help to look at. When he was a child, he only liked luxury goods, running around in the palace, hitting and scolding the palace residents. When he grew up a little, almost at puberty, the original owner seemed to suddenly discover the beauty of women. He doesn't like it either. People of the same age don't like people who are older than themselves. In modern times, people in their 20s may just be young girls who have not yet graduated, but in ancient times, most people were married into women. So the original owner raped the women of the people, and all of them were married women. Such behavior is naturally despised by others, but he is the emperor, and behind him stands an uncle who is happy to see the original owner become a coward. Even if some ministers have objections, they will still deal with him. Method. The emperor was not interested in government affairs, but was keen on robbing women of the people. Uncle Guo was happy to see the results. Not only did he help the original owner suppress these objectionable ministers, but he also actively and enthusiastically helped the original owner find a more beautiful woman. The original owner also gradually changed from liking older people at the beginning to liking married people. If Ji Chang's looks at it from a third perspective, he may not really like the beauty and mature charm of these married women, but he simply likes the joy of snatching things that do not belong to him. The evidence is that the original owner is only 15 years old this year, and his age is still false. Strictly speaking, he has just turned 14. In addition, he was born prematurely, and his body is somewhat damaged. He has not yet had nocturnal emissions. In other words, the original owner didn't have the ability to do anything to the women he snatched. He just kept those girls in his harem like a stamp collector. After getting this one, my eyes turned to the next one. Ji Chang's counted with his fingers and found that there were about 20 women in the harem who had been snatched away by the original owner. A dozen of them were all ordinary women and 8 were widows. The rest were either the wives of merchants or the concubines or wives of minor officials. Mainly because this dynasty was quite strict on the restraint of women. The original owner liked to rob civilian girls on the street, but generally no women took to the streets, especially beautiful women. Therefore, the ordinary women who can be snatched back by him basically have lost their husbands at home, or their husbands are unreliable, so they can only be exposed to the public. Such a woman will be ridiculed by people nowadays. Although there is a reason, the most everyone laughs at is that she actually goes out to show her face every day and contacts men. Later, she said, who told her to marry badly. The original owner liked to change clothes and go out when he was 12 years old, and snatch beautiful women in and around the capital. He had been snatching away beautiful women for 3 years in such a big capital. For the original owner who liked her, he wanted to snatch her back. There are about 20 of them, which is enough to prove how many women there are on the street. The original owner also found that there were no beautiful women to be found on the street, especially after the news spread that he liked to rob civilian girls. Basically, all girls from good families, whether married or unmarried, were not available. Dare to go out. After feeling that his efficiency was low, the original owner expressed his dissatisfaction to Uncle Guo, who gave him a good idea. Nowadays, noble ladies like to go to temples to offer incense. Because they are female guests and are afraid of being bumped into, they usually tell the temple in advance to free up a room specifically for female guests to offer incense. He taught the original owner to dress up like a monk, hide in that room, and secretly see what the female guests who were offering incense looked like and what their temperament was like. If you like it, send someone directly to their house to enter the palace. I have to say that Uncle Guo's idea was really well intentioned. It was neither too difficult nor too easy for the original owner's wish to come true. On the contrary, it whetted his appetite even more and made him full of interest. Otherwise, it could be said that Uncle Guo had watched the original owner grow up. As expected, the emperor's nephew knew him very well. As soon as the original owner got the idea, it was as if he had found a new fun game. He couldn't play in court anymore. He happily ran to the temple every day, dressed as a monk, and secretly watched the female guests offering incense. In just half a year, he was asked to rob 5 married nobles and come back. Moreover, following the previous example of robbing civilian girls, the common people did not dare to let their beautiful daughters or wives go out. This time, the original owner has been covering up very well. If you like someone, just ask someone to find out whose wife it is, and then send someone directly to pick him up and bring him into the palace. Finally, if you compensate the family, give them an official position, and assign them a position, usually the husbands will have no objections. There were even some petty officials who, after learning that the emperor had this hobby, would marry beautiful wives and then deliberately walk with their wives on the streets, hoping to bump into the emperor. If the emperor can like his wife by then in order to appease himself, the emperor will not give him a promotion? Of course, a petty official with this kind of thinking is doomed to be unable to achieve his or her wishes. Because since the emperor discovered the trick of pretending to be a monk and peeking at female guests in the temple, he basically stopped going to the streets. Also, I don't know if it's because the current officials in the DPRK and the central government are too and have no lower limit, or if the emperor's vision is really unique. Not to mention the civilian women whose husbands are gambling at home or who are widows. There is nothing they can do about it. No one will support them. They have no choice but to accept their fate. But among the officials and nobles that the original owner was interested in, all of them were decent ladies, and they were all married by their husbands' matchmakers. As a result, after the husband of the family knew that they had been snatched away by the emperor, he not only accepted it without saying anything, but also accepted the official position given by the emperor. This is also the reason why the original owner robbed so many people. So far, none of these women have been so angry that they couldn't bear the humiliation and killed him. Because they are still fighting, the person they are fighting for has already sold them out. How can this not make people feel frustrated? In addition to his hobby of stealing other people's wives, the original owner also had a little bit of everything else. For example, cockfighting, bullfighting, gambling, etc. Anyway, he plays whatever is fun, and even if this game can be played without spending money, he still has to do other things to increase the cost of the game for the sake of his noble status as emperor. For example, when the original owner was 11 years old, he liked to play cockfighting. At that time, he raised a big rooster and named it Yellow Croaker because the yellow croaker was always victorious. The original owner liked it very much and directly ordered the imperial dining room to get 100 koi carp every day, from the belly of each koi carp. Remove the softest piece of meat. Use this meat to make a day's supply of yellow croaker. The kind of expensive koi carp used at that time cost 30 taels per carp, and because of its unique species, it was almost impossible to see it being eaten in the capital. The reason why it was not eaten to extinction is that the yellow croaker failed in a battle. The original owner immediately lost interest in this once rare rooster and ordered the imperial kitchen to use it to stew a pot of chicken soup. From this we can see that the original owner was extravagant and moody. As the monarch of this country, he has not brought down the entire country even though he is seeking death. That is because his ancestors have given him a strong and powerful country. In addition, although they could not understand the original owner, General Jiang's family, who had been loyal to him for generations, guarded the borders of the country for him, so he could barely save it. But as the saying goes, seeking death has no boundaries. No matter how powerful a general is, if he wants to defend his country, he needs food and grass. When the original owner first came to the throne, Uncle Guo was still a relatively clear-headed person. At the same time, he was also a scheming and thoughtful person. Means. He knew clearly that no matter how noisy the country was, military power could not be used. The uncle of the country can hold the military power in his hands, but he cannot cut off the food and grass. But maybe it's because of his old age, or maybe it's because he's been living a pampered life for more than 10 years, with one person under a million people, and he has drifted away. His corruption has gone all the way to front-line food and grass. General Zhang could still be somewhat loyal and patriotic towards his original owner, but he had never been able to stand up to Uncle Guo, a traitorous minister. As soon as the food and grass were cut off, he rushed back immediately and scolded the uncle in front of the civil and military officials of the court. What he said was reasonable and well-founded, and he had military power in his hands. In addition, the original owner was still a little clear-headed at this time and knew that he really needed someone who could guard the country. The original owner loves to play, and he also knows that if something happens on the front line, something happens to the country. If he is not as carefree as before, he may even directly become a subjugated slave. So while appeasing Uncle Guo, he promised to deliver all the food and grass. However, Uncle Guo, who was pampered and accustomed to being praised by others, was not satisfied with the result. He began to think, there are so many wars in the world, why should I accommodate you? This idea is correct from his standpoint, but the problem is that the person he hired to replace General Zhang is basically an idiot who can only talk on paper. He knew that the original owner still remembered the previous foreign invasions, and how General Zhang led his men to beat them away every time. He knew that if he wanted to attack the enemy, his nephew would definitely do it. Hesitate. So he did something big. A secret arrangement was made to lure General Jiang's youngest daughter, who had been married for 3 years, to the temple to offer incense. The original owner really took a fancy to it right away. He directly sent people to force them into the harem. Miss Jiang's husband's family didn't have any objections. Although they looked like actually, I am unwilling, I really don't want to, they quickly accepted the appeasement official position offered by the original owner. Of course, after receiving the benefits, it is time to show that you are actually unwilling, so you still have to show it. But the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty were suddenly confused. The emperor likes to rob people's daughters by force. Well, if they can't do it, then just turn a blind eye. The emperor likes to rob noble family members again. Well, if they still can't do it, then let the beautiful women at home not go out. The emperor robbed General Jiang's little daughter? This won't work. They are working hard for you on the front line to fight for you, but you turn around and snatch their daughter, who is already married, into the harem. Not to mention snatching it, it still has no name or status. Although the status of a military attaché in this dynasty was not as high as that of a civil servant for a general's daughter, she was General Zhang, and the person she married into was the legitimate son of the Ho family. A person's status is inherently noble, but you, who are the emperor, have robbed her of her, and want her to be a shady person who is unknown and has no status at all. At that time, many courtiers were confused and thinking, you are really afraid that the general will not rebel. General Zhang naturally did not resist. He was angry and in pain, and rushed to the capital to seek an explanation from the emperor, but he would not rebel with the people and his soldiers. But he was loyal, but the emperor did not trust him. Then he was encouraged by Uncle Guo, saying that General Zhang was furious after knowing that he had robbed his little daughter, and was already driving back with his people. The original owner felt guilty as a thief. On the first night when he robbed Miss Zhang, she was a hot-tempered girl and was skilled in martial arts. When she resisted, she used a sword. The original owner was a violent person. When she saw this, she was immediately taken down and beaten to death. Of course, this matter has not spread yet, but you must know that General Zhang is back. In addition, I heard that General Zhang loved his daughter very much. The original owner was worried that the other party would really rebel, so he simply took the initiative and killed her directly on charges of rebellion. Those ministers who are still clear-minded. They simply couldn't imagine how long the emperor's brain was. There are many people in the world. Some people have normal views on the 3 things, some have outrageous views on the 3 things, and some people have no 3 views at all. And there are quite a few such people. Everyone is also very used to having a strange person appear around him from time to time. But if this weirdo is the emperor, it will definitely be a huge disaster for everyone. After the death of General Zhang, it really represented the death of this kingdom. Uncle Guo sent the new general he liked who could only talk on paper to the front line. Within 3 days of taking office, the front line collapsed. Then the foreigners fought all the way and reached the capital unimpeded. Of course, in addition to the reason that the foreign race is indeed very strong, there is another reason that the original owner is a monster. Most of the ministers below are corrupt officials. The original owner is harming everyone. Corrupt officials. Unclean officials are causing harm to the people. Disaster comes. Disaster goes. People are displaced and don't have enough to eat. What can be done to deal with foreign invasion? Finally, the original owner saw that he could no longer play and decided to run away. Before running away, this wise man thought of a new question very cautiously. If he were to run away, he would definitely not be able to run away with those unworthy women in the harem. But if you keep them or let them out, it's a mess outside now, and they will definitely be ruined by others. So instead of letting them be abused and take advantage of others, it is better to kill them first. After they die, if the original owner can survive, it means that they died for him. If he unfortunately dies, then these people will be buried as sacrifices. The original owner clapped his hands and thought this was a really good idea. So he was so mad that he took Bai Ling and strangled all the women who had been snatched into the harem by him. As for himself, of course he packed up all the baggage and started running for his life. Ji Chang's was speechless when he saw this. It wasn't until I saw what happened later that the original owner still failed to escape from the capital and was discovered by foreigners. He died together with his uncle Guo, who had been collaborating with him until he could not die again. Only then did he feel better. This original owner is really... Ji Chang said he didn't want to talk anymore. The current timeline is that the original owner has snatched General Jiang's daughter and just sent someone to force her into the harem. Although the resistance in her husband's family was not as fierce as her own, after the deal was settled, they immediately looked for someone to complain to, as if they had been greatly wronged. I don't know when I went out to let His Majesty see me. After I learned about Your Majesty's problem before, I told her not to go out all the time, but she just didn't listen to me. Hey, she is the daughter of a military commander after all. She doesn't have the gentle temperament of a scholar. She just screams and kills in the backyard of her house every day. Forget it, but she still doesn't listen to others' advice. No, His Majesty has taken a liking to her. That's Your Majesty. What can we do? It would be better if she had listened to our persuasion before. Anyway, I'm wronged, I'm sad, my wife was robbed and I'm the victim. As for the real victim? Miss Zhang, then who told her to disobey persuasion and walk around so that His Majesty could see her? Although this matter has only been spread in a small area, some people have already thought that this girl was because of the words of Ms. Jiang's husband's family. Ms. Jiang, who was born as a military officer, must be a vulgar person. Even though her husband's family had told her not to go out, she still wanted to go out. Look, His Majesty must have taken a liking to this. It's fine now, but it has brought disgrace to my husband's family. Fortunately, His Majesty doesn't like to rob women with children. If she has children, the child will have to be unable to hold his head up with such a mother for the rest of his life. Of course, the above words are naturally what these people think in their hearts or say to their colleagues. What they said to the little emperor was, "How can you snatch the wife of a minister?" And I would like to add something more subtle, if you really can't help it, just take it back and then you can make her a concubine. That's fine. A good and noble family member was snatched away by you and turned into an unknown plaything. Can General Zhang, a father, have no objections in his heart? That is the daughter of the hero. Now the front line is still relying on the opponent. The little emperor is probably old. The more others object and don't let him do something, the more he will do it. It was rare to go to court and he was angry, in his opinion, so he became angry all of a sudden. He was a violent person, but he was not happy with what these people said, so he just threw the inkstone on the desk in front of him. The time when Ji Chang's came here happened to be the time when he threw the inkstone, and then all the ministers below him knelt down to apologize. At this moment, the little emperor had been looking at him for so long without hearing him speak. Some people really couldn't bear their temper anymore. His Majesty. An old minister trembled and crawled forward, and said carefully, "Robbing a minister of his wife is really against human ethics. In the past, the little emperor snatched the wives of some small officials. These small officials themselves were happy to see their success, so naturally they would not show off everywhere. Although some courtiers feel that they can't stand it, they can only turn a blind eye because they are willing to fight and suffer. But this time, first of all, the other party is the head wife of the legitimate son of the home mansion. Secondly, this is General Jiang's only daughter. In the end, because Miss Jiang resisted fiercely, it took about 50 guards to tie her up and take her away. She was tied in a sedan and kept scolding her all the way. The palace servants who were sent to kidnap people didn't dare to really shut up. After all, she would be the emperor's woman from now on. His Majesty himself said that if he didn't want to be kidnapped, he would have to kidnap them. Dare to tie. But His Majesty didn't say to shut up, so they didn't dare. Because of Miss Jiang's strong spirit of resistance, many people along the way heard her angry curses. Now that this matter is spreading like wildfire, Miss Jiang's husband's family also has a look like we really don't want to, but he is the emperor, what can we do? No matter how hard the courtiers pretend to be half blind, if things get into trouble like this, they will definitely stand up and take action. Ji Chang's looked at the old minister kneeling below. The first person to stand up is often the first person to stand up. If he can be the first to stand up, in addition to his lack of tact, his character is definitely somewhat upright. You are, what is your name? Ji Chang's wasn't just pretending. The little emperor was busy watching beauties robbing people every day, so he couldn't care about the affairs of the court. After being emperor for so long, he only went to court a handful of times. The year when he went to court the most in more than 10 years was before he was 1 year old. Because at that time, he was a little baby who only went to court every day while sleeping and being held by the Queen Mother. Naturally, when facing the officials in the court, they didn't recognize them at all. There was a hint of disappointment in the old minister's eyes, but he still answered. Veteran Chen Guanghe. Chen Guanghe. Ji Chang's quickly searched the little emperor's memory. Really? Nothing. Nothing found. He silently remembered the name in his heart, leaned back on the dragon chair, raised his chin, and said in a rather impatient manner. Tell me, who told you that it would be against human ethics for me to take the wife of a minister? Also, who is human ethics? Why should he control me? You can let Lun talk to me on his own. If what he says is nice, I might still be willing to listen. Chen Guanghe had a look of shock on his face. Obviously he didn't expect that the little emperor was so shallow in literature. The only one who did not kneel down but stood very close to Ji Chang's was an old man with grey hair who smiled silently and said nothing. Ji Chang's glanced at him. This person is Uncle Guo. It is true that one person is below 10,000 people, and he can catch himself if he takes just 2 steps forward from where he is standing. The key point today is not with this uncle. Ji Chang's did not look at him much. Instead, he waved his hands and said with a lazy and casual look. I just admitted a woman into the harem, and you are all gibbering. Wrong, it seems like I have done something big. What about me? It's not a robbery. Didn't I tell her husband's family? When Chen Guanghe saw the emperor, although he looked impatient, he did not throw up his sleeves and leave like before, and said boldly. Your Majesty, Mr. Jiang's husband does not want his wife to enter the palace. Please consider their deep love as husband and wife and allow Mr. Jiang to return home. Oh. It was his words that Ji Chang's was waiting for. Then he raised his eyelids slightly with interest and looked at the courtiers kneeling below. Who is Jiang's husband? Come on, stand up. In the crowd, Miss Jiang's husband Lu Zhong cursed in his heart, hating Chen Guanghe for being nosy and talkative. He had gone out to talk about his grievances and sadness before, because he did not want people to think that he was a man who could give his wife to His Majesty for the sake of his official position. But in fact, the woman who was neither gentle nor gentle at all left. Lu Zhong was so excited that he wanted to take in a few concubines to celebrate. He had long been fed up with Madame, but he was just worried that her father was General Zhang and didn't dare to tell her. Now that he has finally managed to get the other party to leave him openly, and it can also bring him some benefits, he will definitely be happy to see it. But even though he thinks so in his heart, it doesn't mean that he is willing to reveal his true inner thoughts. Cursing my mother in my heart, I stood up with a trembling face, and carefully saluted in the direction of the dragon chair. I, Lu Zhong, am the husband of the Zhang family. Ji Chang's looked at this person with interest. Not to mention, the other party looks very talented, but unfortunately his face is full of lust, and he looks like a person who is greedy for good things. I can't complain and stand still. I don't dare to let out a fart while snatching people from the original owner. I happily accepted the promotion while looking for people everywhere and crying. Lu Qing, right. The little emperor held his chin, looked at the other person up and down, and then asked. You don't want to dedicate your wife to me? Chen, minister. Lu Zhong complained endlessly in his heart. How should he answer this? If you admit it, your reputation will be ruined. Say you don't want to, His Majesty is not the kind of good-tempered person? If he retorts, I'm afraid his blood will be splashed on the spot. I dare not. In the end, he could only hold back a sentence that he didn't dare to come. In order to prevent His Majesty from settling accounts with him, in desperation, he thought of finding someone to help him. Throw the blame. Although I am reluctant to leave you, Zhang has admired your Majesty for a long time. He seemed to be very disappointed and wiped away his tears, with a look on his face, I am very wronged but I can only endure it. As the husband of the Zhang family, I naturally know this. Since the Zhang family cares about His Majesty, I will naturally not stop him. Wow! Ji Chang's hasn't seen such a shameless person for a long time. He didn't want to damage his reputation and didn't want to offend the emperor, so he put the blame on his wife. Most people in the world are harsh on women. No matter what the truth is, as Miss Jiang's husband, once he said this, it was equivalent to accusing Miss Jiang of challenging with His Majesty even though she was married. And he himself is a clean and innocent group. Ji Chang's chuckled, his voice still sounded a bit immature due to his frail body and he had not yet reached the stage of changing his voice. Oh! Zhang has been in love with me for a long time. As Lu Zhong expected, he had some man's pride in his tone, but after the pride passed, he became confused. But Zhang has never met me, how can she admire me? Lu Zhong, this minister doesn't know. Ji Chang's asked again. You said Zhang admired me, so why was she so misbehaved? I sent more than 50 people to kidnap her back. She was trying to escape all the way, and she was still making a fuss in the palace just now. I look at it, she wants to tear down the entire harem? She wants to go back to your house. Is this because she admires me? This way of admiration is really special. Lu Zhong. This. He didn't know what to say. The surrounding courtiers also reacted and cast their disdainful gazes on him. It's a shame that they sympathized with him before, but he actually directly slandered Jiang's reputation just to shield himself from the blame. How shameless! Seeing the sweat on Lu Zhong's forehead becoming more and more intensive, the little emperor leaned back again and motioned to the eunuch to bring tea. After taking 2 long sips, he came to a conclusion. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care. Anyway, I love the Zhang family. No matter what you say, I will never let him go. His Majesty. Seeing him acting like this, Chen Guanghe glanced at Lu Zhong. Although he felt that this person seemed unreliable, he still spoke again after thinking about how General Zhang had helped him. If your Majesty likes beauty, he can draft beautiful women into the palace, why do you have to rob his ministers? Wife. It really violates the moral legislation. I'm afraid it will make people laugh if it spreads out. So annoying. Ji Chang's threw the brush down and looked at the courtiers, lowering himself to his knees again, with a face full of irritation and anger. She's just a woman. Why are you robbing a minister's wife? I didn't see you when I was robbing other people. Why are you gibbering? Why, it's okay to steal the wives of common people, but not the wives of ministers. Chen Guanghe boldly said, Your Majesty. Shut up. Ji Chang's overturned the entire table. Just such a stupid thing, a group of people? Kneel down and threaten me for a long time, you. Are you just so idle every day? Okay. I am a wise king. If I don't care about you, I just won't steal my minister's wife. Although the little emperor's words clearly contained an element of anger, some of the courtiers were so surprised that they couldn't help but look up at the young man on the dragon chair above. Does your majesty mean that you are willing to let John go back? Your majesty Ying. Before he could say the word, the young emperor above him snorted coldly and stood up. Who is that, Lu Zhong? I will remove you from your official position. From now on, you will be an ordinary civilian. After he finished speaking, he asked the eunuch manager next to him, Does Lu Zhong have any other positions? The chief eunuch recalled, Your Majesty, he is still the eldest son of the Zhongyangho mansion. In the future? I'm afraid he will become a noble. Ji Chang's nodded, looked at Lu Zhong who was dumbfounded and looked in disbelief, and said, Okay, I will make another decree. You are not allowed to seize the title, and you are not allowed to serve as an official in the court. Final summary. Lu Zhong is no longer a minister, so naturally I did not take his wife by force. The matter is settled and I will go to court. The author has something to say, 9037/today's update. Put these up first, there will be more before 12 o'clock. Jeju, Beihai free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 431. Ji Chang's idea of solving the problem fundamentally shocked everyone. They never expected that their emperor would be such a genius at solving problems. Because everyone was in shock and no one remembered to express their dissent, Ji Chang's took the opportunity to slip out. As for how those ministers discussed how they were shocked and how they thought this was so magical, he didn't care. Anyway, it's not like the original owner has never done more amazing things. These ministers, who have long been accustomed to the original owner's unreliability, no matter how reluctant they are, there is nothing they can do since Ji Chang's is the emperor. The key point is, Uncle Guo. After Ji Chang's went to court, he returned to the place where the emperor rested and played. He found a storybook and lay down on the couch to read. He was waiting for Uncle Guo to find him. The fact that he came today was very consistent with the character of the original owner, but judging from the way Lu Zhong looked at Uncle Guo immediately after he was dismissed from office, he guessed that there was something wrong with it. There is something left waiting to be discovered. Sure enough, after watching for a while, a eunuch came up and said, Your Majesty, the regent wants to see you. That's right, this uncle, who was only a powerful minister when the old emperor was there, directly named himself a regent after bringing his infant nephew to the throne. At that time, he basically had all the power in the government. Naturally, no one dared to say anything, especially when the little emperor grew up. He had no objection to this. Those ministers who were quietly waiting for the little emperor to grow up could only continue to hide. Pass. Ji Chang's didn't get up at all, he was still lying on the couch crookedly, looking lazy. When Huang Mian walked in, he saw the little emperor lying on the couch as if he had no bones, holding a book in his hand that he knew was not a serious book, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The more the little emperor likes clutter, the better it is for him, and he will naturally be happy. Nagasawa. The little emperor relied heavily on his uncle. The relationship between the two broke down when they stabbed each other to save their lives when they were running for their lives in the previous timeline. At this moment, Huang Mian, the regent, didn't mind coaxing his identity as the emperor's nephew for the sake of power. His face was full of smiles, and he looked like an ordinary elder who loved his juniors. He didn't show politeness to Ji Chang's and sat directly on the couch. "What are you looking at?" "Talk book." Ji Chang's replied perfunctorily, threw away the script in his hand, frowned and took the lead. "Uncle, you also said that you helped me manage the court with one heart and one mind. Look at today, those ministers don't take me to heart at all. I just like the Zhang family and called her to the palace to accompany me. Look at those ministers, each and every one of them, as if I have done something big, they dare to threaten me together." The more he talked, the angrier he became, and he threw the pillow on the ground. "I, as an emperor, am not as powerful as any petty official." Huang Mian, who originally wanted to ask him how to dismiss Lu Zhong from office, was caught off guard by Ji Chang's. He was used to the little emperor's bad temper, so he didn't feel surprised at all, so he quickly comforted him. "My uncle was wrong. If I had known they were going to do this, I would have stopped them for you." As he said that, he took the time to apply eye drops to General Zhang. "Don't think that they really think that you should not snatch your wife. They are afraid of General Zhang. They are afraid that after you anger General Zhang, Zhang the general will be angry." As expected, the little emperor became even more angry when he heard this. "Am I still afraid of a general? I am the master of the country, just a general. Why are they like this?" Done. Huang Mian was overjoyed and felt that the eye drops were successfully applied. He quickly continued what he had just said and sighed. "Nagays, don't think that because you are His Majesty, they will all listen to you. As for General Zhang, you didn't see that if he had a dispute with you, the courtiers would definitely do something to avoid offending him. On the opposite side of you, most young people care about saving face, especially this young man who is also an emperor." Huang Mian was right. He said this, the emperor's nephew would definitely be provoked to a rage. It's so outrageous. Ji Chang's was indeed very angry. He stood up directly and threw down everything on the table. "As an emperor, I can't compare to a general like him. Someone is coming. Someone is coming." As soon as he raised his voice and shouted, the chief eunuch who was guarding outside immediately ran over. "His Majesty! Prepare pen and ink for me, I want to write the imperial edict." The little emperor's face changed a little with anger. He looked very angry, and he even started to roll up his sleeves and prepare to write. Huang Mian didn't expect the effect to be so good. He just said a few words casually, and the little emperor actually wanted to question General Zhang. Tisk, sure enough, this nephew is as stupid as ever. Thinking proudly in his heart, he approached Ji Chang's with a satisfied smile and wanted to appreciate how he planned to reprimand General Zhang. However, when he saw what was written on it, the smile on his face immediately froze. "Nagays, what are you writing?" The little emperor waved his ink angrily and took the time to reply. "Uncle, can't you see? I am writing this. I also want to make myself a general. What does uncle think of the title of General Ever Victorious?" "Huang Mian. Why do you want to make yourself a general?" Ji Chang's looked back at him inexplicably, as if he thought his question was quite childish. "Isn't that what my uncle said just now? Those courtiers are actually less afraid of me, the emperor, than the generals. Then I will make myself a general. Then I will also be a general. Let's see if they dare to make mistakes." Huang Mian. Although I know that my nephew has always had strange ideas. But he was really shocked at this moment. Is there no point in calling yourself a general? What people are afraid of is General Zhang, not the position of general. Is it true that in terms of position, the emperor is not as powerful as the general? The little emperor is already 15 years old, doesn't he even have this IQ? Thinking this, Huang Mian looked at the little emperor who was still writing an imperial edict with anger on his face to make himself a general. Well, not really. After all, if the other party hadn't been so stupid all the time, he wouldn't have the good life he has now. After failing to sow discord, Huang Mian took a deep breath and finally remembered what he came here to do. Nagaze, why did you dismiss Lu Zhong from office? You dismissed a minister because of a woman. If word of this spreads, others will think you are a coward. Ji Chang's finished writing the imperial edict in his hand, rubbed his wrists that were so pampered that they felt sore even when writing even a few words, and looked confident. Didn't they say that I would not be allowed to snatch my wife? I couldn't bear to see them kowtowing pitifully, so I reluctantly agreed to their request. Huang Mian, then you can't dismiss Lu Zhong from office. Why not? I am the emperor and the lord of the world. Lu Zhong is my minister. If I want to dismiss him, I will dismiss him. He snorted, as if he was still angry. Is it possible that my uncle also wants to talk to me about human relations? How can he care about my dismissed ministers who have broken human relations? Seeing that he was angry, Huang Mian naturally could no longer be tough. The little emperor has been supported since he was a child and he has never been able to bear the slightest anger. Even his uncle must be supported in front of him. Huang Mian is a very pursuing person. Compared with sacrificing a little face and lip service in exchange for glory and wealth, one person is worth more than 10,000 people. He feels that this is quite worth it. As long as the little emperor is honest and well behaved and spends his whole life eating, drinking and having fun without thinking about competing for power with him, he doesn't mind coaxing him all the time. How could uncle think so? In the whole court, uncle is the most supportive of you. Look at every time you want to do something, those ministers are gibbering. Isn't it all uncle who helps you smooth things over? Perhaps because he thought he was right, the little emperor snorted coldly, but he no longer looked like he had just "you betrayed me." Huang Mian felt more relaxed. After all, the easier the emperor is to coax, the more it means everything is under his control. Ji Chang's looked at his coaxing expression and asked abruptly. How could my uncle help that Lu Zhong speak so well? I hate him when I look at him. His speech is stammering and intermittent. How can there be such a minister in my court? It is really embarrassing to me. Seeing that he did not hide his disgust for Lu Zhong in his words, Huang Mian felt confident and quickly made a choice. He smiled and said, not taking it seriously, it's nothing. It's just that he came to me on his own before and wanted to have Mrs. Zhang serve you. At that time, I felt that he was quite loyal to our Nagasawa, so that's right, he kind of likes it. The fact is that after Lu Zhong learned that he had enmity with General Zhang, he took the initiative to propose a plan and used Jiang's family as a raft to make General Zhang dissatisfied with the emperor. The little emperor could never bear to be wronged. If he was wronged by General Zhang, he would not be able to bear it and would take action directly. By then, Lu Zhong will no longer have a wife to watch over him and not allow him to find flowers, and he will still be able to hook up with the regent. In the end, he might be able to get compensation from the emperor to keep him quiet, which can be said to be killing three birds with one stone. As for Huang Mian, he can get rid of General Zhang, replace the position of controlling the military with one of his own, and take a step closer to controlling the entire country. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhong fell under the emperor's wrath as soon as the plan started. Naturally, these yellow faces would not tell the little emperor. They only selectively hid their money dealings with Lu Zhong and briefly talked about them. Ji Chang suddenly understood. He said, "Why is it so good?" Huang Mian knew that General Jiang's daughter was pretty. It turned out that her husband had sold her directly. His mind was spinning rapidly about the causes and consequences of this matter and what benefits it would have to him, but his face still looked arrogant and suspicious. Is Lu Zhong really so loyal to me? He is willing to give up his wife for me. How could I lie to his majesty? Seeing that he was slowly being smoothed down, and the expression on his face was no longer as fierce as before, the yellow face coaxed him in a familiar manner. Your Majesty, think about it. Your Majesty has grown so big, has your uncle ever coaxed you? That's too much coaxing. Ji Chang's didn't pay any attention to Huang Mian's nonsense and only said, "Is there any letter?" Seeing that Huang Mian was stunned, he raised his chin and said in a cold voice, "Ever since Zhang entered the palace, the entire palace has almost been overturned in less than one night. I want to show her the letter. Look. Let her take a good look. It's not that I want to take her away from her husband, it's that her husband doesn't want her. This reason is quite reasonable. After all, it is common for men of this age to be competitive. Most of the women that the little emperor had snatched back in the past were gentle and did not like to argue. Even if they were snatched back unwillingly, most of them would cry silently. They did not have Miss Jiang's strong temper and were more scrupulous. They were always worried that if they resisted and made a fuss and angered the emperor, he would implicate their natal family. Miss Jiang was different. Although she was worried about her parents' family, she knew better what her father's reaction would be if he knew that she was being forced into the palace. Naturally, he would be very upset. From Huang Mian's point of view, the little emperor came back after snatching so many women, and for the first time he snatched a more powerful one, so he naturally became more interested in her. As a man, he understands quite well. Coupled with his contempt for the little emperor, and still thinking about the gold and silver treasures, Lu Zhong begged him to intercede and promised. Huang Mian still nodded. Then Your Majesty, wait a moment. I will go back to the mansion to get it and have someone deliver it to Your Majesty. Ji Chang's then showed a satisfied smile, lay down on the pillow again, picked up the storybook next to him and continued reading, with no intention of continuing to talk to Huang Mian. Huang Mian still felt normal when he was like this. After all, the little emperor has always been such a person who does not consider other people's feelings. This is good. The more he behaves like this, the easier it is to see the truth at a glance and the easier it is to control him. Huang Mian, who was left out, smiled and said, "Then uncle will leave first. If you like these books, Nagasawa, I will bring them to you next time." Ji Chang seemed to be fascinated by the book and ignored him at all. Huang Mian didn't mind it, it could even be said that he was used to it, so he turned around and left the hall without saluting. After he left, Ji Chang sat up and began to think about the relationships between the people around him. The Queen Mother, that person is unreliable, just a clay bodhisattva. Anyone who comes to her will treat her well, just do it, do it, do it. She couldn't play with her younger brother, and she had no intention of controlling her younger son. She was immersed in the memory that her elder son might have been killed by her younger brother. Maybe she was not a good queen, mother of the country, or a good mother, but the most she could do was to pretend that she could not see or hear anything, and just shut herself in the Buddhist hall to chant sutras every day. The chief eunuch was loyal. He and the little emperor grew up together, and he was also the person the old emperor pointed out before the little emperor was born. Because of this relationship, even if the little emperor disliked him for being a few years older than him, he never replaced him. Compared with the little emperor who had everything he wanted from birth, and the powerful regent, as the eunuch chief, he still needed some skills to secure his position. Just looking at the information Ji Chang's asked about Lu Zhong just now, the eunuch chief who usually followed the original owner and watched him eat, drink and have fun could answer it, and we knew that he had done a lot of homework. But whether he is a yellow-faced person remains to be verified. Ji Chang's prefers not. Maybe Huang Mian was still a rather scheming person when he was young, but so many years of pampering and having everything go smoothly have spoiled him. He became arrogant and began to think that everything could develop according to his own wishes. Especially when dealing with the little emperor who has grown up and thinks he has everything under his control, he is in a strange state of relaxation. Because he underestimated the emperor and felt that he would not do anything, he was unlikely to waste time on such a matter and bribe the eunuch chief around the emperor. Ji Chang's memorized the name of the eunuch chief. Wait, he doesn't know the name of the head eunuch. Ji Chang's. He recalled it carefully and found that it was true. The original owner lived for 15 years, and the eunuch chief followed him for 15 years. However, he never remembered the other person's name. If you want to win people's hearts, you can't just go over and ask someone who has been with you for 15 years, "I don't remember your name." Ji Chang stood up, "Here comes someone." He directly asked for the list of palace residents. As for the reason, he didn't say. After all, according to the character of the original owner, he would not do anything without telling the people around him why he did it. With the list in hand, Ji Chang's looked through it. Zhao Ling. The name of the chief eunuch. It also clearly recorded when he entered the palace, where he was originally from, who his father was, who his mother was, and whether he had any brothers or sisters. Ji Chang's remembered this in his eyes and continued to browse the information about eunuchs and palace residents in other palaces. He looked at it all morning. It wasn't until Zhao Ling came in carefully and asked if he wanted to pass on the meal that Ji Chang's put down the list in his hand. "Send it back." The little emperor stood up, stretched out, and said lazily, "I will not eat here today, I will go to the harem to eat." Zhao Ling was stunned. His Majesty had never slept in the harem even once after he robbed someone. Of course, as the eunuch chief who had always been with him, he knew that this was because His Majesty was young and had not thought about that. "This is the first time that I have proposed going to the harem for dinner." He thought for a moment and guessed, "Is your Majesty going to Mrs. Jiang's place?" After all, there is only one Jiang who has just arrived. No. Ji Chang's is now a mere commander with no manpower and no knowledge of outside news. The military power in the capital is in the hands of Huang Mian, and the military power outside is divided among different people. Now he doesn't know who is loyal and who is traitor among those people. In this case, don't challenge the hard mode. He recalled it in his mind and found the unlucky lady with the gentlest temperament. The good news is that the original owner is not a person who only looks at appearance. When he robbed civilian girls before, he just grabbed them when he saw them. When he visited the noble family members in the temple, he was a bit picky. Before you take a fancy to the other party and rob someone, you should send someone to inquire about the general situation of the unlucky person you have taken a liking to. This lady, who has the gentlest and most timid personality, has a surname of he. I don't know what her name is. After all, the original owner is not the kind of person who pays attention to the name of a beautiful woman. Miss He is the wife of a 7th grade junior official, the daughter of a scholar. The junior official was taught by a scholar, so he should be called a scholar as his mentor. When he was a low-ranking official and a poor man, he was recognized by the scholar for his talent, so he accepted him as his disciple, taught him carefully, and even married his daughter to him who had nothing at the time. In the end, he passed the exam. Although he failed to enter the palace exam, he still got a small official position. This Miss He accompanied him on exile for 3 years, and then returned to the capital to report on her duties. She wanted to go to the incense to ask for a son, but unfortunately she was attracted by the original owner. Miss He has a very gentle appearance and a similar personality. After being snatched back by the original owner, she shed tears every day and was persuaded by the maid serving beside her. Roughly speaking, His Majesty has a bad temper. If she dares to seek death and makes His Majesty lose interest, Long Yan might be furious and take it out on her family. So in the end, she can only accept her fate and never dare to think about seeking death again. If the original owner was only interested in Miss He until he snatched her away. After all, he has not yet reached that age, and he only has the simplest sense of predatory attitude towards these beautiful girls. All beautiful things are mine, and does not look at them the way men look at women. After snatching it back, Miss he was forgotten about. But because of his violent personality, all these beauties were snatched back. No one knows whether the emperor, who has a weird temper and will explode when he will be angry because the beauties are being treated so slowly. No one in the palace dares to go and be patient with these ladies. When it comes to the current palace, it is definitely something that every eunuch and maidservant is working hard and diligently and dare not carry with them. After all, the emperor likes to run around, and no one knows when he will appear from which corner. Moreover, it was strange that the original owner had so many explosion points, and no one wanted to offend him and drag him down to beat him. Therefore, apart from being unhappy in their hearts, those ladies were actually doing pretty well from a material perspective. While Ji Chang's was analyzing Miss He's affairs in his heart, he was led by the chief eunuch to where Miss He lived. She lived alone in a courtyard. When the old emperor was here, there were 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Once he died, these concubines lost their previous respect and were all moved to the west 6th palace to be crowded together. Life. So naturally there is a lot of space left. The original owner was not very interested in these things. Anyway, he snatched a beauty and threw it into a yard. This is why the palace people did not dare to treat them lightly. After all, if she had lived alone in a courtyard while the old emperor was still alive, she would at least have been a concubine. With such status, although they have not been officially sealed yet, they dare not show any disrespect towards them. Although the original owner got all the people back, he did not restrict their movements. If he wanted to describe it, it was probably equivalent to him seeing beautiful butterflies outside, so he caught the butterflies home and wanted them to fly only for him to see. Because of the original owner's weird idea, these girls are quite free. Of course, except for Miss Zhang, who was imprisoned directly by the original owner because of her fierce resistance. When the emperor wants to go to his woman's place, he naturally has to send someone to tell her first, asking her to clean up quickly and dress up neatly to welcome the emperor. Miss He was melancholy practicing calligraphy when she suddenly heard the announcement and turned pale with fright. The maid serving her was very happy, with a look of excitement on her face. "Your Majesty has never been to the harem before. If your Majesty is allowed to come, Madam must have a place in His Majesty's heart." Although they understood that the lady they were serving was kidnapped and therefore were unwilling to serve her, in their hearts they were more willing to see the other party favored. After all, if the other party is favored, won't the servants like them also follow the rising tide? Miss He looked at the overjoyed expressions on the faces of the palace maids, and she felt so depressed that she really didn't know what to say. Most women who grew up in this era regard their husbands as their first priority. They listen to their fathers at home and their husbands after they get married. She was only 21 years old this year, so how could she suppress the fear and panic in her heart? "Why did your Majesty come here suddenly?" There was silence for several seconds before she asked. "I don't know this, but since your Majesty can come to Madam, he must be thinking of Madam in his heart. This is a great good thing." A palace maid smiled and said, "I'm afraid it will be a while before your Majesty comes. Why don't you, Madam, change into brighter clothes? This dress is too simple and elegant." "No." Miss He was so upset that she suppressed all the worries in her heart when she saw these palace maids happily dressing up for her. What could she say? Could it be said that she was afraid, but she didn't want to? If she had told her husband, her parents, and the maid serving her would all be unable to escape under His Majesty's wrath. She accepted the reality. Although she couldn't describe it, she probably felt like stepping on a minefield, and allowed the maids to help her take care of her hair carefully. No matter how much she hoped that time would slow down, the emperor who inexplicably snatched her into the palace still arrived. Miss He looked at Ji Chang's who strode in and looked at Ji Chang's who looked like a young man. No matter how hard he tried to prepare himself mentally, she still couldn't help showing a hint of timidity on her face. She moved her feet slightly, and it seemed that she wanted to avoid it, but she relied on her reason to control herself and stood in place. Although he tried hard to appear calm on his face, he bowed down using the salute posture he had learned from the palace maid before. "I have met your majesty." He saluted correctly, said the right words, and tried hard to smile on his face, but there was always a sense of timidity hidden under the eyes looking at Ji Chang's. Apparently he was too scared to resist. Ji Chang's lamented that Miss He was the most timid person. He didn't waste any time and said directly, "I haven't eaten yet, what do you have here? Let me see." We had just prepared to have a meal before, and the food sent from the imperial kitchen was outside. But at that time, everyone was busy immersed in the joy of His Majesty is coming and simply forgot about it. Now that Ji Chang's personally said that he wanted to eat here, the palace people naturally hurried to prepare carefully. While they were preparing, Miss He stood stiffly on the spot, watching Ji Chang sit down, and then brought the tea over with the help of the palace attendant. Trying his best to hide his fear, he said, "Your Majesty, please have some tea." Ji Chang's behaved very coldly, and others didn't think anything of it. After all, his temperament had always been eccentric. If he suddenly became enthusiastic towards Miss He, others would feel like they had seen a ghost. With so many people working together, the speed was very fast. Soon the food that Miss He wanted for lunch was placed on the table. Ji Chang sat directly on the main seat like an old man, and even asked Miss He to sit down as well. Miss He then walked over cautiously. She originally wanted to choose the place farthest away from the emperor, but she remembered something when she got there and quickly took a careful look at Ji Chang's. After making sure that he didn't notice her, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat down not far or near from Ji Chang's. The atmosphere of this meal was extremely weird. Ji Chang's didn't speak, and Miss He naturally didn't speak either. They didn't speak, and the waiter didn't dare to interrupt. Finally, inexplicably, those who were waiting did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Ji Chang's felt the silent atmosphere in the room and did not feel embarrassed at all. Isn't that a good statement? As long as he is not embarrassed, then someone else will be embarrassed. After finishing the meal, Ji Chang's washed his hands in the basin brought by the eunuch, and after drying them, he said lightly, "You all get out." After saying that, before Miss He could relax, he raised his eyes and looked at her again, "You stay with me." Miss He's face turned pale immediately. "Although I know what the person who is robbed of the throne will face, but now I am still in trouble." She pursed her lips, but didn't dare to say anything. Yes. There were no expressions on the faces of the remaining people, and naturally no one knew whether what they were thinking in their hearts was, "Is it so exciting in broad daylight?" "As expected of your Majesty." The person serving Miss He was so happy that he even took out the incense and lit it very affectionately. His eyes looking at Miss He were full of excitement for her. Miss He knew what they were thinking. They felt that since she had come in anyway, since the deal was settled, they might as well settle down peacefully. After pleasing the emperor, life will be easier. She smiled bitterly in her heart, and reluctantly smiled at the people who had taken care of her for so many days. Everyone retreated and the door was thoughtfully closed for them. Ji Chang saw that no one was left in the room, then stood up and walked towards the back room. After walking 2 steps, I saw Miss He standing there hesitantly and urging, "Follow me." Miss He hurriedly followed, timidly keeping a close distance from the emperor. When they reached the innermost room, watching the emperor go straight into the room where he slept and sit on a chair, Miss He took a deep breath and walked in carefully. At this moment, the humiliation and powerlessness in her heart, as well as a lot of fear and panic, almost overwhelmed her. After today, she will really no longer be the same person as before. She couldn't cry in front of the emperor, so she tried hard to hold back her tears and tried to help the little emperor sitting there undress with trembling hands. "Before I get close, I feel sad. Your Majesty looks younger than her brother." The little emperor sat with his back to her. He took something out of his arms and didn't know what he was looking for. He felt even sadder when she thought that the person who had served her before had told her that His Majesty had liked to watch that kind of thing since he was a child. Snapped. What looked like a book was slapped on the table. He subconsciously trembled in fright and almost stepped on the corner of Ji Chang's robe. Ji Chang's called her. He was startled again and quickly responded, "Yes. I heard that your father is a scholar. He raised you as a man since you were a child. You are proficient in poetry, lyrics, and songs. When you married your husband, he was impoverished, but you managed to build up the property bit by bit." At this moment, he already felt that something was wrong. What His Majesty said is indeed true. But doesn't he want to do something that is not easy to do during the day? Why are you talking about this? But since the other party had no intention of continuing now, she breathed a sigh of relief, and with a mentality of delay it as long as you can, she answered carefully. "Yes." Ji Chang's was happy immediately. The little emperor turned around and smiled at her. When he was confused by the smile that looked completely different from the legendary tyrannical character, he handed her the account book on the table directly. "Since you have the talent in this area, please help me take a look at this and see what's wrong with it." She looked confused, and when she saw that the little emperor looked serious and didn't seem to be teasing her, she tentatively picked up the account book and looked through it. His expression changed when he saw the first page, and he quickly flipped through the rest, and his expression became even weirder. He carefully looked at the little emperor who was looking at him before he spoke carefully. "Everything in this account book is wrong. You really do have some skills." After getting this answer, the smile on the little emperor's face became even happier. "It's not in vain that I spent so much effort to get you into the palace." "What does it mean?" He somewhat understood the meaning of Ji Chang's words, but she was still a little unsure. Seeing her looking at him like this, Ji Chang's nodded, "Yes, I just took a fancy to your ability, so I pretended to take a fancy to your beauty and snatched you into the palace." He could hardly hold the account book in her hand. Her eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that there are traces to follow. Why does His Majesty keep raping women of the people? Why does His Majesty just throw them into the harem and ignore them after robbing them? There were rumors in the palace that His Majesty was weak, but he has not yet reached that age. Now it seems that it may all be to cover up the truth. After accepting the news, she felt sad again. His Majesty is the Emperor, so naturally she dare not say anything about what he wants to do. But the other party snatched her away in front of so many people. Everyone knew that she had entered the palace and her reputation had been ruined. Even if His Majesty was willing to let her go back later, he would tell the world that she had not been stained. Ji Chang's could see what he was thinking. Naturally, he would not let his subordinates do things for him with sadness and despair about the future. Directly. "I'm not just looking for you because you're talented. There are so many talented and beautiful women in the world. Of course there's a reason why I'm looking for you." Seeing he looking at him subconsciously, Ji Chang's directly told him the news that the eunuch chief told him on the way. The other party thought he wanted to hear gossip, and what he said was detailed. "I'm afraid you don't know yet. You think you and your husband have been married for 3 years and have nothing to do. He not only doesn't blame you but also comforts you in various ways to do you good. In fact, the real problem is him." Of course, this was not what the chief eunuch said. Although he loved to spread gossip, the person involved would not tell anyone about such a secret matter, and Zhaoling would naturally not know about it. Ji Chang's figured it out by himself. You and your husband have been married for 3 years. It seems to you that you are in harmony, but in fact, he was with a widow long before he married you. This is nothing. After I got married to you, didn't the dowry you brought with me serve as his travel expenses to take the exam? After 3 months of marriage, he took your dowry and went out to redeem a prostitute. The daughter is raised outside. Every time he takes a step in the exam and is elected to an official position, he will raise an outhouse outside. You would think that he has to work hard every day for this official position. In fact, his so-called official duties are just to go out to Wenwen village to have fun. Not to mention that he had to go out with his family's money in order to give gifts to his boss. He just used that money to raise a bunch of women outside. The little emperor didn't mind that these words were vulgar, so he said them all out loud. Under Miss He's disbelieving gaze, she continued, reputation is not only important for women, but also for men. The imperial doctor diagnosed you when you entered the palace. There is no problem with your body at all. On the contrary, your husband, woman, I raised a lot of them and didn't even lay any eggs. I'm afraid he knows it all in his heart. Otherwise, with his temperament, how could he still treat you as a wife after having nothing to do for 3 years? I'm afraid he would have used this as an excuse to kick you out. Miss He's eyes gradually turned red upon hearing this. Her first reaction was not to believe it, but what Ji Chang said was too true. Especially those details, Ji Chang's didn't say, but just relying on the other party's words, she could recall the past little by little. Other officials with similar positions to her husband were very busy, but her husband was busy every day. Sometimes he stayed up all night, saying he slept in the yamen. No matter how she manages the money at home, she always uses it very carefully, because every time the family just makes some progress, her husband will say that he will take the money and give it to Shangguan, hoping that Shangguan can give him a good evaluation. She thought that these were all things that should be considered, and she had never complained. No matter how hard she worked, no matter how hard she tried to find ways to earn money to support her family, she never thought that her husband was lying to her. Ji Chang's continued, do you know why he did it so quietly? Because your father is his mentor, and he can't do anything that would be sorry to you and your father. Another point is that he wants to blame you for having nothing to do, so that others will only think that he is deeply affectionate and loyal. He is unwilling to take a concubine to protect a wife like you who has nothing to do. He would rather break up for the sake of his wife. Actually, it's just that he didn't want to have a baby, and he was worried that his concubine would be exposed. He actually knew very little information. To be honest, Ji Chang's was surprised that Zhao Ling could tell him so much. After all, he was such a lowly official, and the original owner's attitude towards Miss He was no different from that of other people. There is no need for Ji Chang's to say anything at this moment. In fact, it is not that the other party hides many things very well, but that she trusts her husband. Even if I see something suspicious, I won't think too much about it. Now, as soon as I was reminded, all the things that were wrong that I had seen in my mind came to mind. No matter how much she didn't want to believe it, her reason told her that what Ji Chang said was right. Seeing that Miss He was almost crying and her body was crumbling, Ji Chang's also expressed his understanding. After all, she had always felt that she was very happy. Although her mother-in-law would treat her harshly because she could not give birth to a child, and others would laugh at her, her husband would always be on her side. As a result, I suddenly realized that it was not that I couldn't give birth, but that the other party couldn't give birth. Not only did he raise a bunch of women outside, he also put all the blame on her, and then pretended to be affectionate in front of her. This is terrible news for a woman who has always regarded her husband as her first priority. The foreshadowing was almost complete, so Ji Chang's took a sip from the teacup and made up his words. I hate such a bitch the most. Don't worry. Although I have no choice but to use this name to bring you into the palace, when the matter is over, whether you want me to clarify or you want to change your identity and start your life again, I will promise you. As for that bitch, you can deal with it now. Miss He looked at the current saint in front of her with red and swollen eyes. Only then did she understand why the other party chose her. Because not only does she have this ability, she also has such a husband. She has a gentle personality, but she was raised by her father as a man. How could she have no temper at all in her heart? If she accidentally learned about her husband's true identity and learned about the disgusting things he had done, she would definitely choose to divorce her. Now that His Majesty is doing this, he is actually helping her. However, after being married for 3 years, she still hesitated. Your Majesty, can the daughter of the people take a look at him? She wanted to confirm for herself that he had really done those things. Nature. Ji Chang's agreed happily. The little emperor always liked to run outside. Although every time he ran out, he always wanted to find the best place to stay with the beauty, but after such a long time, he became very familiar with the capital. Miss He is the first secret subordinate he wants to develop, so he is naturally willing to accompany her on such a journey. And the outside of the palace is not like the palace. People outside are all new, and it doesn't matter who you want to find. It's easier than inside the palace. Ji Chang's was making calculations in his heart, but he didn't pay attention to Miss He's grateful look when she heard his immediate agreement. Miss He has always been afraid of His Majesty. But now that I know the truth, when I look at the other person, I naturally lose the fear and tyrant filter I had before. Now it seems that when only the two of them are left, His Majesty is clearly very tolerant and does not just condescend to explain so much to her. Even when she asked to leave the palace for a visit, she agreed without any hesitation. Your Majesty is so good, why is there such a rumor in the palace that His Majesty has a violent temper? Miss He is also smart. She only wondered for a second before finding the answer herself. His Majesty is completely different in front of the palace people than in front of her. Obviously, the current His Majesty is the real Majesty, and his appearance in front of the palace people is just a disguise. Although she doesn't pay much attention to the affairs of the government, she also knows that His Majesty ascended the throne just after he was born, and the regent is still handling government affairs during the government. Your Majesty is already 15 years old. After going through the information that she knew and didn't know in her heart, He roughly understood it. She looked at the young emperor in front of her who was younger than her brother, and her original fear turned into admiration. In any case, at this age, if you can quietly hide the fact that the regent is looking for advisors, your Majesty will always be more scheming than ordinary people. Ji Chang's, who was praised by Miss He in his heart, took a look at her swollen eyes and the tears on her face that had not yet dried, then picked up a vase and threw it on the ground. Seeing that Miss He was a little frightened, he raised his right index finger to his lips, shh. You just have to watch and cooperate with me as I do what I do later. If you don't know how to speak, just cry. After saying that, he picked up another vase and threw it on the ground. Such a loud noise could be heard even through the door. Zhao Ling's nervous voice immediately came from outside, Your Majesty? Are you okay? Ji Chang's didn't show any emotion. He walked over and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, his face immediately turned into anger. Nothing, come in. Zhao Ling pushed the door open the next second and came in. He carefully looked at the situation inside the house and saw the little emperor standing at the door with an angry face. Miss He in the room covered her face as if crying and hurriedly stepped forward. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Prepare the car, I want to leave the palace. Ji Chang's tone was cold and his face was straight as if he could hit someone in the next second. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Zhao Ling to answer, he looked back at Miss He, who was covering her eyes, and said angrily, Why are you crying? What a bad luck! Could it be that by following me, I can still wrong you? Miss He didn't know how to answer the question, so she just covered her face and sobbed. I am the Lord of the world, am I not as good as your useless husband? You really think that he is sincere to you, but you don't know that without you, he has been promoted and taken concubines, and his life is so happy. After finishing speaking, the little emperor seemed to be getting angrier as he spoke, but perhaps he was still a little tolerant of the beauty. He took a few breaths and turned to look at Zhaoling. Zhaoling, tell her. Zhaoling was flattered at first that His Majesty actually remembered his name, then understood and hurriedly said to Miss He, who was still sobbing. Madam, that's exactly what happened. Your husband didn't miss you at all after you entered the palace. He welcomed his concubine in the next day. Now the spring breeze is triumphant and he is so happy. Yesterday, I was quite happy. The little eunuch who came back from the palace said, I saw him going to the Kinglu. After his chief eunuch finished speaking, the little emperor snorted coldly. Did you hear that? You are thinking about me, but that person is not thinking about you. Miss He was tired of crying and changed to a different way of sobbing. Cry, 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 just cry. I will take you out of the palace to take a look later, and you will know what kind of person you have married. After Ji Chang's finished speaking harshly, he flicked his sleeves and glared at the other people in the room. What are you doing standing there in a daze? If you haven't changed your wife's clothes and cleansed her face, are you going to ask me to leave the palace with a tearful person? He waved his sleeves and left, heading straight to the yard outside. In the room, the palace servants serving Miss He looked at each other and cautiously stepped forward to persuade. Madam, please stop being like this. If you offend His Majesty, I'm afraid not only the madam, but also the madam's original husband and the madam's family will be implicated. Stop crying. The servants will change your clothes. Your Majesty has shown mercy to your wife today. If someone angers your Majesty will directly have someone drag him down and beat him. Miss He took advantage of the situation and put her hand down. Her eyes were red from crying just now because she found out about her husband. Now after she put it down, her eyes were red and swollen, and no one else suspected it. I just thought that Miss He really didn't want to serve His Majesty, which made His Majesty angry. He insisted on taking Miss He to see her husband, and he didn't even think about her. While they were dressing her, they carefully persuaded her. His Majesty must still have his wife in his heart. Madam must not get angry with His Majesty again when she goes out this time. Miss He listened attentively, thinking about what His Majesty just said and the account book that was full of errors. How difficult is His Majesty's situation? If it wasn't so difficult, how could he not hesitate to defile himself to paralyze the other party? There would even be a shortage of people, and even she, a woman, would have to find a way to get her into the palace to contribute. Miss He was thinking about a lot of things in her heart, and it was inevitable that she would show some of them on her face. Others didn't think much about it when they saw her, thinking that she was still missing her husband outside. They were also a little surprised that His Majesty, who has always had a bad temper, was able to tolerate Miss He. But if you think about it more carefully, men still treat women differently, and that's normal. After all, His Majesty was young and had never entered the harem even though he had snatched so many beauties back. Now he has finally figured it out. Although he still has a bad temper and still likes to express his anger, at any rate, he seems to be more tolerant than before. This is a great good thing for the palace people who have always been cautious and dare not do anything wrong. They simply wished that His Majesty would immediately discover the charm of so many beauties in the harem and indulge in them, instead of being unhappy with everyone like before. Ji Chang's didn't wait too long, and Miss He was dressed up and sent out. Because she was leaving the palace, she chose a relatively simple dress and changed into it. Miss He did her hair herself. When the little emperor saw her coming out, he seemed still angry and raised his eyelids. Walk. Miss He didn't know what to say, so she followed him outside with a low eyebrow. Zhao Ling, the chief eunuch, was worthy of being the chief eunuch. While Ji Chang's was waiting, he had quickly found out where Miss He's husband lived. Miss He must not know, after all, after she was favored by the emperor and entered the palace, as her husband, the emperor also subsidized a promotion. After being promoted, this man bought a small house in the capital to house his beauty. On the road, Zhao Ling babbled out the information about Miss He's husband that he had just found out in detail. Ji Chang's didn't see anything on his face, but Miss He's eyes turned redder. Tisk tisk tisk, pathetic. Zhao Ling thought in his heart that such a beauty was already very unlucky to be snatched away by His Majesty as a wife, but in the end she devoted herself to keeping her virginity for her husband. Now she knows that her husband has never cared about her at all, but is living a happy life, which makes her feel miserable just thinking about it. Of course, as a qualified melon eater, no matter what he thinks in his heart, what Zhao Ling says has no bias. I didn't find out anything else. The young eunuch asked me out of curiosity. The servant had a good relationship with him, so he talked to the servant a few more words in his spare time. When I asked, he only said that it seemed like the old man from that family my wife is very satisfied with those concubines. Miss He's face became a little ugly again. She had always been scolded by her mother-in-law in the past, but every time she couldn't bear it, her husband always persuaded her that she was his mother after all, and as his wife, she should help and be filial. So no matter how painful it was, she still endured and tried to be filial, hoping to influence the other person and let her mother-in-law know her sincerity. As a result, after 3 years, the other party still felt like seeing a coffin when he saw her, but he was satisfied with the concubines. Miss He couldn't figure it out and didn't understand why she was so sincere but only received such treatment from her husband and mother-in-law. Ji Chang still had an irritable character and laughed. Look, you are still thinking about them, but you don't know how happy they are using you as a stepping stone. A group of people rode in a carriage and arrived at the place where Zhao Ling inquired about. Because the other party didn't have much money, the yard he bought was very remote and the location was relatively small. After all, this was the capital, and every inch of land was expensive. Being able to buy this place was already the reason for the higher salary for promotion. They sat in the carriage and looked at an old lady sitting at the door outside chatting with other old ladies. Although I couldn't hear what they said, looking at the arrogance and pride on her face, and looking at the young women who were pointing at her from time to time, serving tea and pouring water next to her, and giving her shoulders and legs, I could probably guess it. Mostly he was showing off how comfortable he was being taken care of. Zhao Ling saw that His Majesty and Miss He were both looking outside, so he also looked outside. After looking for a while, he translated to the two of them. That old woman said that her son was promising, and after he was promoted, he took a concubine to serve her. It's not like the daughter-in-law before, who was just the daughter of a scholar. She was just reading books and looking at the account books every day, and she didn't know how to serve her at all. Mother-in-law. Ji Chang's glanced at Zhao Ling in surprise. This guy also knows lip reading, which is a talent. Zhao Ling felt a little uncomfortable when he saw His Majesty looking at him. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Ji Chang's, how can you know what they are talking about from such a distance? It turns out that His Majesty is curious. Zhao Ling hurriedly replied, I was young before I entered the palace. My parents were afraid that my servant would wander around and encounter flower photographers, so they hung me in a basket on the tree every time. At that time, the slave couldn't get off the tree and felt lonely, so he would try to guess what the people in the distance were saying. As time went by, even if he couldn't hear the sound, as long as he could see their mouth movements, the slave would know what they were saying. What is? This is a self-taught one. Ji Chang's immediately classified Zhao Ling as a technical talent. But Miss He over there had a sudden look on her face. She saw her husband coming back. As soon as they entered the alley, the concubines who were still diligently taking care of the old lady immediately stood up and greeted her with tender words. He looked quite useful and extremely comfortable. Obviously, she had taken care of him in this way before, but he had always taken it for granted. It's not like it is now, as if these delicate flowers like women have been wronged in taking care of him, and it's very hard. She used to stay up late at night looking at the accounts for him, night after night. When he couldn't deal with official matters, she helped him deal with them. The results she produced were used to take credit from his boss. Is this what we get in exchange for this? Ji Chang's also saw the situation outside. He shrugged at Miss He. You saw it? Miss He nodded, with a tear falling on her face. Saw. You can see it clearly and understand it? When she felt guilty and restless because she had to compromise for him and her family, he was hugging her from left to right. How long has it been since she entered the palace? Is he that impatient? Miss He lowered the curtain, closed her eyes tightly, and looked at Ji Chang's. Your Majesty, let's go back. Ji Chang smiled, okay. He knew that the first subordinate had returned to the team. After carefully picking up the woman that the original owner snatched back, at least her marital status was basically not satisfactory. Although it seems like a coincidence, when all the information is put together, it is not. Nowadays, women usually get married at the age of 17 or 18. The original owner likes the older ones, and 21-year-old Miss He is still relatively young among the women he snatched back. The original owner also had one requirement when robbing people: he would not rob anyone with children. It's not that he felt that he had taken away his mother and separated mother and child, but he simply felt that a woman who gave birth to a child would no longer have the temperament he wanted. Even those who have been pregnant and aborted will be counted. And under such requirements, how happy can a marriage be for someone who is so old and has no children? Even if there is something wrong with herself, when a woman is infertile, in today's social environment, everyone will put pressure on her. Judging from the success of the original owner's robbery and aftermath, none of their husbands are really willing to stand up for their wives. Most of them took over official positions, remarried, or took concubines, without even thinking about whether their wives were willing. There are also a few that are even more outrageous, just like the husband of Lu Zhong and Miss He, who only had to set off firecrackers to celebrate that he was forced to lose his wife without any damage to his reputation. After all, he is the emperor. What can they do? They can only accept it. As for the wife, if she dies, they will cry twice outside. If she is not dead, it means that this woman is unchanged and is possessed by a man other than her husband, and yet she is still alive. Bah! Disgraceful. This is how people think nowadays. Double standards are not enough to describe it. The original owner was a tyrannical one, and there were not many ministers who could do anything good. After all, anyone with a more upright outlook would either be squeezed out and unable to stay, or else he could not bear to resign and leave. In a chaotic environment, if you are not chaotic, you are an anomaly. There are more than a dozen civilian women. Ji Chang's did the math and found that the good news is that most of them are widows. Even if they are not widows, for civilians, a family that allows beautiful women to show off is not very good. After all, in the current environment, people would be laughed at if they did this, and if they still come out when the situation at home is not that bad, it shows that their family members do not care about them being laughed at. Ji Chang's thought that he had to speed up the process. We have to quickly arrange manpower outside the palace. For example, regarding the environment in the homes of these women who were robbed into the palace, he could also find an excuse: because Miss He misses her former husband, he wants to know how the homes of these women are now. But everything else is not so simple and easy. There is nothing in his hand now. If Huang Mian finds out what he is doing, Ji Chang's will probably have no choice but to stab him to death with his quick eyes and hands. But the court was in chaos. If Huang Mian was stabbed to death, even Ji Changs would have to work hard for at least half a year to sort out the situation. Since there is a ready-made knife like Huang Mian, why should he have to work hard on it himself? Huang Mian, who returned to the palace, received a message from the palace and suddenly sneezed. He finished reading the letter in his hand while wondering if he was suffering from the cold, or else why the chill kept coming down his back. It details what the emperor did after he returned, who he met, and what he said. These detailed works were placed in the palace by Huang Mian when the emperor was still young, but now he has lost the original caution and caution. After all, the emperor has obviously grown up, and it is obvious that he is a complete loser. He is young, loves to have fun and is easy to control. After a brief glance, he saw that the emperor went to find he. However, he missed her husband and cried so much that he was angered. When he took he out of the palace to see her husband's current situation, he even laughed. After all, he is a little brat, and he gets jealous day by day. Throwing down the letter in his hand, he directly asked his concubine to come over and take care of him. Now that he is getting older and his energy is getting weaker and weaker, Huang Mian becomes more and more attracted to young and beautiful women. He thinks that in this way he can feel the vitality of youth. While waiting for his concubine, he suddenly remembered that he had not yet finished applying eye drops to General Zhang. But thinking that there was still Zhang in the palace who was willing to die rather than surrender, he put the matter aside again. What to worry about? With the little emperor's temperament, if Zhang accidentally offended him, he would probably beat someone to death. At that time, he would have a deadly feud with General Zhang. If he tried to sow discord, the little emperor would naturally take action out of fear of General Jiang's revenge. Given Miss Jiang's strong temperament, I'm afraid I would receive news of her death within 3 days. He's enjoying himself here. Over there, Ji Changs had already brought Miss He back to the palace. Miss Zhang is not as easy to dismiss as Miss He. This is a true fierce general. Although she looks gorgeous, she fights harder. If Ji Changs went up to her and said, "Listen to me, I did this for a reason, blah blah blah," he would probably be beaten by her right after. Listen. Even if he was beaten, she would not believe what Ji Changs said. But it's not a big problem. Ji Changs asked Zhaoling, "Have you ever played with stacking tiles?" Zhaoling shook his head blankly, "I have never played before, so what is that?" "It's fun. I'll play with you tonight." Ji Changs looked at the tiles on the palace and thought, the tiles are all piled together, and if one falls, the rest will naturally fall with it. Very good, this is a good idea. He wants to give it a name, let's call it, the tile effect. In the evening, Miss Zhang was still banging on the door. It can be seen from the guard who has started to yawn at the door that Miss Zhang has quite a lot of energy and is worthy of being the general's daughter. The guards were beginning to doze off, but she was still alive and kicking. At this time, Miss Zhang already roughly knew that she might not be able to get out, but she just refused to give in. She thought, "You can't stop even if I can't get out." During the commotion, the locked window outside suddenly opened a crack. Then someone dropped a note in. Miss Zhang picked up the note suspiciously and saw that it was roughly written in poor calligraphy that when he was a child, he was an orphan in the war city. When he was almost killed by barbarians, he was rescued by General Zhang who broke into the city. The life-saving grace was unrequited. He was just a humble effort, and he did not dare to help Miss Zhang escape. He could only remove the nails from the outside, and the rest was up to Miss Zhang herself. Miss Zhang was skeptical at first, but when she carefully looked outside and saw that there was indeed no one around, she cautiously jumped out. I looked around and saw that the guards were all around. It seemed that the only way to go was the roof, so I simply went up to the roof. She had been to the palace before when she was a child. Although she didn't remember much about the road, she remembered the general direction. She then carefully followed the direction in her memory and walked forward lightly. As she was walking, she suddenly saw a fire in front of her, as if someone was walking this way with a lantern. She quickly lay down to prevent herself from being exposed. The proud voice of the dog emperor came from the front. What did I say? Your husband is not a good person at all. You will follow me in the future. I will give you glory and wealth. If you can give birth to a prince, I will make you my concubine. Then came the woman's sobs, her cries filled with helplessness. Miss Zhang gritted her teeth. This must be one of the women who was robbed. How shameless! As if he couldn't wait any longer, the dog emperor pulled the woman into the main hall next to her where she was doing business, which happened to be underneath where Miss Zhang was hiding. She didn't mean to look at the scene inside, but there happened to be a broken tile where she was lying, and she couldn't move, so the scene inside happened to catch her eye. The dog emperor asked all those serving him to go down first. Before she could close her eyes to avoid seeing the live erotic palace, she saw that after everyone left, the expressions of the little emperor and the woman changed. He took out a small notebook from his arms and handed it over. Hide it well in your clothes and look at it when no one is around. If there is any problem, just pretend that you still miss your husband. I will come to accuse you then. Be careful not to let others find out. If you let others find out, if you are looking for someone to come to me for help, I will definitely save you. Yes. The woman took the book and nodded seriously, completely losing the pitiful look of crying just now. Your Majesty, don't worry, the daughter of the people will definitely take care of things. Okay, let's go down. When you go out, just say that I think you are a spoiler and I will kick you out. The little emperor waved his hand, and the woman nodded and opened the door and went out. As soon as she went out, she burst into tears again, leaving Miss Zhang stunned. Before she could digest the information, she saw a eunuch pushing open the door and walking over, asking awkwardly. Your Majesty, what should we do with Miss Zhang? After all, she doesn't know anything. Miss Zhang has a strong temper. If she commits suicide. Miss Zhang, who was looking confused and planning to retreat, She quickly looked down. The little emperor seemed to have a headache. He rubbed his brows, picked up a few letters on the table, and threw them aside angrily. How do I tell her this? That's all, I don't think about it today. When her father comes back, I can just hand her over to her father. I'm tired, let's go. He pushed the door open with the eunuch and went out. Miss Zhang looked completely confused. She looked at the little emperor and his party who had slowly walked away, and then looked at the letters lying on the table in the main hall. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped down and climbed through the window. It seemed to be related to her, and the little emperor's two people's acting skills seemed to have some hidden secrets. She just took a look, it should be nothing, right? The second day. Huang Mian entered the palace happily, wanting to connect with the little emperor. As soon as he arrived at the door, he found Zhang holding a teacup with an eager expression. He almost thought he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes. Still Zhang. Huang Mian. Isn't it that Zhang is seeking death and survival now? He stepped forward hesitantly. Zhang. Miss Zhang turned around and saw him, and quickly saluted. I have met the prince. This is. Miss Zhang smiled like a flower. The civilian girl came here specially to deliver tonic soup to His Majesty. Huang Mian. Aren't you unwilling to serve His Majesty? Girl Zhang Balabala, my daughter fell in love with His Majesty at first sight. I admire His Majesty so much. It is my blessing that your Majesty is willing to let me serve you. Huang Mian. He got it? He is not awake yet and is dreaming. Bay free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.